8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. Another day has started, and we're here with you. The Good Time Gang is live, and we thank you for being a part of it. Well, we're moving right along. If you're listening live today, Will a Meat Could Spin, Bible study live today, noon Central. We are just trucking right along. I'm telling you, if you don't look up, I mean, we look up, and it'll be 4th of July before you know it. We enjoy our time with you each and every day, and we thank you for choosing the Rick and Bubba Show. We know there's a lot out there, a lot of choices for you to make, and we're honored you would choose us. The phone number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. That'd be unscreened phone calls, so be patient if it's ringing. We could get to them. You never know. You might be on the air. We'll have to see how that plays out. Eddie Van Adler, he's got TV rolling, here for another day. To my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good?
Good. Yeah. You said choices, and I was looking at my podcast app. What'd he say? What happened?
No, I pushed the wrong one up. Go ahead.
And I thought y'all would just laugh at some of the stuff that y'all saw, if as far as choices during the day. Mm-hmm. Like if I told you what I was listening to throughout the day, y'all would laugh about it. So much so that I'm not going to tell you.
Okay,
I'll trade a podcast.
We'll get it out of you.
I'll trade a podcast for a podcast. Like you tell me what you're listening to, and I'll tell you what I'm listening to. Okay,
that's good stuff.
But y'all would laugh.
Speaking of y'all would laugh, Helmsy, you would have really laughed this morning. Greg, I don't know. I would like for you to kind of look forward and then, like me, wave my hand over to the side and see if you can see out of your peripheral.
I got peripheral.
I'm not sure about that because
I don't think you pay attention.
Well, I mean, it goes back to you shooting that deer and walking right past it because it was beside you, and then this one here, this situation here, you walk right past it again. So I come into the studio this morning and on this little guy right here, it's a little platform, that we use from time to time. I actually pull it over here, put my laptop on it so I can play music and actualities and stuff out of it. And then I push it over there, and it becomes my breakfast table. But anyway, it's right in front of the studio door when you walk in.
If you're not careful, you'll run into it.
Right. And when I open the door, it kind of spooked me a little bit too. Because there was a mounted owl from a taxidermist, like mounted full body owl,
spread out,
and just staring at you when you walk in the door.
Yeah.
And Greg,
it was dark.
And Greg was on the
other.
The
lights were off.
It was a little dark, but Greg was across the room from me, and I was like, "Oh my goodness, what's this, Greg?" And he's like, "What?" And I said, "What? This owl here? What is this?" And he goes, "Oh man, I didn't even see it." I'm like, "You didn't see it? How do you not see it?"
It's dark.
So
Greg.
So then I come in.
I was probably looking across the other side of the room.
You want to say hey to Big Boy? Is that what it was?
Maybe that was it. Maybe his big shiny face got my attention.
Right.
So then I come in.
Maybe I was asleep.
And it's
while I
the
was
first
walking.
thing I noticed.
Right.
And I said, "Hey, who's Al?" I said, "This has got either Bubba or Adler written all over it."
Correct.
And Greg said, "How about I didn't even see it?"
I didn't. If it had been a real owl, it would have eaten me up.
Right. And then Adler comes in, and we get to the bottom of what's going on.
What are y'all talking about?
And where did it go?
Please look.
Where's it at now?
It's right. Look at the TV screen. Right. It's right next to his Admiral picture that was sent to us.
Oh my gosh, there is an owl right there.
Yeah, what's that?
Can you believe he didn't see that?
Full stuffed owl right here.
It really is.
Did you leave it there on purpose so that we would have this response this morning? Is that what it was?
I did. I did.
I
was also in a hurry.
I'm sorry I didn't have a response.
That's okay. It's all right, Greg. You missed it.
Greg, you almost had to
walk. I saw it. I went up and checked it out. How about them talons?
You almost had to walk around it to get around it.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, man.
Can I ask?
This is from my grandparents. I went to my grandpa's funeral a week ago, and while I was at my grandma's house, she sent me home with this owl.
That's right. So, get the owl out.
So it was a win-win situation there.
I was telling you earlier when I was growing up, my grandparents also had a stuffed owl.
Really?
And they had this cabin on the Warrior River, and that's where they kept it. And it had these round eyes, and everywhere you were in the room, it looked like it was looking at you.
Yes, that's how it was when I was a kid on Spooner Lake. On Spooner Lake, this is where my grandparents kept
looking at you the whole time.
They had one on both sides of the room, and those things, buddy, as a little 3 or 4 year old, I'd walk through the room, and it would follow me. And I'd be like, "Oh man, I'm getting out of this room."
It is like you go this side of the room, it'd be looking at you. You go the other side, it'd be looking at you.
So,
yeah, man.
So now you bring it here.
Yeah, I brought
so
it here.
it can look at you here.
Yeah, I figured if we have a stuffed coyote, what's adding a stuffed owl to this?
Well, no, I've noticed something. Is
I'd like
it
to
that
see more
Aaron
stuff.
is Aaron just saying no to all these? Because I know you wanted the coyote, and then it became the studio coyote. Because I think you stepped out, and Aaron was like, "No, we're not doing that."
Yeah, this was in our garage for a couple days, and I
couldn't find a good place in the house for it.
I brought it home. No, I wanted it on the hearth, but right when you walk in the entryway.
How about the centerpiece of your dining room table?
Yeah. Greg wouldn't see it.
It's middle of the table.
Yeah, Greg would be eating like, what y'all talking about?
Yeah.
So I said to Aaron, "Hey, by the way, there's an owl in the garage.
In case you go out there.
Yeah, don't freak out.
And she goes, tell me where it is so that I know. I go, you'll see it. It's a
You won't
gigantic
mistake it for
owl.
anything
It's
else.
a huge owl. You will see it.
Can I get to the elephant in the room or the owl in the room?
Sure.
Can you stuff an owl?
Back
you
then,
could then.
Back then, you
Okay.
could.
They were
All right.
legal then.
Yeah.
This
Back
is
then.
what'd you
as
say
old
in the 50s?
This is as old as my dad. Yeah.
And the one I had was from, I think either my granddad killed him or my dad killed him when he was a teenager. So it was from the 50s. Back then,
So at
you
one
could
point,
legally kill
you
them.
could do that,
Yeah.
and now they've said no more owls.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
a long time ago they said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
But
this
this is 60 years old. Over 60 years
This is
old.
prior to
Hey,
then, before y'all come rushing up here and getting resting us.
It still looks good though.
It does.
Yeah, it does.
Maybe worth something.
Made the trip back.
Probably hard to get
In
your
the
hands on
trunk.
a stuffed owl.
Greg, are you doing a self-evaluation of how you didn't see it?
I mean, I walked in the door. I probably just looked to the left.
I am starting to see why.
No, you
hey,
had to walk right.
I am starting to see why Lisa don't want you painting trim.
Yeah.
Well,
You're not
that's-
very
I'm
observant.
fired from that, but I just wasn't. I may have even saw it and didn't even think nothing about it. I don't know.
Okay,
Greg.
All right.
There's stuff in here.
I wish we could have footage of Greg just walking past it, looking the owl right in the eyes, and then just keeping going.
I'll be honest. I think I looked at it and thought I had always been here. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe
That's
it
even
has,
more
Greg.
concerning.
I don't know.
Maybe it
I don't
has.
know.
I would
Look,
just stick with I didn't see it.
It's
I
a
don't.
long ride
yeah.
here. It was raining really
Oh,
hard
it
on me a
was.
lot of the way, and
Yeah.
I just wouldn't.
Can we
care.
discuss your
I think
morning
the owl
prior?
could have been screeching at me, and I probably wouldn't have heard it.
Can we discuss your morning prior to getting here? I'd love to.
Well, timing's everything. On
It
rain.
is. It is. Yeah. We'll have to break that down. Greg's journey to the studio today. 866 We Be Big, our number. Don't forget, Willamette could spin Bible study live today, noon Central with Rick. A lot happening. Go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The problem
in
is
New Providence.
the roundabout there is there, but no one follows any of the rules. It literally is every man, woman, and child for themselves.
Well, I noticed.
and throw in some horses pulling carts.
Yeah.
Anything with wheels.
Right.
Everybody's trying to get somewhere on it, and they're piled in. They're stacked up. And at one time we were on a 2-lane road, not a 4-lane, a 2-lane, and everybody went 4 lanes going in one direction. People on the shoulder, people out in the grass, and I'm like, what's going to happen when somebody comes from the other way? And what I could gather is that everybody just starts fighting for space to get out of the way, or goes down into the pasture. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I got to the point that I no longer jumped when we were nearly hit or hit somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, it got to the point it didn't bother me. One time I didn't even break song. I was singing and you know, and
The
just
break stride.
yeah, it never even affected me. And so it was the driving there. And I did. I looked at them and I said, "You guys, y'all could make a living in NASCAR."
Well,
They go the front.
back to the Atlanta problem. I was having enough problems in Atlanta before the bridge collapsed.
Well,
Much less afterwards.
I got to hear about this because you were telling me what happened a minute ago. and
Well,
I was like,
I'm hung in the middle here. I don't know what to do, and I made a call, and it's a little more complicated than I wanted it to be.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Away, and Bubby was talking about his first night trying to leave for the Atlantis, missing the exit how many times? Twice?
Yeah, third time was a charm.
The third time was a charm. So did the rest of the trip go smoother than that? I mean,
Well,
anytime you got a group and you got friends with your kids and all that, that can be. And like I said, I have not been to the Atlantis. I mean, it's been a long, long time. It's a much bigger deal now than it was when I went. And then the time we went on a cruise together, a lot has been added.
That's the only time I've ever been there. So when we were on the cruise and Mickey Dean got us in for the day.
Yeah, I did that, and then the next year I went back. I went back, but it was nothing like it is now.
Well,
it's much nicer now.
It's super, and you can get on the grounds there. I don't know how many acres it is now, but I mean, Betty liked to walk me to death on that thing. I mean, you just go forever, and if you like aquatic life and seeing the animals, I mean, they got sharks, and they got. Have you ever seen a carpenter fish, or it's called a carpenter shark, a sawfish?
I have seen a sawfish
where it looks like it literally has a hedge trimmer on its nose.
Yeah,
that is one of the coolest looking fish I've ever seen. You got them all over.
I thought it was a carpenter fish. It tells you it's coming on Thursday. You don't see it till Monday.
And whatever it tells you it's going to cost, it's twice that.
Right.
But it's an outstanding facility. The people are very nice. Of course, tourism is the main business in the Bahamas.
That's old number one.
So they are set up to handle that kind of stuff. What was funny to me is how proper they are and how well they speak the King's English there.
Oh, sure.
Of course, it was a British colony for many, many years, and I think they got their independence in 1973. So you still have a lot of that pomp and circumstance that they have brought in.
Oh, yeah.
So it was just so entertaining hearing them speak such good English.
Yeah, unlike us.
Which, when you go to Jamaica and some other places, you got a lot of hey man, going on.
Sure, yes.
But it was very proper. Good lady, sir. And they do a great job.
Good service.
Oh yeah. Everybody's super nice. Of course, it's expensive. You pay for a meal there.
Yes,
because everything there was brought in.
Yeah,
so it's more expensive.
Sure,
but wow, some good food. I forgot how many restaurants they have on the property, but there is a ton of them. You can just take whatever you want. If you want like Chinese food, or you want Spanish, or you want barbecue. We had that one night. I mean, it's just
was it any count?
Oh, it was all good.
Very good. I would think the seafood would be phenomenal.
Oh yeah, very good, very good. So it's a tough day down there. You get up and you go eat breakfast and you go to the pool and you talk about lunch.
Right.
Before you know it, it's time for dinner.
Right.
And then you walk around at night and look around a little bit.
Okay. Did you get into the deal with the Dolphins? I saw the kids got in.
No, they did the Dolphin thing, and it was really cool. I did not do it, but I enjoyed watching them do it.
Were you afraid of the Dolphins? Did you not want to?
Well,
do
no,
it?
I just they were.
It is 21 minutes past the hour, the kickoff hour live. Thank you so much for tuning in to the old Rick and Bubba show. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. Until then, we're kind of sitting around with the good time gang, huh? Good time gang is here each and every day during the kickoff hour, and we do what it says. We kick things off for Rick and Bubba, basically because they weren't going to wake up any earlier. So we kind of got the gig. All right, speaking of waking,
that's true. That's pretty much
it. So
now that they live closer, they may rethink.
Yeah, they might go, hey, you know what?
Hey, I wonder how they got that gig. Well, Rick and Bubba want to sleep an extra hour.
That's it, pretty much.
Bottom line. Oh, we need something for the Eastern time zone? Okay. Yeah. Rick and Bubba, y'all, I'm not going to get up any earlier. Hey, guys, y'all want to do it? Sure. All right. So speaking of waking up and getting up early and stuff, no one gets up earlier than old Greg Burgess because he has a pretty long commute to get here.
That's on me, though.
It is on you.
Hey,
but
gas thing's nice.
Yeah, I bet.
Did y'all see my text yesterday?
Yes.
How about that?
Hello, friend.
Wow.
Hello,
that
90s.
hurt. Yeah. And the sad thing was Amanda had to do the same thing about 6 hours prior, and it was around the same, little less, but about the same.
Oh, yeah.
Boy.
Yeah,
I spent $200 in gas yesterday.
It is a mess.
Think about that, Amanda.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And guess what? You had to do it again.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Not too far from now. I'm not sure how.
Man, you got we got 4 cars at the house right now. We got JC still being the college student. Reese really takes care of himself because he's working. Every now and then we'll do him a solid and fill him up. Did that the other day because of the gas prices and stuff. But yeah, it can get on up, and you start adding all that up. You're like, my goodness, my gracious, I've just had a car payment, but it's just gas. So
make the payment and buy the gas. It's like you're making 2 payments.
So Greg, not only did you have the mission of getting here today, but you said you had to make a stop prior to getting here.
I had to get out of my normal route and cut through Oxford because we're redoing a house down there, and I had to drop some tile off because I got some guys coming in early this morning. That was no big deal. I just left earlier. And but it's like somebody's playing a joke on me. I get there and pull up, and I got 3 boxes. And I got to carry them one at a time.
Right, a little heavier than you thought, yeah.
The minute I get out and close the door, it's like somebody flipped a switch and the bottom fell out. I mean, have you ever messed up and wore your glasses and when it's raining on you, and then your glasses get all fogged up and got rain all over them? And so I was. That rain's cold, by the way.
Yeah,
Just
coming on
in out there.
Yeah.
But,
chilly.
and it wasn't like I was close to where I needed to be in the house. I had to go around the front, go through the front, go through. I mean, it was a journey.
Right.
But it was almost like the timing was, and I think it quit when I got back in the truck. It was like,
it's like it was just messing with you.
Click,
so
click.
It's like you pulled up and it was like, what the?
I saw this owl though.
Right. And then you went. I was about to say.
But you got to finish. I couldn't sit there and wait it out. What do you want me to do?
Did you? So you took the first little section of tile, put it in there, and it was raining pretty hard. Did you stand there and go, all right, let me see if it stops, or did you just go right back out?
I didn't have time. I couldn't play.
You couldn't play?
Because I'd also forgot to put gas in my truck yesterday, and I had to do that too.
So you had a couple of stops.
Yeah, I had to make a few.
And that made you mad all over again because then you started seeing that price go up.
Oh, my God. I didn't know the pump would go that high.
You commuting, you probably got it worse than all of us, even though we all got to, drive to get here. I mean, I'm just, 20, 25 minutes. Helmsy, you might be just a little bit shorter. 11 minutes. There you go. But, Greg, you're an hour and some change.
I can get 2 days out of a tank. Down there.
Wow, you spend a lot of time at the gas station.
Down there, back. Then I got to fill up again. Down there, back.
How's that make you feel?
Not good. Not right. It feels a lot worse now than it did.
Yeah.
But yeah, how about that? Laugh at that.
Yeah. So you leaning on 90 every 2 days?
It ain't quite that much.
Okay, that's what Helmsy's was yesterday.
Mine was 94.
My tank must be small.
We played a game.
But he puts that premium in there.
No, I don't. I go with the 89.
Well, you just,
the one right below the premium.
Yours just must have been on empty.
It was. Well, I was. Yeah. I was riding on it.
That's true too.
I think I had
usually
20.
Mine's about between a quarter and empty, so it's not completely empty.
I think it said I had 28 miles left. That was my range.
It cost me about 70.
Okay.
I think more than I wanted. It used to be in the 40s.
Yeah.
So
night.
We played a game. Maddie was with me. She just got back from her horse riding lesson. Yes, we're still doing that. And
I'd like to know how you played that out because you weren't sure who you were taking and what you were going to have to do.
Well, we have fell into a carpool situation with some friends that now have a daughter going, so we only have to take every other week, which is fantastic.
Oh, yeah, that's
and
awesome.
so I didn't realize that this was the week that they were taking. So all I had to do was go drop her off at this person's house that lives about 3 miles from us, and then pick her back up at a certain point in time. But we had to stop and get gas, and we played a game. I said, hey, Maddie, this going to be anywhere from $80 to $100. What do you think it's going to land on? She said 97. I said, I'm going with 86. And she was doggone right.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, she was all over it. Of course, she was fired up about it. And the whole time it's pumping, she's like, you already know this. You've already looked at it. You've already done the math. And I'm like, I just guessed. I don't know. It's too late in the day to be doing math. I'm not doing that. And she guessed it right. She was excited.
On the readout that you have, some of the cars, they have readout to where you can kind of, on the display of where, miles per hour or whatever, you can pull up something else to where you can monitor that. It could be tire pressure or whatever, depending on your car. Do y'all ever see what miles per gallon y'all are getting?
I'm trying to. Then I quit.
Yeah, I know it's depressing a little bit. It's our choice to have a truck. I try to beat the system, so I'm not complaining. But it is something else when you kind of just ease into the accelerator, what you get versus
the rank. So, you talk about the thing that goes from 99 to 0, and where it. So I've got this, and so it'll allow me to go and so I play with it. So like yesterday, I was 17.1.
Okay,
and I thought by the time I get home. don't run this baby to where it's down in the 16. See if you can get it to 17.2. So I'll do stuff like that.
Yeah,
Is that weird?
I pulled up
like
on
I'll
the
coast
truck.
a lot to try to catch it back up. I'm just trying to play with it. It gives me something to do.
My average was 18 and some change. I looked
That's
at
where I'm at.
And the reason why I looked at it is because Terry came home and she was like, and she started like throwing all these stats to me about her miles per gallon. I'm like, what are you talking about? You know, she's like, oh, I pay attention to that. I'm like, I really never go over there and do that. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do this. So when I pulled it over there, it already said, you know, you're getting 18 point whatever. That's your average.
Yeah.
The best you've gotten was 21 and some change. And I was like, wow, that day I must
these hills
And my
kill
truck's
me.
around that rate, and for trucks, I don't think that's
yeah,
that bad.
that's not that bad.
It's not bad at all.
That high country
But when
Silverado.
when you kind of you have to step on it and get around. Have you ever
Those hills.
Nine. Wow. So it went down to 9.
That's the
Okay.
thing. Yeah. Oh wow, 5.
But you
Okay.
start to pay attention to
Oh, I
things
do.
like
Yeah.
that. Now the gas prices are where they are. But I mean, what do you do? I know, Greg, that's your kind of.
I don't even look at it.
Yeah.
What's it matter? I
Right.
gotta have it.
Yeah.
I don't even look at what it costs.
It's almost like when I wake up in the middle of the
There's
night.
nothing I can do about it.
To what Helmsley would say, do a 2 a.m. tinkle. When I have to wake up and use the restroom, I don't want to look at the clock because I don't want to know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? I just want to go, and I won't make myself look. I'll just look down.
Yeah,
And
that's
every
the
now and then
only-
I'll look, and I'm like, why'd you look?
Oh, it's 3 minutes till the alarm goes
Same
off.
thing at the gas pump. I don't look at the price. Don't
Yeah,
look. Just
there's
get
no
gas.
reason. I
Don't
mean,
look.
Unless there's an alternative that I don't need. I can do something different that I don't need gas. That
Yeah.
ain't happening. So I might as well just pump away.
Yeah. Just don't look.
I don't even look for the best price at different stations. I don't care.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's so much budget for dolphins, and
Right.
you know,
Yeah, he'll take pictures.
Let me tell you, I didn't know we were going to buy a dolphin, but
Right,
you know,
well,
we
they-
enjoyed that.
They love that dolphin,
Oh,
don't they?
they do. They do.
It was a dolphin encounter, wasn't it?
But you know, they're such highly trained and so smart, and
Right.
they have what they call the shallow water dolphin experience and the deep water. So if you do the deep water, you're snorkeling, you get in there with
No,
them.
thumbs
and-
down.
No, that's the good part. That's good.
Yeah, well, I
it's
don't know
all in a
about-
big
yeah,
pool.
Well, I feel like in their area then. I
Oh,
like
but
in the
they-
shallow where I think I can get out.
But Rick,
Yeah.
they can do so many tricks. I
Right,
mean, they
yeah.
just you know
Yeah.
you can kiss them, they jump high like as LeBron James. You know, I mean, they can
Sure.
dunk. I mean,
Oh,
it's just
sure.
all kind of
Yeah.
stuff. But one of the coolest things, the big wrap up, is you're on like a little surfboard. What do you call the smaller ones? Is it called a
Yeah,
boogie board?
Boogie board. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have your foot in the water, and the dolphin will push you.
Huh.
And I mean, Rick, fly across that pool.
I see that right there, yeah.
Digging. And it's like they start out slow and then they kick it into
Oh
gear.
yeah, they get that tail working,
How
don't
about
they?
the dolphin can move in the water?
Oh
okay?
yeah, absolutely.
So they come, and then right when they get to the shore, they let go, they quit pushing, and they jump up and they take your picture. So you're on the boogie board with the dolphin, you know, up in the air behind you. So
I
it's
could have had
really
you
kinda cool.
a picture of you doing
well, I
that.
needed that.
Well, yeah, the dolphins are fast. I don't know how much torque they got, if there's a weight limit on what they can
Well,
push.
they said when people like you get in, they go get one they've named Tugboat.
We need 2 for this one.
hey, let Tug out.
But it's so funny because they've got them all trained, you know, to a high degree, and they'll laugh, you know, when they want them to laugh. And one of them that had been pushing them, he told the dolphin he's got 2 more to push, and the dolphin just makes a noise and falls back like, "Man, you're working me to death."
That's
you know?
good stuff.
So you know, just stuff like that. It's pretty funny.
Did you give your speech about that dolphins are fish?
Well, you know, funny you mentioned that. I was sitting on the beach watching all this and ran into our old friend Scott Palmer. And,
Really? Did y'all
yeah.
have the discussion of what's a fish and what's not?
And we talked about mammals for a minute, and we got into a discussion about what classifies as a mammal. I know you have to breathe oxygen.
Right, but I remember you shut it down.
Do you
though.
have live birth?
Yeah,
Is that one of them?
live
too?
birth
Do you
and,
have to?
and the nursing?
Okay, see, that's where the controversy came up.
Right.
Because I didn't know if dolphins supplied milk or not.
Yes.
So I made a joke that I was going to ask one of the trainers who milked the dolphins
Oh
every day.
boy, here we go.
And you don't want to do that.
No, how about this? Don't do that,
But I mean, if they
because then you're gonna find out how they're really trained.
do dolphins produce milk? If they're a mammal, they have to,
yeah,
right?
yeah, I think so. Yes.
Have you ever seen a dolphin
nursing
anything.
Well, Bubba, I don't hang with them a lot.
But
I mean,
you're the animal guy, though. I mean,
right.
surely there's a special.
Yeah, I think yes.
If
that's
dolphins nurse something, I would think that would be a pretty popular video.
I've seen
haven't
whales.
seen
I know
that
I've seen whales nursing, and they're mammals supposedly, but you say they're fish, which I agree.
Right.
Yeah. So I would think a dolphin be in that same world.
I know they say they're a mammal, but to me, if you have fins and you're swimming and you eat fish,
right,
and you
got no legs,
you can't put pants on and come out of the water. You're a fish.
If you
right?
can't survive, if you can't survive outside the water, you're a fish.
Now, seriously, I think these dolphins are smarter than some people I know.
Well, there ain't no doubt about that. There ain't no doubt about that. Good. We're discussing. Bubba's giving us a little look at his trip to the Atlantis there in the Bahamas. We've talked a little bit of Nicaragua. We'll talk a little more of that coming up. But Bubba, you said today that one of the things when you go, both of us went. When we left our country, it was kind of spring was making its way in, but we had not really gone out and experienced our really warm, deep south weather. So you and I both were, and I was doing the same thing, going to make sure we didn't get baked. You over in the Bahamas and me in Central America, I was like, we could fry and fry easy. Well, because we hadn't adapted to our sun yet,
right?
And
I try to kind of stay out of the sun. I mean, I realize that over the years it's going to catch up with me a little bit, and I'm kind of fair skinned anyway. So, but I hate suntan oil. Hate it.
I do too.
Hate it. Blocks, all that stuff, and I hate putting it on. I hate that old greasy feeling. So I've gone to the sprays last few years.
Yeah, me too.
Well, the sprays feel like they have been in an ice chest when you put them on.
Yep.
So it's very unpleasant.
Right.
And Betty claims that I'm doing a dance when she's trying to spray it on me, which I know I am because I'm freezing.
Right.
You do that. It's an involuntary response.
Everybody's spraying something on you. It's terrible.
So, but usually I will stay out of the sun enough that I don't.
Kickoff Hour is live. Welcome in. This portion of the show is brought to you by our good friends at Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Boy, I tell you what, the Rick and Bubba show we love, our Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Folks, Cook's Pest Control is the best in our opinion. They don't mess around with ants, spiders, fleas, ticks, rodents, termites, nesting wasps, roaches, and other bugs or critters. Just give them a call and be done with your problem. Contact cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com today for a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business. There's no obligation either. They even offer services for contractors or new home construction, so that's important if you're in charge of that project. So give them a chance. Let them check out your project or your problem. Cookspest.com today for a free, thorough inspection and see if they can't take care of your problem like they do ours. And they service our homes and take care of us, and we do appreciate them. So check them out. Cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com. Check them out today for a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business. Cookspest.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, as we roll on, we've got a number of things to talk about. We've been sitting around really having a good time so far. If you've missed it, shame on you, but we welcome you in now. Helmsy, have you said you've been observing something around here or something's happened?
I've been studying something out there in the landscape that is sports news.
Okay.
Over the last 3 or 4 days. Ooh. And y'all have not, and y'all may have discussed it amongst yourselves. I don't think we've talked about it on air. Mm-hmm. If I have, I was out of the room. Okay. But y'all know that this particular person means a lot to me. And there's change a-coming. Troy Aikman's headed to ESPN, and I don't know what's going on with Joe Buck.
Okay.
So did y'all know this?
No, I did not.
So I knew Troy was headed to ESPN.
Aikman has made the move to ESPN. 5 years, $90 million.
My goodness.
Think about that.
So he was with Fox.
Does he
right?
think he is Tony Romo?
So
really?
So this happened a couple days ago. It's official. It's signed. Whatever. $90 million, 5 years. Joe Buck has one more season left on his contract at Fox. So he's going to have to do games with somebody else. Mm-hmm. The rumor is ESPN is making an offer to him that's going to be worth $60 to $75 million to bring him to ESPN2 after the 2022 season.
Right.
And him and Aikman would be back together again. there were rumors that Troy was going to go, that Al Michaels was going to leave.
Yeah, I heard his contract.
So Al Michaels is having to go through a new deal too, and so the thought was Al Michaels and Troy may end up together. There was even a deal where Al Michaels may end up on this Amazon thing, and Troy helping him there, and then doing stuff with Buck on Fox. I mean, but that's not happening anymore because Aikman has landed at ESPN.
So what's the plan with them? Is it Monday night?
So
is that what is it? Because I know they have their Monday night crew.
Whatever
right
the ESPN,
now.
I guess it'd be the. I guess it would be.
It's Monday night.
I guess it'd be Monday night. So who was it? Steve Levy that was doing it.
Yeah, Steve Levy. So there's three of them.
He's done.
Greasy. I should say.
I guess
OJ.
And
Greasy's the one that's out. So Steve Levy will still be there for this year. And he'll do with Troy, and then
there's three of them.
Joe
the
Buck.
other one, I forget the other ones.
I wish they'd bring OJ back. You know, he's out in the world now. He's got his Twitter, but he used to be on Monday Night Football.
Yeah,
and I would like. He was the commentator. I'd like to see him back.
Michelle Tafoya's on there, and she's NBC. Who is
Kobler? Wasn't she on?
I know, but it's somebody. But I thought he was more on the administration side.
Susie Colbert, who you're talking about, and Lisa Salters, which I think she's not doing it anymore either. But you have, I think it was just Levy and that bunch, right?
It was three guys.
Okay. Well, anyway, so now it's going to be what's his name? Greasy's out. See you, good day.
See you, Brian.
That's who it was, Speedy.
Brian
it was Greasy.
Right, it was, but there was three. Is what I'm trying to say. There was
this
three
year. There were three.
What I mean, what I saw.
Well, anyway, that's not important. The
Steve
important
Levy,
part is
Brian Greasy and Riddick.
Yeah, I don't know. I know who you're talking about. So
I don't pay that much attention.
But here's the deal: they're got Buck may be done calling baseball after this year. But here's why. Listen to this, because they said no, I'm not at all.
That's his thing.
That's really what I wanted to talk about. They said that if he comes over to ESPN, you're looking at $60 to $75 million to do the football side, and then he's going to do a bunch of special projects and stuff on ESPN Plus.
Oh wow!
That he would not do Sunday night
baseball.
He would not be doing Sunday night baseball. Yeah. They didn't say he wouldn't do any baseball at all. But to me,
Sunday night baseball.
And Fox has the contracts for the World Series, so you're not going to do that. This is
I like him better in baseball.
I do too. This is disappointing for me. Okay,
it was that guy. You see him on the.
Is that Riddick?
That's Riddick.
Yeah. So hey, shake up in the announcing world in the NFL.
I totally missed the whole Aikman thing. So this is I mean, you're bringing me.
I'll tell you when it first.
I didn't even know.
I'll tell you when it first came out, and this is why you missed it because you're usually
on ESPN.
You usually grab stuff like that. The day that it first started, rumor was the day you were out.
Oh,
because I even brought it up to Greg, and I said I may talk about something here, but there was no deal at that point.
Gotcha.
Then in a couple of days. Then in a couple of days, the deal was done, and then I heard a podcast yesterday that I guess was released maybe yesterday. It was Joe Buck, and he was actually talking about how he doesn't know what he's going to do. Like he's probably going to be – there's going to be different carousel people shuffled in for this season.
Settle for $70 million.
You never know.
Do that.
Yeah. So, and Fox evidently didn't try to keep Aikman. He said that yesterday. He's like, they didn't give me an offer at all to try to keep me. So I don't know what's going to happen.
That is strange. So I mean, NBC, they're with Al and Chris, they do a pretty good job. Football Night in America, whatever.
Al Michaels
he's getting up there in age.
Have y'all seen Eminem and him, the artist, the two of them interacting after the Super Bowl? Was
it awkward?
It was kind of awkward, yeah.
Well, Al's 77,
loving on each other, about
really quite relate.
Well, I mean, no, they seem to be. There was he actually even asked Al about his retirement. And said, "Hey, man, I can't believe it was really one of those things where I can't believe we're talking. I can't believe we're talking to each other."
Okay, yeah, it is an odd couple. I love Al Michaels. I think he does an outstanding job.
You love him.
As far as
he does, he does a good job.
Right, yeah, he does a great job. Yeah.
So I like to hear him call anything.
Yeah.
So he's 77, and he actually has made comments that he would like to work with Troy. But I don't know that ESPN is going to invest in I just hate to say it, in a 77-year-old that is at the end of his career. Yeah. I mean, that's just part of the discussion points.
Yeah, because he was kind of hinting. What I saw is that his next move would just be to retire.
Yeah.
So I don't
Well,
know.
yeah, you would think. But if he enjoys doing it, what's it matter?
Well, plus
I guess so. Fox was. I guess they're in the because you got CBS. They're handled.
They are
now. It looks like ESPN's trying to figure it out. But I guess Fox is just like, we'll just do whatever.
Well, and Mike Tirico was brought over to NBC so he could cover the Olympics. Remember that? And so now he does a ton with the Golf Channel and golf, and so he does a good football game.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Michaels leaves, is that their plan to bring him in?
Or do you think Fox has some secret thing where they're going to bring in Tom Brady?
I don't watch it now.
I don't know.
No, he's going to play next year.
You think he's going to play?
Did y'all see where Russell Wilson got traded to Denver?
We did. Yes. And how about
weird.
this?
That is weird.
It was quite a lot. Did you see what all was involved with that?
Yeah.
I mean, you got all kinds of stuff. You got.
Did they send Drew Lock? Which big whoop. But
they're going to trade Drew Lock, tight end. Is it Noah Fant, defensive lineman Shelby Harris, 2 first-round picks in 2022. Number 9 overall in 2023, 2 second-round picks in 2022, which is number 40 overall, and 2023, and a 2022 fifth-round selection to the Seahawks for Wilson, and a 2022 fourth-round pick.
So they're going to have no picks in 2022. Yeah, I don't know about that.
The trade gives Denver the quarterback and gives Seattle a foundation on which to rebuild.
Yeah, they can build a brand-new team. One of them picks will probably be a quarterback.
Yeah. Wilson agreed to waive his no trade provision and passed his Broncos physical on Tuesday night. Sources told ESPN, and I believe everyone that was going to Seattle was in the process of getting their physicals.
How about that?
Anyway, and then shortly it seemed like that was going on, and then around the same time, Aaron Rodgers was saying, "I'm staying at the Packers. Let me put the rumors to bed." I'm staying here because there was rumors that he might go to Denver.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But he's come out and said I'm staying with the Packers, but I am disputing reports about contract figures. He just said though I am putting rumors I am going to be a Green Bay Packer.
Look, I know Russell Wilson. He's done a lot in Seattle. Obviously, got a Super Bowl and blah blah blah.
Right.
But I see Seattle to me comes out the winner in this if they're looking to rebuild.
Right.
I mean that's. Draft picks. Wow, they got a bunch.
All right, so
and on the Aaron Rodgers things, there's a lot that. The NFL Network reported Tuesday that Aaron and the Packers have agreed to a 4-year deal, $200 million, that would make him the highest-paid player in league history, according to the report. He'd be guaranteed $153 million, but he's disputing some of the figures.
It's
so you don't know you don't know what's real and what's not.
Well, I got news for you. If it's anywhere around that, and don't forget what he's made up to this point.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Those are the figures that are being leaked, and so we'll see if all that is true or not. But, Russell Wilson though, man, he's one of the. I don't know him, but he just
seems like a good person.
He seems like one of the good guys. I mean, where as far as just how he lives his life and everything else, and so wishing the best. But boy,
wow, Denver gave. Wow, they must really, really think they can do something with him.
Elway got it done, didn't he? All right, so back to the announcement because this means a lot to me. I like looking at this stuff. Did y'all realize that the Amazon broadcast? So they're trying to go for.
They're doing NFL.
They're trying to go for Al Michaels. Do you know who they've already slotted for their color guy? Kirk Herbstreit. That deal's done.
Ooh.
So he's going to still do ESPN stuff, but he's going to do the Amazon color as well.
Double dip.
How about that?
Well,
there's a possibility that on Thursday nights we hear Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit.
That would be good, I think.
Well, that's a busy week.
And then I heard Vern's coming back.
Greg.
Just to call Vern. Alabama games.
I think Vern's fantastic.
Stop it.
Right? He's only going to do Alabama games, nothing else.
If you've got information on that, Greg at rickandbubba.com. Just shoot him some emails. Be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Need a whole lot of it.
Right.
And there's certain places I don't normally, put suntan oil on or UV protection. And one of them is usually my belly.
Oh, my.
Because.
Well, there ain't enough of it.
Well, one, you'll stress the supply, yes. Right. But I've got kind of a hairy chest, so usually the sun doesn't get down to the ground in the jungle. You know what I mean?
No, you got enough hair on your body to weave an Indian blanket.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's right.
And the fact that I've got, a little Dunlap here, you know, where my guts done lapped over my belt.
Yeah.
You know, it's in a shaded area anyway.
By the way, I'm glad Greg's not here because he's got another one too. that he throws out.
He sure does.
Me too.
Right. Yeah.
So on, I guess it was the second day we were there. They have this thing. They have a lazy river, but they have what's called the rapid river.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Now, there is some confusion among some of the people on the island. They think they're getting in a lazy river, but they're not. Now, the rapid river, Rick, follow me here, has rapids.
I bet it does.
At one point, you're picked up on a conveyor belt to be carried up higher so you can go downhill through the rapid river back around. Now, some of the parts are kind of slow and just have a gentle, giant wave that throws you up 6 foot in the air. But other parts are wide open and people are flipping off their tubes and you're in tunnels and all this stuff. But it's
Do you
fun.
have a choice, or if you get in that river, you're doing all of it?
You're doing all of it. Now, they do
no matter what.
split. They split at one point.
Right.
And you have you can branch off to the Mayan temple, which is the running joke of the week, because we thought everything was the Mayan temple.
Right.
You know, Betty did.
Sure.
So I would refer to the Mayan temple in every conversation.
Sure.
So, but you break off and you go and you actually can slide down these giant tubes that drop you, I don't know, several stories down and, you know, back out in the water. So you do have a split along the rapid river to go down the giant fall or just regular rapids, okay? So, but it's fun and it's hard to get a tube because the line, you know, starts backing up. So you got to go early and, you know, it's an inner tube and you hold on to it and they have singles and they have doubles. So on Tuesday, we got out there kind of early, so I rode it several times in a row. And I guess for the day, I don't know, I rode it 4 or 5 times. And it's pretty long. I mean, it's 20, 30 minutes all the way around it. So it's a workout. When you get back, you're winded from hanging on that tube and being slung around.
Right, sure.
Please picture all the workout. He did.
Yeah, but
He did.
Well, no, it is. I mean, I was tired every time but I get back on it, you know, because I was a rough
Lazy
rider.
river
Yeah,
made him
that's right,
tired.
because Rough Rider can't be stopped.
The rapid river, Speedy. The rapid river.
It's not a lazy river.
Y'all, it's a
Trust
lazy
me.
river.
You're going
Because-
with the current.
Because there was some grandmothers that got on it, and
You
they
don't have a paddle.
They were not happy. Okay,
Yeah.
they were not happy when them waves started hitting them, slinging them 6 foot.
And they
in
were
the
too
air.
far in it to turn around?
Yep, no way out then.
No, you ride the rapids in.
But one of the problems, and I noticed this later in the day, when you don't put sunscreen everywhere like I do,
Right.
just in selected areas that are the trouble spots,
Right.
and you're laying back on an inner tube,
Yeah.
Picture it. Look
you
at this.
expose your belly to the sun.
Oh, the old underbelly.
Yeah.
Oh, so you were
So-
shirtless.
Well, yeah.
Picture it.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a sighting. There was somebody there that tweeted a picture of Bill Buss.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. It's out on
Well,
our Twitter account.
When I got there,
I need to see that.
I thought, you know, I'm not in the best shape right now.
Right.
I probably don't need to be showing off. But I'm gonna tell you, there, I was probably in the slimmer group. I mean, people have no regard for the shape.
No, when you
know
go
what I mean?
once we
I
all
look,
hit
I look like a star athlete compared to some of the people.
an Adonis.
Yeah.
An Adonis.
So I just went with it, you know.
Yeah. Well,
Had
you're,
to
you're,
heck
at,
with it.
you're at a resort. People don't care at a resort.
Oh,
Everybody,
yeah.
everybody gives
Yeah.
up at a resort.
And there's Canadians all over the place,
Sure.
you know. So
Yeah.
but I don't get a lot of sun under the porch down here. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm gonna tell you, I got burned pretty good. And then
On the underbelly?
on the underside,
When's the last
under
time
the
you
porch.
think it's seen air?
Well, it's seen air. You just don't see a lot of direct sunlight, you know, because it's in the shade.
Somebody said
area
the
down
first
there.
time you laid back, you found your car keys.
Well, I could store stuff. There's my passport. But you know that it's been a long time since that area got burned. You know,
Well,
and
I would almost say never.
and then you got it laying on top of your pants and your belt. You know,
Rubbing.
Oh.
Now you're trying to go out to eat and you got sunburn
Dinner's
rubbing
missing.
on top of your belt.
every time you reach to get something,
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. It's 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. We are kind of getting through this hour, hanging out with you, shooting the bull, and boys will join us right after the top of the hour. I have something here. I got a little secondhand, and I don't want to be, I don't want to sound like I don't care about his health or care about the person, but the shot of Phil Collins on stage in Berlin on Monday night with his Genesis bandmates is a little disturbing because he's 71 and he joined some of his bandmates and he sang because he announced, hey, I'm declining in my health, I can't play the drums and all this kind of stuff, but he just sat in a chair, and we talked about this setup. But
when the tour kicked off, there was a story about this. He can't play drums anymore, and for some reason, we're having another story about it. But it just reminded us, and I'm looking.
Well, the reason why it's another story is because the Berlin concert just happened Monday night, and the shot of him sitting in the chair with his what looks to be his walking cane or walking stick or whatever. No, that's a mic stand. I'm sorry,
but he's using it as a walking.
Yeah,
but
see, like when he's
leaning
on it, it looks like it's it's supporting him. But
they said he had a spinal injury at some time, and I get that. He's 71 years old. But like this picture here, okay, I know you're 71 and you're singing from a chair, but you don't have to wear pants that come up under your armpits like old people. You could at least maybe adjust that, right? Have you seen this picture? Look. All right, that looks like it's visitor day. Yeah. And we're going to see Jen Daddy. And but my point is people are paying. This is not some little low budget thrown together farewell tour. It's huge. It's a big tour. It's got and the ticket prices are huge, just like all these classic bands. And it'd be hard to watch. I'm just saying if I'm going to pay thousands of dollars for a ticket, which some people are. Let's go back to you want to compare, which goes back to show Mick Jagger's 78. And you see Mick goes, he looks like he did in the 60s as far as performing. And I know Phil had a little injury, but if you look at him, though, he's not looking good.
So they say people that go to these concerts say, look, he seems to be fine besides the vertebrae damage that he suffered. That spinal injury in 2017 left him in a wheelchair. He seems to be, his mental faculties seem to be there, and he just can't get up and move around.
That. I'm not saying that's bad, but I'm just saying, would you pay top dollar?
No, I wouldn't. But
to go see a farewell tour if one of the main look, he's not the bass player sitting over in the corner.
No,
I mean he's the focal point. I mean he is responsible for their success. He really is.
That's where I'm landing. I'm landing. It's not really why he's in a chair. It's the fact that he's still coming out and singing.
Yeah, I'm not making fun of the fact that man's old and he's kind of banged up a little, but I don't think he's like confined to a wheelchair. I think he just can't stand for long.
So let's talk. All right, so you asked the question, would I go? I wouldn't go to a concert today of anybody. I'm not a concert guy, but there are people that question needs to go to somebody that goes to concerts.
But I am a concert guy. I'm not so much a Genesis guy.
Okay, we'll see that. I need a Genesis person.
Let me think who it would be for me. Let's see.
Because I think you could find somebody in your world that you really adored, loved all throughout your life, and this may be the farewell tour, as you just said. It very well may be. You wouldn't go?
No. I don't think I would. I would wish him luck and thank him for all the hits, but and again, guys,
he obviously,
guys understand this isn't some a lot of these classic acts that tour now. The tickets aren't very expensive because they're just trying to make a living. This is one of these tickets are top tier. I mean, big time money tickets.
So his son plays the drums now?
Yeah. That's what it says. Yeah. I don't know if he does the whole time, but sometimes. Because, once Phil started singing all the hits, he would play the drums, but he also would come down to the front, and they had another drummer that would play while he performed the songs because he originally got in the band just as a drummer. Peter Gabriel was the singer. And then as he moved on, then Phil Collins, they realized, hey, you're pretty good. And, wow, he was responsible for all their success as far as singing.
Yeah.
And they got a bunch of hits, and I like a lot of them. They got a little too poppy at some points, but I think, obviously respect them, but I'm just saying that'd be tough.
I think and this is the older I get, the more I think like this, is because it's coming for all of us. I think if he's happy, people are willing to pay, jump out there and do it.
I agree. Yeah.
It just knock it out
their
of the park.
Fans are not complaining. And obviously they're selling enough tickets to make money. People are willing to pay it. I'm just saying it just, That'd be a tough call.
My dad has chimed in.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, I figured he
Big
would.
Genesis
By the way,
fan.
I thought about that.
No,
Big Genesis fan?
you just asked who would you go see if they were still sitting down, and he said he'd go see Lee Greenwood.
There you go.
Really?
Yeah, he said that's what he said. Larry the Leaf chiming in. What's up, Dad?
Didn't know it was Lee Greenwood. Nothing wrong with that.
No,
I'm just saying I didn't know.
God bless.
Make
the
fun of
USA.
that,
He
Greg.
can sing.
Yeah.
He got a mouth on him.
He does.
I know we go to that every time. But we
How about this?
experienced it.
So if you hang out with him, you know how he feels.
He came to the studio. I had just started working on the show.
Yeah.
Remember we had to go to.
Do I
You had to
remember?
go to a music store and get a keyboard.
I did. Yeah.
And just for that. And off mic, he's colorful.
He is.
He's real short.
He was very nice. It's just
he can sing.
He kind of really brings the point home. Drives it home.
Incredible singer.
Yeah.
I mean, he can
Could
sing.
probably coach if he didn't sing. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. Sure he could. He can
Lee
motivate
Greenwood. But yeah. You asked, and my dad, Larry
That's
the Leaf,
funny.
was just chiming in a little bit.
I don't know.
Because I
mean,
do
nothing,
think the
nothing
reason,
wrong
and
with
he
this. I'm
answered,
just concerned for Phil.
So he answered my question. There are people that are willing to pay money to see this, and I don't know if it's the nostalgia behind it or the fact that his son is a part of it or just they're wanting to relive memories from the past. I don't know.
I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Well, I'm talking about the fans. Yeah.
Let me give you
the
an
fans,
example from me,
side of
and
it.
it's nowhere near severe. I was a huge Van Halen fan coming up in the 80s. Huge.
Okay.
They were the biggest band in the world. When David Lee came back, he was so goofy now and just goofy. I wouldn't go see him. Just because he's not old or in a chair. He's just goofy and he looked weird and he never could sing good, but it didn't matter in the 80s. But I might have went because before Eddie Van Halen died, obviously, to watch him play. But how about he ruined it enough for me? In the 80s, I saw him many times. I would not go see him just because his game. He was off his game.
If Phil Collins is 77, how old is he?
71.
71. If he's 71, enjoying what he's doing, I don't care if he's sitting down or not. If people are paying, keep doing it, Phil.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
Apparently
they
are.
And
so he is.
I'm just saying that'd be. You must really love Genesis.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
You flinch.
How's it doing today?
It's still pretty red.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it better?
Yeah. Still pretty red.
So you were laying back on the inner tube and got the underbelly sunburn.
The Dunlap.
Well, you don't think about that.
No, you don't. I
You don't
never,
think about
Rick. I never thought, hey, I need a stick of that stuff.
No,
put the
because
sunscreen
I
on.
guess it just rocked back and got exposed.
That's it.
Because when you're normally out there, it's
It's
almost
in the shade.
It's in the shade.
Yeah, it's under the porch. Right. I mean,
Yeah.
it don't get no light.
Small animals get under there, get out of the rain. Yeah.
But when you're laid back on the inner tube for a 30-minute trip,
No, that's
4 or
bad.
5 times,
No, the hat's off.
No,
Oh,
that's
buddy.
it. That's it.
doesn't. And by the way, I had the most
Skies
fun
out,
with the
underbelly's out.
kids. We got on that. We got on the thing that would pick you up. What was it? The
Conveyor belt?
Conveyor belt.
Sure.
And it's going up at a pretty good angle.
Right.
So if you're already laying back on the inner tube,
Picture it.
I mean you're
yeah.
you're way back.
You
But
found
now
out-
it's in a tunnel. It's in the tunnel going up.
You found out what it felt like to be a UPS package. Didn't you?
That's exactly what I felt like.
Yeah, right.
But the kids were in front of me. So initially, I start doing dead dog, four legs up, and then I turned it into turtle. Of course, I'd hear Caitlin screaming, "Dad, stop it!"
Oh my gosh, that's good.
And I go, "Caitlin, nobody knows I'm your dad. You could just laugh like everybody else.
Yeah, you could have separated from
and nobody knows. You don't have to be embarrassed.
Sure. And plus, everybody loves a gregarious overweight guy.
Absolutely, stuck on his back, going up a
Everybody
conveyor belt, doing the turtle.
They love his energy. They love his energy.
That is awesome. I was laughing. It was so funny. Golly.
Well, I don't know why they didn't just join in.
I know.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba.
Do you
right
like
after
dead dog?
Rick and Bubba.
We rode around with a young man named Ronald Bowleg. He was our driver when we went off the facility, and
Run that by
we
me
went
again.
out to the poop deck one night for dinner
Saw
on the
that.
beach.
Saw that. What, the poop deck?
The poop deck.
That's the name of the restaurant.
Yes. Well, it's named after a ship. The poop deck's top deck.
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
Of course, that's there's some marketing with that.
Yeah,
you got to
sure,
work through.
Sure.
So
But it's a great trip. We had a good time. Really did.
I know, and we'll get calls and other people talking about this. I'm sure with both the situations we were in. I of course went back to Nicaragua with the Broward Christian School that's been going there for a long time. Of course, every single student on the trip has asked for a shout out.
Right,
every one of them. Sure. And there was like 39 or so. But so I will
better get busy.
I will quickly run the list. The crew for this year. You know, it's a different crew every year. Some have been multiple times. Some went the first time. So my shout out today to all the students that I spent a week with. Patrick Blythe, of course, our lead operator in the adult side, Mr. Bill Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Bill's a steady guy.
He is. He is.
Nothing. You know, Patrick Blythe, the first year for him to go. I've coached Blythe over the years, known him growing up. He's a very large young man, and I got to tell you what, in a very important soccer match, made some plays I didn't see coming from him being a defensive lineman.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I have an update on soccer this year that you may be surprised by. Of course, one
of the guys that went with us is a soccer star.
Really?
Briarwood, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I know who you're talking about.
Right.
Because the assistant soccer coach was my new roommate, who's the new guy on staff at Briarwood.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who coughed?
Small world.
Coughed the entire week with an upper.
Yeah.
Respiratory. Yeah.
You thought you got away from that when you left me.
Yeah. The students call him B. Watt. It's Brian White. He's new to the staff and helps coach the soccer team. And you know, we got off to a little rocky start. But I mean, it was. My two sons, Brody and Brooks, were there, and then we had Chandler Koshat, Robert Cowan, Riley. Gosh, how do you say Riley's last name?
What was that other name, Rick?
Koshat.
Really?
Yeah, and I kept calling, "Hey, Koshat." She said, "I think you like saying my last name." I said, "Well, you don't get to know me."
We grew up watching Kojak.
Yeah, Koshat. And so she was there.
Was that
Robert
the Night
Cowan.
Stalker?
I don't know how to say Riley's last name. Coyne. I just called her Riley the whole week.
Coyne.
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 Yeah. By the way, Johnny Howard is kin to her. You know, our buddy John Howard.
Oh yeah.
So in Daryl Dieter, we had Daryl Dieter, we had Carson Donnelly, Anna Donahue, and then David and Carla Duffy were two adults helping. Emily Edwards, Carly Faust, William Gray, Matthew Harrett, Peyton Hewitt, P-Town, Chloe Jernigan, Delaney Jeter, also Katie Kirkpatrick, which is Bill Brazil's daughter, who's now married, and it was weird to watch him have to call her by a different name.
You know, Delaney, I went to school with her dad.
By the way, we had some really deep spiritual conversations.
Great.
You know how you're not really. All of a sudden, I'm riding in the van. All of a sudden, a student in high school goes, "So, Mr. Burgess, what's your story?" I was like, "Really? So you want the whole story?" All right. So we
That's
got
Wednesday night. Wait a minute.
we got that handled. So anyway, Bryant Long, Connor Martin, Leanne Matthews, Aaron McCraw, Brooke McGehee, of course, my little Panamanian interpreter. She's just a little stick of dynamite who teaches Spanish at the elementary school and was the translator again every time I was able to preach. Mrs. Lourdes Meir, and as I said, she always adds stuff. I don't know what all she's saying, but it gets a huge response. I'll say one line and then she'll preach for 10 minutes. And I said, I don't think I'm even needed. She goes, no, you have to get me started. So anyway, and
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Welcome to another hour. We start this hour with our national anthem.
is 7.5 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we get ready to unpack another hour on another day, on another show. Will of Meat still in play. Hasn't spun yet. Hasn't spun. Could happen today. We'll unpack them. We'll take your phone calls. Wednesday Bible study returns today to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. The walk through Genesis continues. It'll be archived soon after and available on our YouTube and podcast channels. Links will be provided on all of our social media platforms. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. They've already given you a kickoff hour, and they're here and ready to move forward. Keep moving the chains, team. Let's bring him in here, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere. Welcome to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. The world's gone crazy out there. Stand by.
Yep. Well, Green got on his knees. Bubba.
How are you, sir?
Well, I'm ready to go. I was, like most good Rick and Bubba family members, I was checking out the kickoff hour on the way in, and listening to some of the stuff they were talking about. It was interesting to talk about the fact that everybody's trying to figure out how many gallons they get to a mile now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's important again now.
Yeah.
The good news is most of the newer cars will tell you. I mean, they figure.
Well, they were talking about that, and I heard you guys talking about that, and then of course, Greg is really the truth. I rarely ever. I can't think of any time.
You don't trust the computer?
Well, no, I just can't think of any time that I'm like you. I mean, I'm certainly wish gas did not cost as much as it did, and if you got something diesel, but my role in the price of gasoline is it's not very impactful, and I rarely just go joyriding around in my vehicle. I pretty much go where I need to go, and unless
I'll joyride.
Yeah, unless I'm going to find a way to do the show from home, or never or not eat again. I guess I don't really have much to do. So the other thing I do is the one thing y'all
sound like an upper, Rick.
Yeah, well,
this is the way uppers talk.
Well, that fine.
Well, like you said, am I going to sit at home and not do the show?
Yeah, this may sound very upper-like too. When all of a sudden I see the cost of living go up for me, I'll try another thing too, a way to make more money.
That's it.
Or
adjust that budget,
or spend less on other things that are not.
I got to have gas.
Yeah,
that one's not negotiable.
It's called prioritizing the things you ain't got a choice on.
That's right.
Yeah,
the top of the list. What I need, gas is one of them.
Here's another. It's a strange idea. Manage your money better, but
I've still got one in college, and she has been lobbying for an increase in her allowance for some time, and she even went as far as to put a PowerPoint presentation together to show where her the deficiencies were and why she needed more.
Yeah.
And I told her, I said, I want to give you a standing ovation for doing, because that is very well laid out. Now, there's not going to be any more money, but I want to compliment you. What a great job.
Well, because you know what you're saying. At least you're learning how it works.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, that's good.
That's right.
Yeah, so, because I really don't have a choice on the gasoline thing. I can't, and I don't really have the budget lying around to go find a Tesla. I didn't budget that in. So and then I was
going to have to.
Then I got to figure out how to keep it plugged in for all the places I need to go. So I'm gonna wait till that technology develops. Like we said, it may be the next thing, but we need to come off this delusion that we're there yet.
Well, I think,
and you can't do it overnight.
You can't do it overnight.
Can't do it overnight. No. I think in certain situations, it would be advantageous. The cost, we can, there's a lot of figures out there, and I was conferring with some real world drivers last night on the actual numbers. It's not financially advisable to do it right now, but it's closer than it's ever been.
Well, yeah, like we were doing in the text yesterday. This very well may be. We transitioned from walking to horses to carts with wheels on them, pulled by horses and mules and ox, and then we got to where we developed something that was a little bit better than that, then a little bit better than that, and this may be the next way that we all travel. But every one of those at one time was so expensive, you had to wait for the cost to come down. Yeah. You also had to work out the kinks. Hey, we didn't really think about this, which you've tried to warn about that. Nobody's listening. By the way, nobody's listening. But they think that everybody thinks the next thing will just not have any problems at all. It'll be perfect, and that's just not true. So it'll have some advantages. It'll have some disadvantages. But if it gets to where that's the way we all need to travel, and it's a better way to travel, I'm all for it. It ain't gonna save the world. I've seen how that's going to work out.
Yeah, and it'll just be something else.
And it's not. And I'll tell you this: it's not going to be less expensive.
No,
because there's going to be demand on it too.
Yeah, and the Democrats know what they're doing. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, they're asking other countries to up their production, but we won't up ours. You know, I mean, it's obvious.
Well, they can go up theirs.
It's obvious that they're trying to slow fade us into their new Green Deal.
Hey, OPEC, up yours.
Well, this is the problem. This is the problem with the left, because their whole world, they see the world emotionally like a child. Is what they don't understand is you can't do it the way they're doing it. The free market demands that we all go to the electric vehicles because they do a better job. They eventually get more affordable. This is the next way we need to travel. The way we did before is archaic. That's how you do it. Right. You don't do it by forcing everyone under things like your new religion of green to save the world. And because we've deemed one way of transportation to be evil and the other to be be moral. That's the problem. That way leads to disaster.
Can I point out some hypocrisy in this right before we go to the break, because we got a lot to catch up on today? Who has the biggest fleet of vehicles in the United States?
The government, I would think.
Well, let the government change first.
Yeah,
lead the way.
Amen.
See what?
All them black SUVs, they're getting them big lines.
They're waiting on me.
Right. What?
Well, you're waiting on me?
Yeah, you're talking. I think
you're waiting on the Rick and Bubba show. Hey, y'all change out your fleet first, and then we'll be right there behind you.
Golly, that sounds an awful lot like leadership.
Hey, wait a minute. You don't like planes? Greenhouse? Well, park yours. Right. You got more planes than anybody.
Right.
See, come on, people, don't
be chumps.
Yeah, don't be a chump. Okay, I don't want. I might not even like you. I don't want to see you be a chump. Right. You know what I
mean? Yeah, that sounds a lot like leadership. Yeah. Oh, y'all all changed to electric. I guess we need to consider this.
Yeah. And if we let our leaders lead us into battle like the old days, you'd see a lot less wars. I guarantee you.
Yeah. 16 minutes past. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
A great time with her. She's just incredible. She's just a passion for her people. Mr. Mark Miles with us, another adult. Bennett Miles, his son. Sophie Meir-Taylor, Perry Lane Mullinax, Grace Mulvaney, Michael Murphy, the Murph, Jacob Odom, his dad Wilburn Odom, who does the eye clinic, and we always think he's going to get arrested coming into the country every year. Does a great job of getting his paperwork done. Abby Peel was there. Daniel Ricks, Spencer Russell, and as I said, the new guy, Mr. Brian White, B. White, who. They put the new guy in my room, and I thought, how have I got the new guy? And, he's going to be, dealing with discipleship there at the school. He teaches Bible. So there's a little bit of pressure there. You feel like, all right, I'm with the Bible teacher. And, like when I got to do my devotion, you keep looking over there to see if he says something, if he makes a face.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because if you do something out of Scripture and you kind of look over and see if he's like looking down, like, I don't know where you got that. Or he gives you the affirmative. Shakes his head, but we hit it off. I mean, I had to work through the whole soccer thing, which was fine. We were in a country where, anytime if you don't think Jesus will change people, I actually go out and buy soccer balls.
Yeah,
because
because my responsibility on the mission trip is always rec. I'm sports and rec.
What's your gift, Rick?
Yeah, well, it is. And then I tie into the children's program a little bit because some of the places are so small. The children crew and the sports crew kind of work together. I mean, we'll play sports in areas where sports should. I don't know how we're playing it. I got a little edgy this trip and got called a few times by Bill Brazil. He said that I'm getting a little too comfortable with it, and now I'm starting to kind of live on the edge a little bit. Like the time everybody started coming in with cold drinks, because drinking something cold there doesn't happen a lot. There's not a lot of refrigeration, not a lot of ice. And I'd made the call that there was a little store, and store's a stretch. I mean,
yeah,
it's a little shack,
a getting place
with like a freezer type deal in their refrigerator that was selling cold drinks, but they clearly were told, do not veer off what we serve. And don't go on your own. And suddenly he looks up, and students are everywhere with cold drinks. And they're like, where? He said, where did y'all get these drinks? Well, Mr. Burgess showed us this place that cold drinks. And I was like, and then I got called the office on that one. Did you go over there and start this? And I did, and I didn't want to say it. It really wasn't quite me. Duffy was the first one that had one, in all fairness.
Did you want to run?
I did. I was like, I was so glad to have a cold drink. You know what I mean? Where I went, was it dicey? And did I think it was questionable? It was. But in my mind, I thought if these things are capped,
right,
and when you open them, the seal had not been broken, and they've been sitting in a refrigerated kind of thing. Now, was it in a little tiny shack with 10 on it? Yes, it was. But and where the
so is Dreamland in Tuscaloosa, but I eat there.
Right, and where the kids told the students do not do what I did, yes. Mm-hmm. Should I have done it? No. Do I regret doing it? Not really, because I would tell you it was very cold and it was very good.
We had a moment we didn't know if we could drink the water in the Bahamas or not.
Really?
Yeah, after we'd already been drinking it, it was brought up. We're like, oh my.
Yeah, that's
because there are people with bottled water. You think, can I do that?
Right.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And this would be the first spring break that he's ever been on as a married man. So, Eddie Van Adler, you had your first adult spring break. What? Because you were just a single guy out there running with the dogs, and now, you married man on spring break. A little different spring break, isn't it?
A little bit different, guys. A little bit different.
And how did it go?
It's good. It's good. Lots of yoga.
I'm sorry?
Huh? I'm being straight up.
You were doing yoga with your wife?
4 days in a row.
What?
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, a Thursday.
I love vanilla.
Well,
yoga, not yogurt.
Yeah, not yogurt.
Not frozen yogurt. Not frozen yogurt.
So
that was a big part of it. What the? I don't know. I guess we wanted to stay active this time around. We went to the park. We went bowling. I went to a trampoline place. Still hurting. My body still hurts right now.
Yeah,
you're lucky you got a leg.
Those trampoline places, they're dangerous.
Wow.
Real dangerous.
I was just trying to get out of there. At one point, I'm like, oh, that was almost an ACL. Oh, that was almost an ACL.
We know people have been hurt real bad.
We know ladies just now.
Oh, never the same. Still got a cane.
Yeah.
Straight up.
That's
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we make our way back. So we definitely will do our part to try to help all of you. This show is a public service. We've talked about that forever. Guys, I got a live show going over here if y'all want to join us. Anyway, mic's up, mic's off. We got something to say. My mic's on. Yeah, because I turn it on and I hear things. But so anyway, as we make our way back, we certainly want to do our public service. And I know a lot of you have been asking. You're starting to think now, how are ways I can cut my that budget on fuel consumption because of the price of gasoline and all this. And we have a couple of tips that we put together, and Adler can show you this on on the screen, and we'll kind of walk through these. And you see that there, those of you that are watching on YouTube. Bubba, you can read it if you want to for those that are not watching.
Well, you of course you want to check your tires.
Yeah.
You know, be sure that they're inflated properly. Adler, if we could go back full screen, it would reduce your speed. Of course, we know that.
Right.
Avoid a lot of starts and stops.
Yeah.
Get rid of extra weight, and don't vote for Democrats.
Yeah. Yeah, there's good stuff right there.
Is that off Twitter or something? That's pretty.
That was
funny.
actually sent to me by a listener out of Arkansas. So I'm sure it's out there. He must have got it off. I don't know where he got it, but he sent it to me today, and I said I did a quick share on that one, John. So, that is fun, and there's some truth to that last one there. Don't vote for Democrats, because if you scan our nation right now, and you go to the places where the Democrats rule, if you think that gasoline is high where the Republicans rule, it's nothing compared to where the Democrats are. I mean, you all these wonderful, bastions of the liberal way of life, how they wish the rest of the country would be. Look at the gas prices there, because when you think about the true cost of gasoline and then add all the taxes that the left loves, well, you got you a price per gallon, don't you?
Yeah, well, I know everybody's. They'll usually quote what it is in California for some reason, because we all know it's going to be the highest.
Go to where the highest cost of living is because of the left.
And look, I say, let them have it. This is what they want. This is the life they want. Let it go to $30 a gallon. Good luck, California.
That's
have
right.
at it.
That's right. And so anyway, and we've talked about it before. The only thing that's going to lower the price of gasoline is to get your local government and your state government to drop taxes. That's not going to happen. Or you can produce your own. And remember, when we produced our own and we were energy independent, that there needs to be more oil into the market, or you got to reduce taxes there at the pump. That's the only two ways you can lower the price of gasoline.
At one point,
nothing else really works.
Did it drop below $2 a gallon at one point?
90 something.
Yeah, I think it was, because I remember thinking, well, this is just crazy.
Well, you know why that was, don't you? Because
we had tons of it.
Yeah, there was a lot of it.
Yeah. I mean, it was about $25.
It's that free market. It's that free market slot. Supply and demand thing.
Well, oil is a commodity, and it's traded, and that's the way we do it in free markets. But it's really probably best when it's in that $40 to $60 range. That way the companies can make money. It gets lower than that, they start laying people off, capping wells. Or you can have it like it is now, $120 a barrel, and everybody's panicked. But,
well, let's go back to this again too, because our current sitting administration yesterday, and I'm gonna acknowledge that I'm about to oversimplify this, but it still is true.
Come on.
It still is true. There was a choice that yesterday by the Biden administration to get more oil. Okay, and the choices were this: go to Texas, go domestic, and Canada. And get oil.
Texas, Pennsylvania, too.
Yeah, well, when I say Texas, I mean here.
Yeah.
That's just representing here.
Right.
Or Canada, okay? And we are choosing, okay, Venezuela and Iran.
As a matter of fact,
I want to say that one more time, because I don't think we need to let that go. We need more oil, and our choices are to take it from our own states or our northern combination and our northern friends in Canada, okay, and we are choosing Venezuela and Iran. I just want to make that clear. Don't let that just move past. Really think about that.
And let's prioritize who we want to help.
Right.
Iran is trying to build nuclear weapons so they can destroy Israel. I say I vote against that one.
Right.
Yeah.
Venezuela is communist and they're just mean. I think that's our best option. And we sent a high-level delegation down there, and they mysteriously said it was not tied to any oil deal, but they have let 2 political prisoners go that they were holding, just as a show of goodwill.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody other than those kind of things, Bubba, somebody explain to me, if I'm the president, hey man, what are we gonna do here? Well, we need more oil. Got it. What's our choices? Well, now we could go and become energy independent again, and buy it from our own. Okay. And Canada, I think Canada's got some we could use.
Yeah, we import more from Canada than we do anywhere.
Okay. What's my other options? Okay. Well, I mean, we could go over to Iran if you want to, and Venezuela. All right, let's do Iran and Venezuela.
I know. It's just crazy.
You know what? I mean, what in the world? I mean,
you know what? I think Biden has done the right thing in blocking the Russian oil. Of course, he did that kicking and screaming, and the American businesses that are boycotting Russia now is amazing. I mean, Coca-Cola, PepsiCo. Now they've cut off. I think PepsiCo cut their soda off. They didn't cut out the snacks yet, but that could still come. Starbucks, McDonald's. I mean, but here's the thing on the oil, Rick. I think if Biden would go, okay, I want to be environmentalist, all that stuff, AOC
green
number
me,
one, all
green
that.
me,
green me, baby, all that stuff. But right now we're in an emergency. We need to go all out, open everything up. I want Texas, Pennsylvania. I want everybody pumping like there's no tomorrow. You got to do this right now to get maximum pressure on Russia.
Right. Just the announcement.
Just the announcement alone would drop oil prices. Okay.
Yes.
So I would open that everything that has pipeline written to it. Name on it. I don't care if it really helps or not, but just the image of we're going to put the full force of the United States and our national resources behind stopping this senseless slaughter of the Ukrainians. Okay. So you do that, but if you drag it out, the Russians find other ways to finance. They get their deals with China going. They get their deals with Syria going, all this stuff. We need maximum pressure on them right now. If we do that, we bring them to their knees by June. They don't have money to fight a war.
Yeah, like you're just saying, it's like discipline always is. It must be swift, and it must be severe. And it must be severe.
And it's so bad that somebody in Russia goes, this is ridiculous. We got a madman in charge. Time for a change.
Yep. Bottom of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For a year in a wheelchair.
Correct.
Those waivers I've noticed are pretty ironclad. Pretty, the thing they make you sign on the way in, they're like, anything could happen, just so you know.
Right.
Have fun.
And we're not responsible, and good luck to you.
There you go. So...
Who would have think a room full of trampolines could be a problem?
With multiple people bouncing on them of various shapes and sizes.
Yeah.
My shoulders and back and everything were real sore, but I think
that might have been from yoga though.
Well, the yoga helps. The yoga really helps.
Don't ever say that.
It really does, guys. I'm not into.
Now, what poses did you do?
I don't go to some weird hippie downtown place anymore. Yeah. I'm now in the suburbs now, so I'm going to this place right
So
near.
They don't sell hemp shampoo. Also.
No.
Are you saying this yoga when instead of asking all this weird Eastern mysticism stuff in the suburbs, to say, hey y'all want to stretch?
That's it. There you go. No crystals. They don't sell crystals or anything like, and they don't ring a big bowl. Seriously, the first time I ever went with Aaron, this lady brings out this big giant crystal bowl.
Are you kidding me?
And then what
Did
looked
she
like
wet her finger and go around
it was like that, but she had what looked like a drumstick to do it, and it was just and so we're just sitting in a room listening to a lady just hum a bowl or whatever. I don't know what that's called. So I'm just all right. I'm just sitting here listening to this. That's what I thought in that moment.
Listen,
this is a normal place.
But I do want to tell you this: next time the guys get together, don't ever say to 4 guys sitting around,
I know.
Yoga works.
It does, guys. It really does.
Right.
Y'all, I got trapped on my living room floor when I was 27. This was 4 years ago. I could not get up because my back was seizing up. No, this is a true thing.
Too young for that.
I've told y'all that.
You have.
I've told y'all about this several times. Y'all don't care because you just forget it. You just blow it right out of your mind. But it really did happen.
Yeah. Well, look, just keep your yoga to yourself. All I'm saying.
Okay.
Isn't it more pleasant when you're telling this and Greg's not here?
Yeah, it is. It's way easier.
Guys, there's a lot of freedom in this room today.
He's in Greg's seat doing it.
Helmsy even got a haircut this past week.
I know it.
Good move. Good move.
Yeah.
I am sitting in Greg's seat right now. I kind of feel like I should fill his role a little bit. You guys think I should do that a little bit? Okay.
That's stupid.
Yeah. Okay. Here we see.
Idiot.
That sucks.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
That's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
That's my
good.
Greg.
That was
Greg.
good.
Yeah.
So you and your wife spent spring break together, but it was a staycation where y'all went out and did stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
What poses did you do in yoga?
Oh,
well, this play, I'm serious. There's not like
no downward facing dog.
Well, no, I did have.
And
to
now
do
that you're
a
married, you
little bit.
can't get in the back of the class.
All right, so this place.
Oh, Speedy.
That's so
Okay,
good.
see, that's really funny, man. All right, it's really funny.
Up front.
Oh, this is awkward.
This place, my wife was very kind to me. She let me know what classes.
Congratulations.
She goes all the time. And there are some of these classes that, as a guy, you really don't want to end up in.
All of them.
Well, sure,
all of them.
Sure. But there are some in which, like, you just start out the first 4 minutes, you're just doing pelvic thrusts. Like, that's all you do.
Yes.
And so it's good. It's good that I didn't go to those classes. I did not go to those classes.
They'll,
oh, let me be Greg. That's gay.
right, yeah.
I was just pretending to be Greg, everybody. It wasn't really. Okay.
Yeah, I've even noticed,
Yeah, if you ever rehab your lower back, you'll do some exercises that you're.
Oh yeah.
You really wonder, should you be doing them in front of everybody?
Yeah. Well, I've noticed even when I've started trying to do a little bit better, when you do those group workouts and they tell everybody to stretch, some of those things should not be done
with the lights on.
Right. Yeah.
I'm like, I'm gonna pass on that one.
Yeah. If the only thing touching the ground are the bottom of your feet and the back of your shoulders.
Yeah.
And you're all up in there. I mean, that's.
Yeah. If you can hold it, it's not so bad. If you having to drop it and then bring it back up,
You gotta work it.
Yeah. Let's just hold this one.
I don't want to do anything to the beat. Like, if there's music going on, I don't want to do anything to the beat. Like, if we're doing things to the beat, I'm out. Right. I'm out.
Isn't it amazing, like we've talked about before in the culture, the things that are absolutely taboo unless you pretend like you're exercising or sunbathing. Then all of a sudden anything goes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Sure. Or dancing with the stars.
Yes.
That's another one. Then everything's okay.
Yeah, that show, there's some things goes on there it shouldn't go on.
Not that you've seen it.
There was
when Betty's watching.
There was one move I really, really questioned whether I was a dude anymore. You know, I'm like, all right, what am I doing with my life right now? And y'all want to see it? Y'all want to see what I do?
What's the name? Tell us what the name is.
I guess it's some kind of variation of warrior, but I don't know what kind of warrior stands like this. Yeah, so you're having to you're kind of out there like this, like way in a crouch. See how I am like this?
With one toe pointed,
one toe pointed, and one sideways like this.
All right.
And then
so you're doing like a sideward shrug, shrug?
Yeah.
Oh, not shrug, but
lunge.
Lunge. Thank you.
Let's go. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, LinkedIn.com/Bubba, teaming up with us and teaming up with you, business owner, looking to make a hire. Good luck out there. But boy, LinkedIn.com/Bubba can help. They can really help. Here's how they help. So they've got about 770 million people on LinkedIn, about 40 million job seekers every week looking for that next opportunity. But you certainly don't have time to take all these people in. By the way, the first job post, because you support this program, you're welcome, will be free. They'll get some screening questions from you, to get an idea of what you're looking for in this hire. They'll go ahead and pre-screen everybody who's interested and get down to the best of the best. So when you start the interviewing process, you're only interviewing people that are already established as qualified. And so then you're picking the best of the best, and they help take this off your table. Small business owner, you don't have time for this. So let LinkedIn.com/Bubba help you make the right hire. And your first job post, I'll say it again, is free. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com, RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So Bubba, continuing with updates on what's going on with the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Poland thinking about sending some aircraft. And we have an update on how that went yesterday.
Well, they had volunteered to give Ukraine their MiGs that they had, being an old, Russian.
The Russian MiG.
Let me get these names right. The old Soviet Union bloc. And Ukraine said, that's great. Our pilots know how to fly those because we're an old Soviet Union bloc. But very wisely, I thought this was great. Poland said, I tell you what, we'll give our planes, but then we want the U.S. to give us new F-18s. How about that? And to replace them.
I got to tell you, that's somebody knows how to try to do a deal.
That is.
Is Gary Weinberger involved in that?
The U.S., the Pentagon has rejected the deal, Rick. They said that they thought that this might be too much of a it might stir Russia up too much and drag NATO into this thing, and they didn't want to do it. Here's my question.
They didn't. Yeah.
If you're going to do it, why don't you just do it? Why are we having a press conference? Fly the planes in there, gas them up, and put them in the war. You know what? Why do we have to announce all this stuff? We don't need to know this.
Well, that's
Putin doesn't need to know this.
But that's been our way of doing things.
Yeah, but I don't like it. I should have just done it. And maybe they did. Maybe this is after the fact. I don't know. But since we have a riff about it now, they're calling it a riff. We're sending Vice President Harris to Poland so they can work on it.
That'll do it.
I'm sure that they will come away feeling better about the whole situation.
I want to be sure I've got this right, so I can, start thinking about things I can do to sleep tonight. So we are literally standing on the cusp of World War III. Okay, I'm just going to shoot everybody straight out there. Okay, if World War III, we are standing at the edge, as David Lee Roth said, and
I'm looking down.
And we stood and we looked
down.
Lost
a lot of good friends.
And
there,
we
baby.
see World War III.
Yep.
And one of the things that might trigger World War III is Poland trying to get some air over to our friends in Ukraine.
Airplanes, yeah.
Yeah, so they can get up there and try to at least have a chance in the air. Okay, right? Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Yeah,
that's correct.
And because they don't have anything.
We're 12.
Russia owns the air.
Yeah. How many days are we into this? 12?
Yeah, I don't know.
12, 13 days?
13 today, I think.
So Russia.
And by the way, Putin thought he could take the capital in 2 days.
Right.
Those documents have been leaked.
Well, there's no doubt that the way Putin thought this was going to go is not the way it's going. But he's maniacal, so now we're in a place where I just don't think he's going to do the, hey, sorry about that, thought we could do it, we can't, we're going to come back. I just don't think he's going to do that, sadly. But anyway, so we're going to send Kamala Harris into all this?
You are correct.
Imagine a day.
Can you imagine?
We got yesterday. Imagine.
So between me and World War III is the Biden administration.
Thanks, Rick.
Sleep tight tonight, America.
Tuck yourself on in.
Right.
In that Helix mattress.
Right. But hopefully we can still save the world. Can I tell you?
Yeah, because that's
can I
really
tell you
pressing.
Let me tell you greeners out there something. Because, by the way, y'all have ruined everything. Let me tell the greeners out there something. You do realize that if we get into World War III, your precious little planet, all this work you put into it ain't gonna mean a hill of beans. Because there's nuclear capability that can take your little world that you weep over every night, and you're so afraid. Hey, if you think you're worried about the temperatures going up by a degree and a half, just wait to bombs start being tossed all over this.
There's you a degree.
Yeah, your little green movement ain't gonna mean a whole lot. And so thank you for thinking that these things around the world are not important. You know, what's important is, to be sure there's a tree to hug today. We are entering into.
Have you seen the trees in Ukraine?
I have. They don't look very good.
No, not good.
Have you ever
not
seen?
Very green.
Have you ever seen what a tree looks like when just a bomb comes through and just vaporizes them?
It does a lot more damage than global warming.
It does. Those bombs are warm. They're very warm. So anyway. Here we are.
The Pentagon basically, Rick, through John Kirby, said in a statement that the prospect of jets departing from a U.S. NATO base in Germany to fly into airspace contested with Russia and Ukraine is concerning. He said it's not clear to the U.S. that there is a substantive rationale for that.
Yeah.
Well, again, why are we flying them over to Germany? I mean, let's gas them up and get them in there. Poland's closer.
Greg, your analogy, because this is the way this administration looks when you toss the keys to somebody that can't drive the vehicle.
Yeah, and they're all over the road.
Yeah,
they can't get in gear. No, they ain't even over the road. They can't even get in gear. They can't drive a straight
grinding.
Shift.
They just have that look on their faces.
I've been there. I know.
They have that look on their face. With
How about that clutch? Oh,
Greg,
I'm rolling the wrong way.
Greg,
I'm on a hill.
This is key, and you've seen it before. You've tossed the keys to the wrong person. When you toss it to them and they catch it, they don't just put it in their pocket and walk away. They stand there and look at it a minute.
Yeah, like okay.
Yeah, if their palm doesn't even shut.
Pitch them keys, see how you do.
It's just in there. They'll take a look in their palm, by the way, saw this just recently, and they look at they'll even look at they never even shut the palm. The key's just sitting there,
right?
And then eventually they just kind of walk off, never shutting the palm. They don't close their hand around it because they're not sure they should have it.
That's it. Yeah. They're kind of holding it by the keychain like this. Rick, look, they got it up like that.
Right.
Look, the President Biden obviously has some medical issues. But,
sure he does.
But Kamala is she's in over her head.
Right.
You can tell somebody when they're thinking, how did I get myself into this?
She does
has that look
She does
about
not have the tools to pull this off.
No.
Yeah. It's and that's sad. Well, when you look at her own party, I know I keep saying this. So here goes Burgess again. I just have to keep saying it. Her own party didn't even want her. From just an ability to do well. It has nothing to do with ethnicity
or gender or nothing.
Or gender, all that.
Nothing to do
but
with
here's the problem. When it came to picking the vice president, gender and ethnicity is all that mattered.
That's right.
Qualifications didn't matter. Right. And so
even though she called him a racist. But you go ahead and pair him up anyway.
Greg, and also, if I'm not mistaken, a sexual predator.
Yeah. But let's pair them up.
Right. Yeah. But let's put those two together. Because at least it looks good, and we can say that we picked a vice president that met a criteria, by the way, that we came up with, not America.
Yeah.
We came up with it, and we want America to know that we're sharp. Now, it doesn't really matter whether this person, and there are plenty of women who of all ethnicities that could handle this job better than Kamala.
Absolutely.
But we just went over and said, well, that looks like that meets it. You could have done this and still been excellent. You just didn't pick someone who's excellent. And now we're in a bind. She's got a lot of responsibility.
Yeah,
Rick, the war has happened so slow for the Russians that Putin even had to go on nationwide TV last night and try to assure everybody everything's going to be okay. And it was led because of something that a mom said that got out.
Yeah, I saw that.
Have you seen this?
I did. I'd seen that.
Have we got time for 2A right here before the break?
Why don't we come back? Let's come back with 2A.
We got an angry Russian mom.
Yep.
And her video got out, and to the point that Putin had to address the nation last night and tell them that I know you're worried about your sons and all this, but they're heroes. He was really giving that speech. But we'll see what started all of it.
Yeah, sounds awful lot like the guy who was driving the Titanic said we're good. We'll be right back.
Strike up the band.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Sideways lunge. Yeah.
And she turns on this music.
I guess had a stroke.
This lady. That's not a word, Speedy. She turns on the music, and so we're all just pumping to the music, guys. And I'm looking, I can see myself in the mirror, so I'm having to force to look at myself.
Oh my God.
That was like my man in the mirror moment.
Oh no.
And it was in a room of sweaty women. So there you go.
Were you the only dude?
No, there's guys there. Most of them are old, sure.
Now, you didn't use a hand muffin, did you?
No hand muffins. Okay. No hand muffins.
Right. This is a tough day for us, isn't it?
But no, straight up, this is a good place. It's in it's in Vestavia.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be in there.
It helps my back. I'm gonna be straight up.
No, I know. Look, it's fine. But if you weren't married, you probably wouldn't do this.
You know what? I think it'd help your back.
No, I would. I would do it more if I wasn't married.
On spring break?
Probably not on spring break. Right. But you see why I would do it more if I wasn't married.
Now, what are we talking about?
Networking.
I got you.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. You do have to be real careful.
To meet women.
Have you ever been to the chiropractor that has that roller thing that goes in your back?
Yes.
I bet that would help. Boy, it makes mine feel good. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That rolling pin that gets in your back and you're laying on that table?
Yeah.
It's rough that first few times it goes down your spine. You think, hey, now.
Yeah. Especially if you got something wrong, it'll find it.
Yeah, it will.
What was the beat again?
Oh my God.
I'm like, all right, so this is my life right now. But I shouldn't have talked smack about it. Like, they go to the church. Like, one of the people goes to the church.
Really?
Yeah. Kiva Yoga. It's a good spot. It really is.
Oh boy.
Rick and Bubba.
He was very well respected too, and was a pioneer for some of the things that we do here today. And one of the many people in radio that influenced us, and that's Rhubarb Jones, has passed away.
Yeah, died of a heart attack this weekend, 65 years old. And, yeah, Rick, he was very encouraging. I was a huge fan of his, and we were very, very fortunate to be on his show in Atlanta on one of the book tours we were on.
Yep.
And he helped promote that down at Peachtree City. And was very encouraging. We'd corresponded a few times over the years, and he was enjoyed what we were doing, and we gave him props for being a pioneer that made us want to do it. And we hate to hear that. He really, really was a good guy.
I meant to start the show today saying Rhubarb Jones is dead and we don't feel so good ourselves.
Right.
You know,
that's the old country song, isn't it?
Yep, Elvis is dead, and I don't feel too good myself. But he really was always very, very kind and good to us, and
encouraging.
Was a guy who had experienced a lot of success in our business and was always very humble about it, and just a fun guy.
Yeah, really was.
So sad to see him pass.
You know, I saw him. I told you at a June Jam one time.
Oh yeah, you've told me this story.
I patterned my outfit after Rhubarb a little bit.
Let's pay respects.
Yeah,
let's pay respect.
Mm-hmm.
Don't saddle him in his death with being the key to your fashion.
Well, he wore tennis shoes, shorts, and usually a football jersey.
You and Rhubarb, actually look alike a little bit. Back when you had your wings.
If you could see some of the TV commercials early on when we were growing up, Y104 and Y106 simulcast in Atlanta, and they used to have some really funny TV commercials, and we used to see that where we live because the Atlanta stations were on our cable at the time, and it's just funny though. I mean, he just looked funny. He made you want to laugh.
He did. He was a funny guy, and like I said, always helped us along the way.
He did. He went out of his way, and from what I can hear, everybody that's writing about him today, he did that for everybody. Always encouraging.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a lot of negative comments about Rhubarb Jones.
No,
so
good guy.
That's the way you want to live. So did he? What did you see him wearing at June Jam that got you fired up? The jersey?
Yeah, he had his jersey on, shorts, tennis shoes. Now he had a lot of gold he wore. I'm not really the gold.
Well, now
guy.
wait a minute. You started out that way.
Yeah.
No, not like that.
That watch. We first had a little success. Well, went down there to the pawn shop.
No, Betty gave me that watch.
I was with you when you bought it. It was on Noble Street.
No, I don't think.
Yes, it was.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah, we started having a little success, and I looked over and boy, it was a gold watch to beat the band.
Yeah.
I mean that thing.
Well, I don't even wear watches much now, but the Apple Watch has brought me back a little bit.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the things broke out on the trip. By the way, I started talking about how I can't wear watches because they stopped working. There was a lot of questions about that.
Yeah.
I had to give that presentation where I have some superpowers, but they're not really good for anything.
Yeah. Watch stopper doesn't come in too handy, does it?
No, not effective.
Hey, this watch is out of control. Give it to Rick.
Not. It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us as we move forward on another edition of the show. Somebody say, and the shots ring out. All right, so we talked about this story going to the break, and there's going to be subtitles and all that in it, obviously. So this is... we know now that Putin, and this was always assumed, but you're saying now we're seeing some documentation that may confirm all this. I think Russia thought they would invade. It would feel overwhelming. Ukrainians would have no recourse, and they would eventually just say, hey, all right, look, we can't fight back. It's y'all's. Let's try to work something out. And, of course, I think, and Sherry was talking about this with me yesterday, and I agree, it's almost like this. I think Russia has miscalculated what it looks like when a people taste freedom. See, when they taste freedom, they have a different resolve.
Yeah.
Remember, we once had founders who said, give me liberty or give me death. And I think what you're finding now, you remember the great speech, they look a little more like Winston Churchill than just a rollover country that says, I guess we'll go back to Russia. They've got a little bit of that feel right now. If you remember the great speech that Churchill gave, when Great Britain.
Did you hear the Ukrainian president give that to the British Parliament yesterday? He quoted that.
Did he really? Well, you remember he just basically said, "Look, I got news for the Nazis. I know we're an island and we're Great Britain, and all y'all feel like we're just going to give up and roll over. We're going to fight till every one of us is dead." And I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what he said. And so
fight you in the forest, on the beach, in the skies. He ran a long list.
And I think, as you said now that he was doing that, I think they have a taste of freedom, And this is how wonderful freedom is. People aren't willing to just give it up. Now, we as Americans right now, because we've forgotten the difference, socialism and communism looks wonderful as long as you've never experienced it. And the freedom that we, so many have fought for, when Patrick Henry is saying, give me liberty, give me death, and he said that because death is better than living under communism and socialism. And if you've tasted freedom and seen what it's like, it gives you a little more resolve about giving it up.
So, Rick, this has caused, really, a lot of people are thinking was the trigger to make Putin go and have to address his nation last night. This is an angry Russian mom, and she's yelling at a Russian official who is the governor of a certain region over there, not even going to try to slaughter those names.
Sure.
And she accuses Vladimir Putin of deploying their sons as cannon fodder in his invasion of Ukraine. And it is subtitled, but you can see the passion here in this. She's saying we're all deceived. We're all deceived. She is unhappy because of the exercises they told they were going to in Belarus turned out to be an invasion force.
Yeah. She's talking about how young they are, 20 years old. And as you said, she's basically saying he's letting them just get killed.
She asked the governor, where are your sons at?
Yeah.
He said, studying at the university.
No, governor's got a funny look on his face, doesn't he?
He's saying it's a special operation.
And nobody can comment on it because he wants to live.
Yeah.
Now people chiming in.
Yeah.
Now he's trying to make a stand.
Yeah. And we can shout, we can blame everyone. But while the military operation is going on, we cannot draw any conclusions. We cannot criticize.
Yeah, well, he knows it. Yeah.
When it ends, and it will end very soon.
Of course, that's not true.
And she says when everyone's killed.
Yeah, I'll tell you when it ends, when they kill everybody.
So this is, Rick, really in Putin's world 2022, this is unheard of. That some will stand up in public and criticize the government. I mean, they had that for a while, but that's kind of gone away. Putin has just drifted back to the old Soviet version of, and he shut down anybody who has any negative commentary about what's going on, and everything is state-run TV, and they're holding his line on everything. But it has gotten so bad that when these moms will stand up and challenge government officials in these meetings, that you realize how brave you have to be to do that, because they'll drag you out and you're never heard from again.
Yeah, and that may happen since Putin's back in charge again. But and then we have 2B here where it shows some of the things that are still going on. This is from what we gather, a Russian armored vehicle.
Yeah, this was on the internet the last few days. There is a Russian convoy that is going to be coming by and making a right turn at the top of the screen. And this car pulls up, and they stop, give them plenty, and they consider they don't want them anywhere close, and the tank levels the car.
Wow.
And it was caught on security footage for that gate. See the fence and all on the left?
Yeah.
So they have a security camera. But the convoy is up there, and they're going to make a right-hand turn. And this car stops. I mean, they're back, 100, 150 yards, but that tank pulls up and doesn't want anything to do with them being close to that convoy, and they level it.
Yeah, and they're saying the story was an elderly couple. Now,
Right.
I assume that's true. But
It was, yeah. I'm not going to show it, but there's follow-up footage where people go and check out the car, and it's just tragic. It's a husband and wife that they were trying to flee.
Okay.
But you see the way the car acted, which I thought was probably the proper way. They're trying to get out. They see a convoy coming. They stop the car, plenty of distance. So they're saying, we're not a threat to you. And the tanks rolling through turn over there and just level it. I mean, that's what we're dealing with. The Russian leader sought to assure the concerns of his country's military moms 12 days, which was yesterday, into the invasion of Ukraine, while doubling down on the claim that his full-scale attack is a defensive move.
That's weird.
That looks very defensive.
That's just weird.
I'd like to address the mothers, wives, sisters, brides, and girlfriends of our soldiers and officers who are in battle now, he said in a televised address. I know how worried you are for your loved ones. He said, we can be proud of them just as the whole country is proud and feels for them. His speech came a day after a group of mothers accused the military of using their sons as cannon fodder in the war with Ukraine, and that was a clip we saw earlier. Mm-hmm. So they actually kind of forced him into coming out and trying to reassure the Russian people that this was a just and defensive move. But boy, if you see the footage, it's kind of hard to follow that.
Well, here's what I want to know is, and I guess it's like you said, it's a different Russia now. How does the mom have so much accurate information about how it's going?
Well, I think it's a different world. Yeah. I know when the Soviet Union was in full bore back in Andrei Dropov or whatever his name was, and all of that. From a ham radio standpoint, we could not communicate with them, but you would hear them from time to time, and they're begging for information. And if you ever did make contact with them, you know what they wanted? They wanted you to send them magazines and newspapers. They wanted to see what was going on. Right. That's all they want. Rick, they didn't want guns. They want ammo. And they would respond by sending you some vodka as a courtesy if you so went that far. But they wanted Time magazine. They wanted New York Times newspaper. They wanted to know what was going on in the outside world they were not being told. But now look at all the different sources.
Right,
with the internet, with all the cell phone technology. It's really hard to shut a country down like they used to could, and this information's obviously getting in.
You know, we've been playing different pieces of footage from some of the Russian soldiers that are being captured, and look, they Greg, I know you said they might be just making something up because they're scared, but it seems to be a theme with a lot of them, and that is they don't know why they're there. They were lied to, saying that they were just there to help them.
It was a peacekeeping operation.
Yeah.
It was a military practice in Belarus, which everybody knew wasn't true. And now they're going in and blowing up apartment buildings and schools.
Yeah.
That doesn't look like a defensive war. When you're advancing, I'm sorry, that's not a defensive war, is it?
No, what it looks like is you thought they were just going to roll over, so they're not. So now you're trying to just destroy everything, hoping that you can get them to give up. Top of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Affected by jet lag?
Yeah.
I mean, I just, so it was, I know it was tough on you, but don't say you didn't have, in the early days you had some gold on.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I think you got away from that.
Wear that musk and have that gold on.
Well, ain't nothing wrong with the musk.
Little necklace, big old gold watch.
I don't think I had a necklace.
Oh, no, you did.
You had
yes,
one
you
early
did.
on.
Bubba, you can't remember any of this?
No.
Yes,
I'm writing all this down.
That old typical, what was the one everybody had? That old gold necklace. It was just the,
oh, yeah.
What was it?
You don't think I rocked that?
What was those called? They were called something.
I called it a gold
rope.
chain.
Like
it's kind of a rope.
Yeah.
Rope necklace.
Yeah.
I had a silver one and a gold one for whichever day I was feeling.
They had the
have a
serpentine
number on
one.
it, whatever sport I was playing.
I didn't have serpentine.
No. Then on the other hand, you had a bracelet, name on it.
Oh, yeah.
I did.
Ricky can't remember saying anything.
I'm going to pull the pictures.
Maybe you capped your teeth before you got them new ones.
Yeah, I did that.
That little gold.
That gold stud in your left ear?
No.
You remember it?
No, I didn't have all that.
But I don't know.
Say this.
I don't know whatever happened to that other watch, but you probably bought a lake out of it. That thing had so much gold in it.
You broke my chain of thought.
They did one of them panning shows on Discovery, and they were all looking for Bubba's watch.
Because I don't know.
We got time.
Do you see this, Adler? Can you see the video? Okay. Here is the Lion guy talking to you guys.
You are listening to Rick and Bubba's show.
Oh my gosh, that's really him.
That's gold.
That's really him.
You are listening to Rick and Bubba's show.
Who got that?
It's gold right
How
there.
about that? Fired me up.
When they said they were the lions, I got like a lion. Buddy, he could write a parody song, couldn't he?
Boy, he could. He put you right there. I mean you're living it.
And he has taken his kids to Chuck E. Cheese.
Yes, he has.
Back when he was still with us.
And had a notepad while he was there, apparently.
I'm going to tell you, I remember the first time I heard that song, because that was when my kids were little, I can remember every scene he presented. Every single scene. All he left out was one of my sons in the plastic tube refusing to come out, and you have to climb up there and get it.
Oh, yeah.
I had that happen a lot.
Oh, Rick.
Those were precious days, wasn't they?
And then I remember one of mine had a meltdown one time over me over him wanting to play in everything. They said take his shoes off in his cowboy boots. Just complete meltdown.
That's funny.
Just
That is funny.
red cheeks, just blazing red.
Oh, boy, man.
Oh, running so hard in there.
Just to have a stream of those skee ball tickets.
Oh,
I mean,
my gosh.
if you have like 400 of them, you get a pencil.
I know.
I mean,
And then they dupe you and put them good prizes up there that you will never get.
yes,
Oh,
14,000. For the game of life.
Here's a spider ring. Thank you.
Do you remember how it felt to finally get in the car and get all the car seats buckled and your car actually moving away from there?
Oh.
How it felt?
Oh, it was like a cool breeze, wasn't it?
It was.
Okay.
You know, you almost feel like
I hate to
say
admit
it. You almost get home and kiss the ground like it's somebody who's been held prisoner of war. You know, and they finally get back.
Where's my chair?
But anyway, so we'll get into that. 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And we thank you for being with us from the No Name Studio. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And we're going to jump into some other stories. But I do want to say this, Bubba, a couple things. First of all, there's a sweet lady that I go to church with that has been asking for a shout-out on this program for about a year. And I keep telling her every Sunday, I'm like, it's just so hard for me to remember that. So, and then so maybe today's the day. So Sarah, there's the hello that you and I have discussed at church so many times. But yesterday, and this reminded me to do it, I met a very, very kind couple that are big fans of the show. And I was having lunch yesterday with a couple of buddies, and the mom was taking care of us at the table, and actually the husband was back there cooking.
Wow.
And so they came out, got to meet both of them, and we had a picture made together, and I just appreciated their encouragement. But they, just before I left, Mama came over there and said, hey, is there any way, because let me tell you this is going to bring a tear to a glass eye. This is a young couple, and they're raising their child to be the next generation Rick and Bubba fan.
Oh, buddy.
And so they said, can you say hello to our little 6-year-old who's having a birthday today, Boogie Snyder.
Boogie.
Hey, Boogie. So happy birthday.
Boogie Snyder.
6 years old and having a mom and daddy raising her up.
That's so cool.
And Rick and Bubba. So very, very sweet. All right. So
what a great nickname.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah. Boogie Snyder. I bet she is fun.
Yeah.
So let's talk about Will Ferrell.
Wait a minute, does she need a Big Bubba hello?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you going to bring out?
Hello, Boogie!
Boogie. Boy, I tell you now. Let me tell you, Boogie, getting Bubba bringing that back. That's big. That's
great
I love to meet people that give you hope that everybody out there is not wicked and evil and stupid. But anyway, so as we.
I will say one of the things I will take away from this show when all's said and done, and I hope it's at least, according to my banker, 15 more years.
Right, yes.
That if you sit at home and you watch the news or you just read things online, you think the world is absolutely gone to pot. There's still a lot of good people out there, and we have been able to meet them, and it completely changed my outlook on humanity when we started doing this show.
Yeah.
Now, there's bad, don't get me wrong.
Sure. Yeah, they seem to be louder than the
There's
others.
still a lot of good, solid people out there. Of course, we're all sinners, and you know, all
Imperfect.
the same at the foot of the cross. But there's still a lot of good people that want good things and have some morals and scruples about them and want to bring up kids the right way, and I appreciate it.
Right.
Amen.
So and it like you said, it gives you that. It's almost like the Lord is gracious enough to send some of you to us every now and then, so we go, okay, thank you, Lord.
Just to remind us.
Thank you.
It's okay.
I needed that. I'm glad I met Boogie's parents. All right, so let's talk about now. Will Ferrell.
Will Ferrell is so funny, Rick, and he shows up and ends up and you remember when he was leading the USC marching band and came in? How funny that was!
Yeah. And then he played baseball.
Yeah,
spring training.
He's done all kind of weird things. Well, he made a comedy appearance last night at the Golden State Warriors game. And you look during warm-ups, and here he is on the court.
Yeah. He's dressed in his Jackie Moon jersey from his 2008 film, Semi-Pro?
Semi-Pro, yeah. But he's on the court just like he's one of the players. He's getting loose, going through the
That would be the Flint Tropics uniform.
Yeah. That's so good.
Look,
of course, they went on to win, so he brought them luck. I think they were on a 5-game losing streak.
And by the way, he is dropping
knee pads on.
How does this happen?
He's making shots.
Yeah, don't look bad.
He's dropping buckets.
Look, people coming in can't figure out what's going on.
Was that A-Rod? I thought so, yeah. The camera spun around and people were watching it.
Yeah. By the way, he's 3 out of 4 from there now.
He got a pretty good shot.
Yeah, he does. He got a good little touch, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's not bad.
All right, give me the ball. Come on,
He's a real tall guy.
Get a little elevation on it, but it looked good.
But the thing
Shoot it a little flat.
The thing that owns me is Serious Face.
Oh yeah, he's the best at that.
Yeah.
All right, so here's what I want to know about moments like that. Okay, so is how do y'all think it went? Do you think it goes? This is option A. Option A. Look, Serious Face.
Correct.
Look, he's got a gay ray. Option A is that.
Listen to him. He's firing everybody up.
That somebody with the Warriors.
Yeah.
Was contacted by some Will Ferrell handler, okay, and says, "Hey, look, Will is he wants to put on his Tropics uniform,
He wants Jackie Moon
and come out and warm up with the Warriors today. Is that cool? Can he do that? Where does he need to go? Or do you think the Warriors reach out every now and then and say, hey, can we get Will Ferrell up here tonight, just kind of as a little special treat? I mean, how do you think that goes?
I know. Who initiates?
Who instigates? Look, Rick, we're working inside.
Or did somebody reach out to him and go,
Rick,
He's doing the whole drill around the top.
It actually talks about this in the story. He says this is Kerr. He said he actually emailed me a while back, and I didn't believe it was him. We exchanged a couple of emails and concocted a plan.
Okay.
He said he's a huge Klay Thompson fan, and he knows how much Klay loves dressing up as Jackie Moon. So apparently there's this thing going on.
Okay.
So I felt like it was a normal fit, and so everyone was laughing, having a good time. He said he also came into the locker room and made the guys laugh. Everybody loves seeing him and hearing him talk because he's hilarious.
Yeah, he
is. So that's kind of how it all started. But he said that, as Kerr said, he actually just emailed me and said, hey, I'm in.
You know,
Okay.
Steve,
Okay.
okay. I find this funny that Steve Kerr thought he was not really.
Yeah,
It wasn't real.
Who would?
Okay,
you know?
Steve Kerr played with Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got rings galore. He's coached championships. He's out there, you know, in California,
Right.
And he thinks Will Ferrell wouldn't contact him. You know, it wasn't real. I just think that's funny.
Yeah.
That's great.
They actually went on to win the game. They beat the Clippers 112-97, and Thompson scored 20 points.
I think that was A-Rod. Adler just pulled up a still shot.
Yeah.
I think that was A-Rod.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that. What in the world?
That's Jackie Moon. A-Rod's face is that Jackie Moon out there dropping something from the coffin corner? You love the coffin corner.
Who does?
I do.
Let me tell you.
Listen, I love Will Ferrell's ability to do this and keep a straight face. I couldn't do it.
Well, the straight face is the key. The straight face
he's
is the key.
the best.
Oh, that's a good shot.
He's the key.
I'm gonna tell you, when he led the USC marching Trojan band in that time and kept that same straight face, and he's high stepping with them.
Well, like Greg said, then he goes out there and plays baseball. Who was he out there with?
Somebody in spring training.
Yeah, I can't remember. But the
see, I love that.
And Greg Burgess is my witness that there's no exaggeration on this, and it annoyed every basketball coach I ever played for. Like we said the other day, back in the '80s. Now I'm tiny on the football field. I'm tiny on the basketball court. And by modern standards, but when I was in school, I was a pretty tall, big guy by the standards of that time.
Right.
So I always played post. I was always the center, on the basketball teams that I was on. I don't remember if it was ever an exception. I was always the post. And every now and then they had a rotation through where the post would flash out to the corner, but it was to draw people out. It was not to shoot.
Right.
And I would shoot out to the coffin corner, and they dish it to me, and I was supposed to hit a cutter, and I would launch a rainbow. Hey, you didn't have to worry about my art. I mean, I launched a rainbow. and like 2 out of 10, I'd hit it.
Yeah.
And of course, if I ever hit it, of course, I never followed it because I'm already running down the,
he would shoot it and then start hitting.
I did so many things that coaches don't want you to do. First of all, watch the post shooting from the coffin corner.
Right.
I don't follow my shot. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I'm hot dogging going down the baseline.
Yeah.
And
well, Rick, you were so far in the coffin corner, you had to shoot a rainbow because you had to get over the corner of the backboard coming in. That's how far back you were.
All right, so
what are you doing? Bird.
It gets even funnier. Apparently, on his second attempt, he made one from half court. And he said,
"You think the crowd loves that?"
He said, "How about that sweet shot from half court? I make those in my sleep, because he doesn't come out of character."
Gosh, that's good.
The Jackie Moon character. He's a guy that owns. At the time, it was an ABA team, and he had one hit single as a singer, like in the '70s, and that's how he's famous. And he bought this team, and some of the fun, when the promotions they have, like minor league baseball does, somebody. I mean, of course, it's rough and at points, but it's another funny character.
There's Jackie Moon.
And the bank is open.
Yeah.
Just over half court.
And that face is it. No real celebration. Look.
Steph Curry.
He asked Steph Curry to move over so he could shoot a foul shot.
Did he shoot a granny
shot and made it? By the way.
By the way, is that kind of getting on Steph Curry's nerves?
It looked like it.
He's like, okay, I got to practice.
It looked like it got on his nerves.
Is Steph Curry so ready for the game that he thinks this is enough?
Did he call bank?
But did you see Steph Curry? I think he's getting kind of tired of it. I think watch right here when he he's look, and he's wanting to get out of the way. Look.
Yeah, he's done with it.
Is he done?
Well, he was shooting granny shots.
Right, yeah.
It looks like he gave a laugh there, maybe.
Okay, good. All right.
When he made it, he gave.
Well,
how can you not laugh?
I'm telling you, he's got a nice touch.
He really does.
We'll be back. 17 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was, you never know what people send you, and you don't know what's true and not true. And now, look, we know. Your stories get out there, you just don't know. And of all people, Blair and Karen.
How's she doing?
Well, I noticed that on Twitter, former intern Blair and Karen put out, have y'all seen this? And when I looked, there's a claim out there that in a discussion with the creator of the TV show Blackish, which is hilarious,
right?
Yeah, that someone let it slip that Jimmy Walker, Dynamite,
JJ,
is dating Ann Coulter. Now, there's no way that.
Have you seen Jimmy lately?
Yes, I have. Matter of fact, there's a picture of him and Ann Coulter together on the story. So,
dynamite. That's all I can say.
Have I just been away? Have I missed this? Is there some sort of narrative that Ann Coulter and Jimmy Walker are dating?
Well, there's really nothing wrong with it, other than
It's just a weird couple.
I just don't picture them together.
I just can't.
And her, slicing up liberals, and him over there screaming dynamite.
I know. I mean, if somebody,
I love the show Good Times.
That's a good show.
I never missed it.
That was a good show.
If somebody said to me,
y'all remember Jimmy's little sister, right? Who that was? Huh?
Huh? I got a little factoid. Yeah,
Janet Jackson.
We've talked about that several times, and I think we get that wrong. Wasn't she actually on Different Strokes?
No, she did both.
She did both.
Didn't she? No.
She was on Good Times.
I can't remember.
I thought Good Times.
I know she was Willis's girlfriend.
The little smart aleck sister. That wasn't Janet.
No,
Jackson,
you're thinking about What's Happening.
Emma. I get them all.
No, she
talking about D. Yeah, funny.
If I remember right, Rick, she was Jimmy's little sister, but she was very dry.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And would cut him down a lot.
Yeah.
So
all
the
those
characters may be very similar.
All those shows run together. I mean, her being Todd Bridges' girlfriend, over on Different Strokes, that throws you a curve too. But at the end of the day, if somebody gave me a picture of the big yellow legal pad, those are still around. We use them here at the office. Big yellow legal pad, like Bubba's got right over there. Picture somebody just handing that to me.
Yep.
Rick, I want you to start listing potential people that Ann Coulter could be dating, and I'm going to give you 10 minutes and get as many down there as you can. And say I filled up a whole legal pad. Right. You would not find Jimmy Walker on it.
No, Rick, no.
I wouldn't have put him in.
You would have never come across Bootney Farnsworth.
No.
Remember when he played the boxer, Bootney Farnsworth?
Yeah. I would have never thought of that. Now, this could be a completely false story, but
I'm sitting here, and AOL.com has the same story that you just referred to. So does a number of People Magazine, People.com.
Somehow Norman Lear's involved in it?
Yeah. Well, he's the one, with the information.
He's the one that designed all those shows. He was the executive producer.
Right.
I know.
Yeah.
16 minutes past. It's in passing, but Bubba and I were trying to get to the bottom of it. Anytime you go over into that world that features Kardashians and Jenners, I mean, you don't know what's coming out of there.
No,
I mean, it like we said, that place, I don't know what in the world. It is like watching some sort of accident. But now I think I have it right. We're just now getting to the point, and it's happening now, and it's been happening. We had to deal with the ones who say I'm a Kardashian.
Right.
I'm full-blooded Kardashian.
Right.
So we've had to deal with them extensively. But look out, here come the Jenners. Okay, so now we've got the children that Bruce produced, which again makes it extremely difficult for me to accept him as a woman.
I know.
And so now we have the girls that he and Kardashian mom produced. So we're just now really getting into their era because they're old enough to really make trouble now.
Right.
And they're as bizarre as the other ones, apparently. So one of them, which one is it? Kylie?
Kendall.
Kendall.
How many of them are there?
Two.
Is one
Kendall.
Kylie?
Yeah.
So I do have that right?
Kylie and Kendall.
There's a Kylie and a Kendall. I don't know which one's which, and I couldn't care less.
Kendall's more the supermodel, right?
Okay.
I believe. I think they both do modeling, but I think she's the one that.
Which one? Well, anyway. All right. So they've done a Pepsi commercial.
Kendall.
Kendall.
I know their daddy's their mama now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah. That's, by the way, you can sum up the current state of our society in that one statement.
Yeah, I know.
Right. Greg, really, I know that you got your breakfast like you like it, and you're just kind of look, and you're just kind of swinging.
I'm sitting this one out.
Yeah, but just, that comment right there, really kind of.
I mean, really, yeah.
I mean, wouldn't that make you a little confused?
Yeah.
If all of a sudden your daddy told you he's your mama, wouldn't that be weird?
It would.
Do you?
Yeah, Rick.
No matter what your worldview is, would we agree that would be a strange thing?
Do you get Bruce a Mother's Day card?
I know. Yeah, what do you get him?
Well, he's not Bruce anymore.
Yeah, he is.
Well, but I'm saying to them.
Right.
That's the way.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it
22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up after the bottom of the hour break. We have I know, Bubba, you want to see Will Ferrell with the USC band first. Do you want to see that first?
You got that Adler? Can we roll it right?
And then we'll do the this that was any of these with him with a serious face we love, and Look, he's taking time to work a little bit because he's got to know what he's doing.
Look at
The face is everything. See, that's one of the great things about being in this celebrity world is that, see, because you're Will Ferrell, you get to dress up and this Trojan thing and do this. You get to go shoot around. Face. so there he is.
Right serious faces. I don't know how he holds it together because I would be bent over double.
Will Ferrell. All right, so you guys are gonna have to help me on this TikTok thing. So we have a guy, Chad Bearden. He's a country music artist, and he's based out of Nashville, and he's done something on TikTok about the show.
Yeah, he has.
He has a series. What's it called, Speedy? Is it called Strange Things of Alabama or something like that?
All right, so and he's going to feature us in one of the strange things about Alabama.
Yeah, and I started seeing this yesterday. My boys at the house were like, "Hey, Dad, have you seen this?" And so yeah, just enjoy. He kind of gives a little history of the show and it talks about how cool it is.
All right, here we go.
Today on Strange Things in Alabama, we head to the Magic City, Birmingham, Alabama. The Rick and Bubba show actually started in Gadsden, Alabama in 1994, but soon moved to Birmingham where they're still located today. Known as the two sexiest fat men alive, this is not your typical radio show. The show is hosted by this guy, Rick Burgess, and this fella, Bill Bubba Bussey. At the top of every hour and all throughout the radio show, they'll tell you that this is not your typical radio show. While they cover all the topics of the day, they're not shy on giving their stance. Both the host and the whole staff are very outspoken conservatives and oftentimes speak straight from the Bible on the show. But it is also one of the most hilarious shows you will ever listen to. Full disclosure, I've always wanted to be on the show, so hit me up, guys. So if you find yourself driving through the state of Alabama, tune in. Their home network is WZZK in Birmingham and listen to the two sexiest fat men alive.
Well, there you go.
You have made it.
You have made it. You're on the show, and so Chad Bearden, country music artist based in Nashville now, but Alabama born, talking about the show. And of all the songs he could pick for his background music, he's playing "Go Bubba" from the Hey It's From the Kids children's album. It's the children's album.
Go Bubba.
So anyway, Chad, thanks a lot, and I appreciate that, and that's fun. And he
did a good job with it.
Yeah, he did.
The boys came in. Hey, Dad, have you seen this?
Right.
Like, what are you talking about?
So he obviously, I guess, what do you think he grew up on the show? I don't know.
Yeah. I'm not sure. He's got a nice little following there and does well. Looks like.
Yeah. So so did he say where he was from in Alabama?
No, I didn't see that.
No, and so he found some old pictures of us, which was good. He used the summer of Bubba.
That's it.
Did you see that?
Yeah, always suggest that.
When he put your picture up, I'm like, no, oh yeah, that is Bubba.
Yeah.
That was that thing I told you where you were starting off to look like yourself. Anyway.
Yeah.
Do you blame me for putting it back on because I said that?
Well,
I didn't mean it was bad. I mean, hang Rick.
That that line kind of stuck with me. I'll be honest with you.
That hurt me.
You had lost so much it did not look like you.
Well, but I'm not saying that was.
It looked good. Though. It was
good
great.
news. I was able to overcome.
Well, yeah, we got to where we didn't recognize you, but people you went to school with probably recognized you. It probably was just a reverse.
Hey, new employee.
There goes Greg with new employee again. He loves new employee.
You ever run into people you hadn't seen in a long time, and they kind of are starting to look at you weird? And I'm thinking, wow, so do I look really old? But do I look? I mean,
or they look really old? Do I look like that?
I think we've already crossed that bridge.
Are they checking? Are they checking?
Hey, look at yonder.
My goodness,
look right there.
There's Bubba's younger cousin.
So what's your
they probably see all of me they want.
What's your weight right there?
About 220.
Wow.
Look how little your neck is there.
Right.
Look at that grin, like no other.
That could have been a good angle too.
Well, I'll tell you what's amazing about that, because that can't be a real smile because he's not getting to eat.
That's true. He can't be that happy.
Right.
Go,
Bubba. You ate so little, didn't you, in those days?
Was tennis the driving force there? Your love for the court?
Well, it was when you try to compete and you can't compete at a level you want to, and you're a step slower than you want to be, and you get tired, and you just go, well, tomorrow it's going to be better when I get out here. So there was a good direct feedback loop on that.
Well, there was a lot of discipline on your part. I know that there was pre-made meals, but you didn't do any cheating.
I know somehow this is going to turn into a backhanded compliment.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm going down this path easy. You're so disciplined then, not like now.
No, I didn't say that. I was just saying that's why. Look at the results.
Oh, it was definitely just caloric cutback.
Well, we go back to
Stay back to 1,500 calories a day. The weight will fall off of you. You don't have to worry about it.
It really is.
I did
the same thing, and I'm like, well, look at there.
Yeah.
How about that? Well, it goes back to that thing we've said all along. It's not that we don't know. I mean, it's not a mystery,
but it's not easy, and it's not easy to do. There's times you can do it, but there's times you can't.
Well, it's interesting. It's a deal that I honestly have been thinking about and looking at a lot because I see it. I've seen it in my own life, and I see it now. When others are at crossroads, mainly in their spiritual lives, and we start out saying, "I need to do that."
Yeah,
I need to. Well, that doesn't change anything. What changes it when you say, "And now I want to." I'm going to.
Yeah.
I need to is a good start, but until you say, and then I'm going to, nothing changes. And that going to is a much tougher step that I need to. We'll be right back. Phone calls are next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right. Yeah. But in my world, he's just Bruce dressed as a woman.
Do you pick the card based on genitalia or what they claim to be? Because if that's the case, you're still getting Father's Day cards.
By the way, will we soon see that on the greeting card rack over there?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
it's coming.
Will we start seeing, because we see mom, stepmom, dad, stepdad. Then we got, somebody's got two dads and two moms. And now we're going to get into where you have a dad, but it's really a mom. Will there just be one that says gender over here? Pick one.
Happy Father's Day, nice dress.
Yeah, happy Father's Day, love your shoes.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
as we go through changes in life,
right? Is she? I once called you Daddy, Mom. I mean, is that how it starts? But anyway, so she has done a commercial that has everybody mad, or just?
Well, I mean, she endorses Pepsi now, so they've come out with a "Live for New Moments" anthem ad, where basically. She is walking through what appears to be some type of setup on the street where you have protesters that aren't really protesting. They're kind of standing there and kind of staring over at a police line. And I'm rolling it now for B-roll ad. And so she walks through the protesters who, they've got signs and everything, and she's holding
But they don't look mad at all.
No, and she's holding a Pepsi can. And so she's going to save the day and walk over and hand a police officer a Pepsi. All right, and after he gets the Pepsi and he's kind of giving her the eye,
they're flirting a little bit.
Yeah, then everybody starts to dance and love and we're all happy.
Basically, Kendall giving the police officer a Pepsi can solved the whole problem.
So, in other words, all of our problems with race relations, political, all this, it was really Pepsi was the answer.
Yes.
If we'd have handed out a few cans of Pepsi.
Again,
we got Jews and Palestinians hugging in this. We got everything.
But
it's all come together.
So really, if we go over, say that you sit down with the Palestinians and Netanyahu, if we'll just bring a Pepsi, we got it.
Yeah,
it's not the first time this kind of idea has been used, but because I think of the depth of the passion for this topic right now,
people getting a little mad.
She is getting some blowback, and like there was a Twitter comment that said, "I wish that Kendall Jenner hadn't been hiding the solution to police brutality all these years. Could have saved a lot of dead black people."
Wow. So now,
that's the line you're getting back.
So the left may be more angry than anyone on this.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But they claim that she's kind of belittling or making light of their movement,
undermining
They're using
it.
That.
Well, shouldn't that be bad at Pepsi, though? Because all Pepsi did was write a check and say, Kendall, here's what we want you to do.
And Pepsi stands behind that. They're like,
I've heard of I Want to Teach the Whole World to Sing, but this may be a little.
That was a weird ad.
Yeah, that top of the hour.
Polar bears are more safe.
More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm ready to start this hour for us to go to the northern country here of Canada. I see the Canadian flag every day on my street. Canadian update. Come on, get out. Yeah. So in this case, I can't play Your America because this would be O Canada.
Right. This is an O Canada update.
Yeah, Canada seems to be doing things as bizarre as we're doing, and I just would like to tell all Canadians, don't act like us right now. But it looks like they're going to.
They're ahead of us, Rick.
Yeah,
right
this is. But I mean, based on the conversation we had yesterday about mankind and all that, is it any stranger than this?
Well, it's if you read the stories, it's a strange breakdown. They refer in their national anthem to the sons. Is it the Sons of Canada or something like that?
Yeah,
and they're wanting to change it to a gender neutral term. And there's some people behind this. There's others who oppose it. And it's a strange mix. You have some people who are outspoken feminists who say they don't want it changed. They said it sounds chunky. It doesn't flow as good.
Is it hurting anybody?
You have liberals who are saying that this is going too far. You have other people who are saying, oh, no, we need to be a leader in this and show the world and all that kind of good stuff. So their legislative body, I guess their Senate, is voting on it today.
We're going to vote whether to take the word sons out of O Canada
and make
their national anthem.
The exact term I think they're trying to change it to is...
Where does Michael Bublé come down on this?
We're all our Canadian buddies.
Look, we got some pretty powerful Canadians. It is 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, and there goes the phone troll music. So now it's time for you to call. Bring them in. Lines are available. If you were calling during the break and no one was answering, we were making our way there. So if you didn't get in, try again. We're set up and ready to take it now. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll go 30 seconds a pop. All 10 lines are available. While you are dialing us up, I'll take you to mypillow.com/Bubba. And urge you to use this URL for incredible savings from MyPillow. Things like the MyPillow My Slippers, which Bubba and I wear mine every day. Love them. And you can get them at 50% off right now. The Giza Dream bed sheets and flannel sheets are 60% off. You can get MyPillows for as low as $19.98. The towel sets are $39.99. That's a $70 savings. So just go straight to the URL, mypillow.com/Bubba, and let the savings begin. There's also a link right there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, let's start with Parker. Parker's out of Albertville. Parker, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead, buddy.
Hey, I got a real good buddy of mine. He's married to my cousin. His name's Ryan. Her name's Allison. She's being induced today to have their baby girl, and he is a great dear friend of mine, and he is instrumental in our man church that's about to start going on at our church.
Great.
And they would really appreciate your prayers right now. I just wanted to give them a shout out and tell him and her how much I appreciate them and wish them the best of luck and God bless them.
Yeah. What's her name again?
Ryan is the man, and Allison is my cousin.
All right. Well, we wish them nothing but the best, too. And
exciting times.
We'll get the whole audience praying for that to go smoothly. And looking forward to you guys starting the man church. Let's go to Gary, Piedmont, Alabama. Gary, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
We're doing great.
Listen, I really need y'all to get off of Biden's case. He's real busy right now trying to get Congress to approve $2.9 billion to promote gender equity.
Right.
And I'm sure that'll go a long way to our gas price problems and bring peace and love to Ukraine.
Can I tell you, I was so hoping that story was a Babylon Bee story and that it wasn't true. I saw that yesterday, and I could not believe what I was seeing. We're going to take $2.9 billion in the state of this country, and we're going to put it toward, what is it called? Gender equality?
Yeah, and it's around the globe. It's not just here.
Yeah. Are they going to do anything about the inequality in biological females who their entire sports world has been ruined by us allowing biological males to pretend they're women? Are we going to do that? Because there's some equity that we don't have right now.
Yeah, it's $2.6 billion to promote gender equity worldwide.
Equity. Okay, what does that even mean?
Well, you got to watch equality, equity, how they.
No, Adler explained. I know what it means. It means equity means that I are to have the same exact life as you have. Equality means we're all of equal value, and then we all go out there and we all are given opportunities, that are equal. Equity means whatever your life's like, that should be my life. Right, Adler? Isn't that right? Yeah. Let's go to Bill in Starkville, 96.1. Bill, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How are y'all?
We're doing good. We're doing good.
Just a quick comment. I heard the other day that I believe Putin was sending out spies all over the world trying to gain a little information or insight about this war. So I think Mississippi State University got one of his spies over there the other day, and they apparently stole his playbook on football plays because every time Putin seems to go ahead about 10 feet, he gets pushed back about 100.
Okay. It's a long way home for that, but that's
I think he's showing disdain for the football.
Yeah, that's where we were headed. By the way, if you're going for gender equity, at what point can a woman stand up to urinate? Because that would be the life being exactly the same.
Rick, it's just another thing to satisfy a bunch of crying people on one side of the political agenda, a very small minority.
I know it can physically be done, but it sounds like it'd be real messy.
Yeah.
Let's go to William in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Go right ahead.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, I got a question about the war in Ukraine.
Yes.
Why hasn't the U.S. military deployed Freddie Fazbear?
Deployed who? Was that
I don't know if he's.
I didn't hear what he
said. It was a joke, but I couldn't.
Freddie somebody.
Freddie something.
I want to repeat it because I don't know.
I don't know. One of his buddies or something. I don't know. Let's go to David in Georgia. David, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I was in the cleaners one day, and Rhubarb Jones came in, and we were talking to the owner of the cleaning establishment, and somehow Rick and Bubba came up. And Rhubarb was telling him, said, man, said they could take this Coke bottle here and talk 30 minutes about it, and you'd be interested in everything that they said.
Well, how about that? I mean, that's
Rhubarb Jones was a legend in our business, and we were very fortunate to meet him and actually be on his show one time.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been a fan of his for a long, long time, and he was always very complimentary of us, and I really apprecited that.
That's so good. That's so kind.
Very kind.
Coming from somebody like that really means a lot. Sure does. Some opinions you go, but Rhubarb Jones, that's a good one.
Rick, there wasn't any bigger in our business.
Yeah. Tom in Alabama. Tom, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
How you doing, guys?
I'm good, Tom.
Yeah, we had revival at our church in Scottsboro last night at Centerpoint Baptist, and I got to meet your friend Scott Dawson. He was walking by, and I said, Rick and Bubba, and he put his brakes on, come back and talk to me, and then he told me, he said, I won't talk about four-wheelers tonight.
Yeah, he said everywhere he goes, he gets four-wheeler comment.
Great evangelist, and then he said he was.
Yeah, he's great, and he said everywhere he goes, that story's waiting on him, and around every corner. So I saw him yesterday. I had lunch with him, and he told me he was headed to Scottsboro. So I'm sure that went great. I appreciate that.
I saw a big announcement online.
Wasn't that
him?
Don't you say that about Scott? You have to tell us what it is, because if you don't, we think he's running for governor.
I think he maybe have mentioned it the other day when he was on here, but I was looking at it again yesterday that his son and his wife are expecting, so he's going to be a granddad.
Oh yeah. That's,
boy.
Yeah, well, I mean,
back to the other.
Yeah, he's not running for anything that we know of.
Dawson's going to be a granddaddy. That's we're all good.
Did
with
he
that.
mention it when he was here the other day?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. But we had talked about it privately, and then yesterday I think it went public.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Jennifer in Alabama. Jennifer, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Wow, what a week.
What a week.
Okay.
It's been a week.
Anything else, Jennifer? Okay. Let's go to Drew. Drew, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
How are y'all doing today?
We're doing great.
Good. It's hard to finish up with that last caller you had there.
There you go.
The Will Ferrell, Chad Smith drum off. You need to look it up.
So they both played. They did drums against each other.
They did drums against each other. I think it's on Jimmy Fallon's Late Show. But they kind of resemble each other. So look it up. And he calls him like the drummer for it's Chad Smith, the Red Hot Chili Peppers drummer.
Yeah, they do look alike. You're right. They do.
Wow.
I didn't realize that's who you were talking about. I didn't know his name. They do look alike. Look at the picture. I mean, they look a lot alike, don't they? So there they are.
I think I remember seeing that one time.
Do you really?
Yes.
Yeah,
I did.
So Will is sitting down. Can I go?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, okay. That's funny.
Oh, me.
So Will has a lot of time on his hands.
Yeah, I didn't have second hand with that. That was fun.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the trash talk makes it.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back.
Not a bad job drumming.
No.
Horseshoe basketball.
Not bad at all. Especially for the fact that you're Will Ferrell and you don't play for any big time band.
No.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You got one time Bryan Adams. I don't know if he's still powerful. Is he? Would you consider Bryan Adams to be powerful?
No, not now.
Yeah.
What about Michael J. Fox?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Well, they're still got star power.
Buble,
Not really.
Is Buble the walking dog right now?
He is right now.
Shania Twain,
No.
Probably-
Bubba, you still hung in the 90s.
Celine Dion, Canadian.
Maybe in Vegas.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Justin Bieber,
That's
Yeah.
big.
Yeah.
The Weeknd.
Who?
Is he Canadian? I
think Selena Gomez only dates Canadians.
Did you throw that out there aimlessly? Was that careless?
I saw a headline yesterday. It said Selena Gomez can only date Canadians, ? And they listed Justin Bieber and The Weeknd. So
Okay.
I assume he's a Canadian by that.
I just want to be sure I have this right.
And it may be wrong. I don't know.
The
I may
way
have been on
the
a
way
spoof
you
website.
found out whether The Weeknd was a Canadian or not was a
How do you know who he's
Tiger
dating?
Teen story about Selena.
Yeah, it was.
How would
beat.
you even know who he's dating? You know?
Yeah, right. The Weeknd. But so we're throwing him into Canadian based on that article.
I think he is. He is. I may be wrong. Not the first time today.
Right.
Alan Thicke, but he went on in.
Yeah, he did. What about his boy?
Yeah,
Was he born over here?
Caught plagiarizing.
But was he born over here?
I think so. Yeah.
Would you consider Robin Thicke to be a Canadian? I don't.
No. I think he's born out there.
So
in
in this story though, are any of these people names I would recognize that are for or against it?
I don't really have a list of the fors and against. It's just most of these stories are saying it's a strange mix because you have some conservatives who want it changed. You have some liberals
there
who
it is.
don't want it changed.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot, love, and all thy sons command.
And it's going to change it to us.
And
From
all
sons.
and
Us.
all us command. That's not
they're
even
going to change the phrasing to where it's going to you say us and not sons.
But how are we going to work that in there? Because it says all thy sons. It can't be all thy us. Of us. True patriot, love of us.
Love in all thy. That doesn't even make sense.
Here's you some other famous Canadians you've forgotten about. Jim Carrey.
Crazy.
He's not Canadian.
Yeah, Pamela
citizen.
Anderson.
That's false news.
Yeah,
Mike Myers.
Oh yeah,
Ryan Gosling.
Myers, I knew.
William Shatner.
William Shatner.
He's not Canadian.
They're all U.S. citizens.
Yeah.
But I was
Captain
born
Kirk?
in Canada.
Did they come here from Canada?
Rachel
Ted Cruz.
Rachel
Rachel
McAdams.
We're going to do that.
Ryan Reynolds. Drake.
Chris Adler.
Adler.
Kiefer Sutherland is Canadian.
He is not.
Yeah,
And now you
according
just,
to this.
Well, now you're trying to.
Buble, Keanu Reeves, Dan Aykroyd. I didn't know he was Canadian.
I did know
you?
that one. Yeah, I did know that.
Matthew Perry.
I assumed that one.
Will Arnett. Phil Hartman was Canadian. Didn't know that. Tommy Chong. Do you know that?
Didn't.
Donald Sutherland. Let's see.
The doggone Southerners came from Canada.
Tom Green is Canadian.
Now that I didn't.
I did know that one because I think he had various off-color things to say about it. But
Dwayne The Rock Johnson is Canadian. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. I didn't know that.
According to this list,
he was they're all born in Canada, but now U.S. citizens. So are they considered an American or Canadian?
All right, so that
do they have dual citizenship?
You make a good,
I don't think they even have dual citizenship. I think they're just.
Well, you make a good point because what I'm trying to do, who is just down here working but is still Canadian?
That's what I need.
Yeah. And I think Bubba's in that camp.
Yeah.
That's why I got to have him up there at the top. I think Michael J. Fox might have been in that camp.
I mean,
Now I'm getting a little nutty. I'm not sure about that, but
where isn't Jesse Palmer quarterback?
Yeah.
Isn't he Canadian?
Yes, he is.
Again, I think he was born in Canada, but
no, I think he actually played ball high school in Canada. I think. I just seen when he signed with Florida. I think it seems in my mind they were going. They got a quarterback.
And if I remember right on the Pamela Anderson story, it was a Canadian football game where she became famous, right? Getting on the big screen. Wasn't that a Canadian football game?
May have been. I don't know.
We're all reckless right now.
Yeah,
there's a lot of reckless Canadian information.
We're throwing a lot of Canadian stuff out.
I mean,
here's the
as
line.
if we know anything about it.
We really
do. Do you know too? There's more people in California than in Canada.
Huh.
I love that.
Canada only has about 35 million population.
And they got a lot of room.
California has 38 million.
And so why are we talking about this today? What has
because Parliament is going to
they're voting today.
Okay, so this came up a year ago or longer,
but
they're voting today.
Okay.
So somebody said this is so foolish. Can we please keep it out of our government? and now it's found its way there.
Right. Here's how it sounds, Rick. The line. So I've queued it up a little ahead, but.
And all of the Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. Wednesday Bible study back today. It'll happen live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. And you can watch it on our YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after and available on all of our different social media platforms for consumption on your time. Next week, Best of Rick and Bubba. Bubba and I will be on vacation. The guys will rotate around, take some time off too, as they get you some of the best moments in Rick and Bubba history, or should we say most memorable. That'll happen next week. So make a note of that. Good time to bring somebody into the loop. All right, so Bubba, we have a lot of sports stories today that have broken or updates and things like that. So
Rick, there was a lot of shock and awe yesterday.
Shock and awe.
The fact that the Seattle Seahawks agreed to trade their longtime quarterback Russell Wilson to the Denver Broncos. That was big news yesterday. Kind of shocked by that one a little bit.
Well, it also shows you how misinformation is everywhere. I'd seen stories just days before this. Hey, they've secured Russell Wilson. He's going to stay at the Seahawks. It's all done. And then you turn around and see this. And, boy, this has some of you are too young to remember the Herschel Walker deal to Minnesota. Sorry, Bubba. But that deal, that was crazy.
Yeah. Well, this looks a lot like it. I'm trying to digest who all they've traded here.
It's a lot.
To get him, they traded a quarterback, a tight end, a defensive lineman, 2 first-round picks in 2022.
Wow.
2 second-round picks in 2022, and a 2022 fifth-round pick, if I'm reading all this right.
Yeah, so they've agreed. The quarterback,
it's
quarterback
half the team.
Drew Lock is gone. Tight end Noah Fant, defensive lineman Shelby Harris, 2 first-round picks in 2022, number 9 overall, and 2023. So wow, so that's 2 years in a row. 2 second-round picks, 2022. That's the number 40 overall, and 2023, and a 2022 fifth-round selection, and that's what they did to get Wilson to come to Denver. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a ton.
I think for Seattle, it's a good deal, and maybe it's what Denver needs. I don't know.
You have to at some point
short-term
look at some of your stars and say, you know, they may have hit a pinnacle. Maybe they got some more good years left, but we need to build a team, and, you know, we can do this by, I mean, how many picks is this? You get 3 players and a whole bunch of picks. So I mean, you can do a lot of rebuilding with that much inflow of talent.
Yeah,
if you pick wisely.
Yeah, in the comments, basically what we just said, they think that Denver gets the quarterback that they have that they've been after. Says they did this, with Peyton Manning to get a little bit from him, and they think that Seattle gets this is foundational for them to rebuild without a quarterback they think is getting old anyway.
Now, and if you look to the people who bet professionally on this, the Broncos' odds to win the Super Bowl went from 25-1 to 12-1 with the deal. Only 3 teams, Buffalo, Kansas City, and Packers, have better odds to win the Super Bowl than the Broncos do now, currently.
So Wilson had to agree to waive his no-trade provision, which he did. He passed the Broncos physical on Tuesday night, and now that it's clear he's gone to Denver.
Also, Aaron Rodgers, who has had a lot of drama in the offseason, Rick, with your pro team, the Packers.
Yep.
After all that and all the scratching and clawing and, hey, is he gone? And I don't know if I'm going to play and vaccine this and long hair that. He's back with the Packers.
Yeah, they're saying, look, and this is how this story keeps ending. It really just keeps ending with him staying with the Packers.
Yep.
And
there was reports out that the deal would be a 4-year, $200 million deal that would make him the highest-paid player in league history. Rodgers would be guaranteed $153 million out of that, but he did go online to say that while he is going to be with the Packers, that some of the numbers out there are not correct.
Okay.
So he is disputing some of those numbers.
I am staying, and they said the Packers haven't announced he's staying yet, but that should just be a matter of time. But these people saying what his contract is, he said, don't believe any of that. So,
I'm sure it's pretty sweet. No matter how you got it.
But he's not going to get that kind of money at his age, I don't think. He's going to get a sweet deal, but he's had sweet deals for a long time. He's just going to add to that pile of money. So it's not like he's needing, what they're talking about sounds like it's the first time you ever signed. I mean, he signed several really good deals.
Yeah.
So this is something that'll keep him around short term for a lot of money.
I don't know if you saw the story too, but there was a story last week that he had broken up with his longtime girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
And mysteriously yesterday they got back together.
Did they really?
Yeah, did you see that?
So does he basically, his relationship with her, it mirrors his relationship with the Packers?
I think so. When it's rocky there, it's rocky off the field. Right. Rick, also, and this story we can dig into, it's got a lot of, sports talk in it, but we won't go too far in it. This is from ESPN.com. They're claiming a source says LSU has received notice of allegations tied to the men's basketball and football programs. Will Wade, his future there, the basketball coach, under scrutiny. So, that Will Wade deal has been very strange. Remember, a wiretap phone call out of the Fed's investigation into basketball a few years ago came out, and it appeared allegedly in the call that he was offering money for a recruit. Nothing really came of it right then. There was a lot of fodder about it, but it looks like now the NCAA may be back on the case of LSU, and it is for football and basketball.
So
we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, they're saying the documents that ESPN got, it goes back to 2020, and some payments were offered to at least 11 prospects. So
this was all pre-NIL deal. Now you could do it fine.
Yep. And I don't know what's up.
You have to loop it, but it's being done everywhere.
Yeah,
now.
I don't know what's up with the football deal. That doesn't really. I mean, they've got some self-imposed stuff going on the football program, so I don't know if there's more to be added to that or what. So we'll see. That's so shocking. Coach O always seemed like he ran such a clean program.
That's a good delivery.
Thank you, buddy. Anything else on this? We got this thing with Jacksonville's, all the different Jacksonville's.
Well,
that got
weird. You want to cover that?
Well, we're out of time.
Something we talked about in the kickoff hour that is just threw my world upside down, and y'all don't give a rip about it, and that's Troy Aikman going to ESPN.
Is that official?
That's official.
Yeah.
He's gone. Yeah. Joe Buck is left there with nobody. I hope he enjoys smolts on baseball because
Joe Buck has no.
Well, we need to,
right now. No,
we need to cover that. Do we know the terms of the deal yet?
5 years, $90 million.
That'd be 9-0
for Troy Aikman.
I'll tell you what. I'll come to ESPN for 80.
Look, 50, that's my final offer.
Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Commands what they're going to change it to?
I guess so.
Yeah,
That
all
all-
thy us.
Just us instead of sons, yeah.
And all thy us.
Look, how about this? The world just won't rest till they kill off every man.
I mean, really.
I mean, we have become the most just.
How do you like the Canadian flag? How are you on
Thumbs down on Leafs.
A leaf just doesn't strike fear to me and my enemies. Does it, y'all?
No,
the British Jack, what do they call it?
Union Jack.
Union Jack. The British flag is cool.
It's a great flag.
That's a cool flag.
Well,
I just never. The leaf just doesn't. It kind of looks like, well, I just blew through.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
I don't get fired up. About
No,
it.
you know, I
no
know,
offense, Canadian.
I know states have their official flower or official tree and all that stuff, and I don't like what South.
And I love syrup.
Yeah,
you know,
I don't like what South Carolina's done with y'all's tree. That looks a little ISIS to me. You know,
Well,
that South Carolina logo, it's got some
You
issues.
mean with the crescent moon?
Yeah,
on
that's
it?
got some problems.
Yeah, well,
What's up with the palm tree? What's going on here?
Well, the palm tree, I understand.
No,
but-
well, you got to watch all that.
But the moon
that looks a
thing is-
little Middle Eastern for me.
Yeah, I got you. I'm
Okay,
with you.
but if you have some kind of plant you like or whatever, fine. But it shouldn't be on a flag.
I'd rather
You know what I mean?
have a keg of syrup on there.
Me too. Or how about this? Put one of the Mounties on there.
Yeah,
One of those guys in the uniform or something.
yeah.
A little horse coming at you.
Yeah.
Give me something mean on there. Something to be feared.
Like the red in our flag stands for blood.
Sure it does. We forgot
Not
that.
a leaf.
A leaf is not a good decision.
No, I'm anti-leaf.
Yeah. We'll be back. Look, I'm just strictly talking about marketing here, and I really deserve a punch in my face. And I've asked Greg to punch me in the face because I'd forgotten about this when my wife and I went to Charleston, which was a great, and with the great food of Charleston. We went to Charleston and we did all the tourist stuff, and saw the history of it, and incredible. I mean, one of my favorite things was how they show you all the documentation of when George Washington came to Charleston.
Yeah,
and how tall he was, and how he had it like he liked it, and had his yellow suit on.
How tall was he?
He's like 6'4", I think.
Really,
and for
that big?
For that time, that was considered
That was
huge.
a giant.
Yeah, 6'3", 6'4". But then there were some people say they exaggerated his height, of course.
Sure.
But anyway, it had all the documentation when he came rolling through on that white horse through Charleston, how what a big deal it was, and all that. And so when I was actually taking the tour of all the historic stuff, they told me and showed me the uniform of this crescent that they wore on the uniform. It's not tied to a moon at all. It is actually what they wore on the
breastplate
the uniforms,
necklace, or the
yeah. And I actually came back from that trip and told everybody that on the show, and then forgot about it.
Well,
I was the one who brought that information. Hey, I got clarification on that moon.
What's wrong with us? We didn't remember you telling us.
The Motifit, M-O-T-I-F, it originally was part of the knight armor. But here's the problem. Here's the problem. If you hang it up in the nighttime sky over a palmetto, what is it? Palmetto tree.
Right.
It looks like it's the moon at night.
No question. And
now, if you'd have put it under the tree, look at that metal.
Do.
Well, you tell me. And that
I've heard a poem.
I'm talking about when you look at that. What I was
hunter's fright.
Right. Well, that crescent at night is a hunter's fright. But
does that not look like a type of palm tree under a moon at night?
It looks. Look, here's
the location of it's all wrong.
And this is the point. Now,
I don't know because it's real.
Yeah,
the moon is too.
I wish I was laying under that tree.
But Greg, I've seen
the ones I've seen have a thinner moon than that.
Yeah, that one I just saw. I don't see as often because that one doesn't look as bad. The one you see on the back of people's cars a lot, South Carolinians, they'll put that little sticker back there.
Oh yeah,
it looks different than that, and what they have on their flag looks a little different than that. But I'll go back to this. Got it that it's not a moon. Got it that it's not a palm tree. Got all that. That really isn't the point. The point is when you see what it looks like,
people mistake
during the times we're living in. It looks a little too much like what goes on top of a mosque, and we see on some flags of terrorist groups. It just does. I mean, I got news for you. The stars, the Confederate battle flag, in and of itself, doesn't mean what people made it mean.
Right.
And you can jump up and down and cry and lament over that all you want to. At the end of the day, you produce one. It cast a bad image.
Yeah.
Whether it should or shouldn't, it does. And so we can get in reality, or we can keep talking about how people shouldn't feel that way. You know what I mean? So should people feel that way about South Carolina's logo? They shouldn't. But I'm just saying, in the marketing world, I mean, like we were talking about, we've got a place where we live that sadly, in the name of their company, they have an extra S is the word ISIS. Yeah. And they don't even say it that way, but when people see it, hey man, wow. And really, you should be angry at the people that give these kind of things a bad name.
Right.
You know what I mean? Just like I've said before, and I have no ill will toward anyone, on the big picture. But if Muslims don't like their bad PR, they only have other Muslims to blame. They really don't have anybody else to blame. And so, and if you're in South Carolina, the people who have used a similar symbol to do bad things, even though the symbol in itself doesn't represent anything other than, whatever it's tied to in that religion. But when you see that and people use it, it becomes, people look at it and go, I will tell you, every time I see one of those bumper stickers, I have to do a double take. Oh, that's that South Carolina thing.
Yeah.
I do, every time. Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Much to do going forward on the program today. Upcoming events, the Real Greg Burgess this Friday, 11 to 1, local time at Hendrick Auto Mall there in Birmingham, Alabama. Go by for a little grip and grin coming up this Friday. Go see Greg. Also on Friday, Helmsy. He'll be speaking at a man church, Mexi Baptist Church, there in Mexi, Alabama, around Frisco City, Monroeville way. Make your plans to go out and see Helmsy. So Greg and Helms out on this Friday. Looking ahead, March 17th, First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi. Mark Garnett speaking at Man Church. The 19th of March, Bethel Baptist Church, Dora, Alabama. I'll be there bringing that message as they kick off the men's discipleship strategy. I'll be doing that via video. They decided to go with the kickoff package, which you can get at themanchurch.com. March 25th, Rooteville Road Baptist Church, the men's annual Low Country Boil in Rooteville, Georgia. I'll be there where you hear us on 100.9 The Bull coming up on March 25th. Then April 2nd, if you and your husband or you and your wife want to join Sherry and I, we'll be doing a marriage conference at Highland Baptist Church in Panama City, Florida. The tickets for you to get a meal, like get a full-blown date and all that, are almost gone. So you need to look for those. But if you want to just come and be part of the sessions, there's a little more room for that. But if you want to make that move now, look for April 2nd, Panama City, Florida. You'll find that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, or burgessministries.com under upcoming events. All right. So, Bubba, as we start this hour, we're having extended Sports Talk WRAB. And we got other sports stories that we did not cover. One of them, Helmsy's distraught about. Troy Aikman is leaving the Fox broadcast. Is that correct? And going to ESPN?
Yeah, I just don't like him leaving Joe out in the.
How come Joe didn't cut a deal?
Well, he's got a year left on his contract.
So that's why you got to have a mirror.
Well, many think that ESPN is working on a deal right now for Joe, and it's going to be in the neighborhood of $60 to $75 million. Meanwhile, Al Michaels is also contract year, and so they think that he's going to do something different.
He's getting old, isn't he?
He is 77. I believe
that's old.
CBS has theirs done. Tony Romo, Jim Nantz, they're good.
Mm-hmm.
There's an Amazon deal that's going on. You know how we always talk about the Thursday night game with Amazon? Yeah. So it looks like they're trying to get Al Michaels to do the play-by-play for that. That's their first choice, and they're going after him. Kirk Herbstreit is likely to be the color guy. Actually, I think they've got that deal done. He'll still do ESPN stuff, but they're going to allow him to do this Thursday night thing. So there's a major shift going on right now with football announcing outside of CBS. And then if Al Michaels leaves, now you've got that spot to fill. Do you bring in Tirico now, who's also with NBC, to do that game? So interesting. It is
a lot of shifts in the announcer.
A lot of shifting.
How about there's some pretty good money in the
lot
announcer world
of shifting. So there you go, and good for them. I mean, they did you say $90 million for Aikman?
5-year, $90 million.
That's good stuff right there.
That's a good paycheck not to have to be hit by defensive linemen.
You know, while he was playing,
or go
do
to
you
practice.
think he ever thought, well, I'll get to the point where in 5 years I'll make $90 million broadcasting games when he was in his prime playing? You know, you just
probably
wonder,
never crossed his mind.
Yeah,
no.
How much did he make playing? I bet did he make that much?
Yeah, he made a good bit.
Well, I mean, he was star for a few years.
Is it true that Tony Romo is starring as Shaggy in the reboot of
Yes, sir.
Oh, look at that scoop!
Look at that contract, Stu.
Look at Aikman's contract, Stu.
I love the face you got.
The only worry I have
His face has
is
to come with
if
it.
Joe Buck, the rumor is if he goes to ESPN, he's done doing baseball. And I think that's one of the things that turns me on to baseball games is his voice announcing these big-time baseball games.
What do you think about Romo doing baseball? They're going to throw a curve right here, Helms. Gonna catch him looking.
So his career total, and with bonuses, $55.5 million. Troy Aikman when he played.
So this is a sweet deal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, back
it was dead back
Yeah,
then.
I mean,
we're not talking about today.
Aikman
If he
got
was at his prime,
Jack this time, Greg.
He would be making the same as Russell Wilson's making today.
he would be.
But, you know,
Sure.
He was,
I mean, that's
It's all relative, Helms.
that's it.
Say you're making more now than when you played. Say that.
You're making more now than when you played, Troy.
so was Romo. Remember, he signed a huge
So
contract.
am I.
He signed a big one last year to get on my nerves.
So am I.
You know, he gets paid a lot of money to drive me
They're going
nuts.
to try to steal second here, Helms.
Y'all single-handedly ruined him for me because I actually liked him. I thought he did a good job, and now y'all ruining him.
I'm with you. I like him. I think he does a good job.
I'm still trying to like him, but every time this happens, I find myself going their way.
See our friends. You got to watch who you hang out with.
You know who this is really
The
good
influence
news
is
for?
unbelievable. On this front, it's really bothersome because I'm starting to draft with you, and I love the guy.
I'm sorry about that.
You know who I think
Don't
this
draft with me, Helms.
I think this is really good news for Dak Prescott. Because if you're a former Dallas quarterback, it looks like broadcasting's really good.
Yeah, pays really well, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Currently makes $7.5 million a year as broadcaster. Currently, good. Nice. So he's looking for a big bump.
Rick, the most confusing story of the morning.
Oh my goodness.
Concerns our alma mater, Jacksonville State University. What?
It's really not confusing.
Well,
we've made it confusing.
It is on the surface until you dig into it.
Well, two schools named the same throws a little wrench in it.
Well, they're not, though.
They're not.
One's Jacksonville State, one's
Bellarmine,
Jacksonville.
Okay.
Bellarmine wins the Atlantic Sun Championship, the tournament. Normally, that team would get to go to the big dance, the NCAA playoffs. But because they are transitioning from Division II, they have a 4-year period they have to sit out.
That's a long time, by the way.
Jack
That is a
State
long
had to
time.
sit out 2 years, I think.
That's a
when they
big
were doing it.
penalty.
And because they are not getting to go to the tournament, now the regular season champion, Jacksonville State, the Gamecocks, will get to go to the big dance.
How about you dancing?
And but Bellarmine defeat
Bellarmine.
It's got an R on it.
Yeah.
Bellarmine.
And I'm just saying that because in the break, I asked you, I said, because you wanted to stamp out this name. You actually had me, you said, can you
I
call
wanted to get close
Greg
to it.
Seitz and ask him, and I made the comment, why is this where you're stopping at trying to get a name right?
Yeah.
So I want to get it right.
This one
for
thing
you.
we're trying to get right.
This is the one thing. So it's Bellarmine.
Guys, it's
Bellarmine.
not that.
But it
you
is
act like it's
spelled-
Klimashevsky or
But
something.
it is spelled Bellarmine.
I think I like Bellarmine.
But there's an R in there.
There's an R in there.
There's an
Bubba.
R.
Bellarmine.
Okay.
Bellarmine.
Bellarmine is how it's spelled.
That's right.
Okay.
Well, close enough.
Bellarmine is how everybody says it.
Bellarmine.
But the word M-I-N-E is mine.
Yeah, in most English countries it is.
If you want it to be
Bellarmine.
Now what is
is that how you
confusing-
say it? Bellarmine.
Bellarmine.
Well, it don't matter. They ain't
Bellarmine.
going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you better take that E off of it if you want to call it Bellarmine.
But they defeated Jacksonville University, the Dolphins,
Correct.
in the finals of the tournament.
And the Dolphins put Jacksonville State out in the semis.
And then Jacksonville State was the top seed in the tournament.
Jacksonville, the Dolphins, defeated Jacksonville State, the Gamecocks, earlier in the tournament. And so it's very confusing because I thought if the winner of the tournament couldn't go, the runner-up would. But they said, no,
they're not the winner.
We're going to the winner of the regular season, which is Jackson. It's good for the Jack State Gamecocks.
Well, I mean, it would be different if they said, "All right, Bellarmine, you can't even win the tournament." Then but they're still the tournament winners. They're just not eligible to go.
Right.
So they go, well, who's the next best thing? Well, how about the season champion?
Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
Bellarmine, a recent Division II power and 2011 champion, defeated Liberty, another ASUN division champion, the other division champion, 50-53 on the road Saturday. Jacksonville, which joined ASUN in 1998, is seeking its first league championship and first NCAA berth in 36 years. But it's just confusing because there's too many Jacksonvilles in this.
How about when I play?
Well, if you really want to have fun, we got a Jackson State story today, too.
Oh, I know.
Yes.
I know. And that ain't confusing.
When I was at Jacksonville State, we were actually in the ASUN, and previous to that, it was the TAC. That's what they call it. They just changed the name. But I played my last game against Jacksonville University Dolphins. That's who I played.
assume they're from Jacksonville, Florida.
They are.
Can we make
And
that
to your
assumption?
point, when you see people in Jacksonville State or whatever gear, people will think you're same thing for them. They think it's the Gamecock. Then you want to really confuse people is you'll have a black Gamecocks baseball shirt on, and everybody thinks you're from South Carolina.
Yep.
So that even adds to it.
And I had a Jacksonville State thing, and they asked me how Deion Sanders was doing.
Right.
That's Jackson State.
Jackson State.
Mm-hmm.
When Taylor was
so
a
you
GA,
have Jacksonville University, Jacksonville State University, and Jacksonville
University.
State.
And then
he already said Jacksonville.
You have a Jacksonville, you have a Jacksonville State, and you have a Jackson State.
Yeah,
in
that gets confusing.
3 different states.
Yep.
when Taylor was a GA with Coach Clark at Jacksonville, they played Jacksonville State. They played Jacksonville. They had a football team. I think they had just started it, and the coach for them was former Gator quarterback Kerwin Bell.
Really?
You
How about that?
Yeah, oh yeah.
How about that stat?
That's a lot of trivia there, Greg.
Kerwin Bell was there when who was the running back for the Cowboys so good?
Emmitt Smith.
Emmitt Smith, yeah. Played at Florida with Emmitt.
By the way, the Jackson State story is that Coach Deion Sanders had to have 2 toes amputated after a medical setback. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So listen, Coach Prime had to get 2 toes cut off. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying it's reality.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry about it. I mean, and I'm also sorry I went to Charleston and realized it wasn't a moon and forgot to tell everybody again. Sorry about that, too. That's the reason why I'm going to be slapped at 5.
Tonight, Ricky Burgess.
So that's just,
slapped at 5.
Don't be mad with it. That's just it. Sometimes we keep lamenting over how things shouldn't be, but sometimes it's just the way things are. I'm sorry. I understand the whole history of the Confederate flag. I got it. But then people took it and did bad things with it, and it's hard to get that off the, it's hard to remove that. It is there. It's bad PR.
I think there's 2 things history has clearly shown us, Rick. That is, you've got to protect your brand, and you got to have border control.
You do. If you don't believe that, ask somebody living on the reservation right now.
Yep. Those posters.
That is a good one.
And there's been many of them, many sayings, but
boy, it's good.
And a few cartoons, but they're all dead on.
Yeah.
Dead on.
Yeah. Well, I know.
I'm not going to say any more about it.
I know, but I mean,
there's no need to.
But it's a good one.
It's a dandy, Rick. It's
Right.
it's almost so true you can't believe somebody put it on paper.
Right. Also, we found out gunpowder's big.
Yes.
And it is superior to hatchets and bows and arrows.
And if there's a nice piece of real estate that looks like it could be developed, don't trade it for firewater.
No. I wasn't going to add that one, but
well, it's true,
yeah, right? But it's make good deals.
Yep. Negotiate great deals.
You know what was it? Dan Moultrie?
Maybe a land lease would have been better.
What it was it? Dan Moultrie taught us: good contracts make good friends.
Yes.
You know.
Something like that.
Sorry about that, hamster.
Thank you.
All right, so James in Pensacola.
So we're just open about
it. Yeah, James, go ahead. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. I just was listening to y'all's comments about the South Carolina flag, and I Googled it, and also Googled Muslim flag, clicked on the images and scrolled down just a little bit, and there was the South Carolina flag. I thought that was interesting.
Okay, come again. So you're saying when you looked at the different flags that represent the Muslim religion, you
Islamic
went
Muslim
Islamic.
religion.
You found the South
That
Carolina
pops
flag
up on down in the list.
Yes,
I got an email.
Well, that's my point.
Sure it does.
Right.
That's my point.
That's what he's saying.
So thank you, James. That even makes the point even more. Yeah.
You can walk.
I mean, I wish it wasn't that way. I love South Carolina. I got nothing against South Carolina.
Hey, and you know what? I tell you what they're about to get. It's Tebow mania. You know, he's signed. I mean, not signed. He's been assigned to the Columbia Fireflies. I think
Fireflies,
it was.
yeah.
The what?
Play a
what
little
level
baseball.
Is that?
He's a Firefly, y'all.
What level is that? Single
A, I guess.
Double A?
Well, you know what else I just thought about? I'm going to Greenville, South Carolina in August for the Lifeway Men's Conference main event. With, I think I may just go get that uniform and wear it. I may come out with
the Tebow jersey.
Oh,
Rick.
they say it's mania there.
Rick, we can order you one.
No,
Wear it.
I'm gonna put that crescent on it too, though.
Oh,
I'm gonna go get like they wore it on their military uniform. I may wear that there just to say, hey, let's clear this up while I'm here.
If you hadn't hung it over the tree, nobody would.
Right. It's a Class A affiliate for, of course, the Mets. So, and
Columbia Fireflies.
Yeah, and I got an email from someone. We brought this up in the kickoff hour. We just kind of had for some reason, just started talking about Tim Tebow for a few minutes, and they have sold out the tickets. And a lady that was listening this morning sent in an email and said, "Hey, we've got our tickets. We're ready to go."
No, I mean, will he sell tickets at minor league venues?
Yeah.
You better believe he will.
Did y'all
Don't
know?
you know he wishes he wouldn't? That he could just try to work on his game a little bit without all that.
Well, he's used to it now.
I
was going to say,
Work
Greg.
on your game.
Right, I know what you're talking about, but deep down though, do you really kind of like the fact that no matter where you go, people want to come see you?
I don't know. Not when I'm trying to work on my game.
I think it's
But it
better. I think it's better than everywhere you go, people hate you.
If I was owning it, I don't want to go there.
Right.
How about just treat me like every other minor league player? That would be nice.
But it's an asset he has.
Watch
I mean,
your mouth.
that's why they want it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It is still a game and entertainment.
Helmsy can't believe he's 6'6".
No, he's not. He's 6'3".
No, I'm just messing with you. He couldn't believe he was
I didn't know he was
6'3".
6'3".
Which means he's 6'2", 6'1".
Yeah, I thought he was 6'1".
He did that in cleats.
Yeah, that's what that
2 inches is a big deal.
Really, he and George Washington same height.
Every time you bring that up,
And Luther Strange.
No, he's a lot taller.
Wow, he's tall.
Luther's real tall.
And the guy from
Almost
Gonzaga.
uncomfortably tall.
I think Comey's tall. The FBI guy. Somebody said he
looks
is tall.
He's
Yeah.
about
We're back 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show will meet still in play. Hasn't happened this week yet, so it'll happen today, tomorrow, or Friday. Next week, Bubba and I on vacation. The guys also, a lot of them will be vacationing. YouTube channel, Your Experience will be archived only. Adler will be off. The guys will rotate around doing best of shows, and so make a note of that, and then we'll all, Lord willing, return back here on whatever a week from Monday is. I'm not sure what that date is.
A week from Monday the 21st.
Thank you, buddy.
Helms, I recently played college baseball and also played against most of the teams, if not all the teams you just talked about. I'm currently more confused after that segment than I was playing in my 4 years in college.
Yes, it
is confusing.
And if there's anybody that can hash it out for you, it's this team right here. If you think something's complicated, just give it to us. We'll complicate it even more. So let's talk about Jackson.
Bellerman.
It's Bellerman until they drop the E. All right, so and some of the people I've heard pronounce it, they'll try to drop the R too. You can't be dropping letters like that.
Yeah,
Bellerman.
Named after Roberto Bellamino.
I don't care about having to pronounce it, because by the time they're actually eligible to make it to the actual tournament, I won't care about them at all.
Yeah, that's good.
I won't even be here. Wow. Who knows where I'll be? So anyway, so let's get to Jackson State. Bubba, you couldn't let the prime time has lost 2 toes go.
Yeah, I
You're
mean,
like, we got to unpack that.
Yeah, for real.
Losing toes has a lot to do with your balance and being able to walk
If
around.
you lose your big toe, yeah.
And Deion Sanders was, one of the most athletic players that we've ever seen in any sport.
It's going to hurt his backpedaling, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah, I mean, how does this happen to him? Because I remember when his team was in the championship game, he was on a scooter.
Yeah. All right. So everybody help me out. Okay. So we're going to try to confuse this too. I understand. I see in the story, Speedy, before you get on me about not looking at the story.
There he is. Look at that. That's
so,
a boy.
So I see in the story.
It's a madman right there.
What happened about going down, it all going south. All right, I got that. All right, so I have seen that. I'd like to know what his first surgery was about.
The very first, a dislocated toe,
that
along
started
with
the whole thing.
An inflamed nerve.
Okay, that started the whole thing.
That was the initial procedure back in September.
Okay, and then he came back, Bubba, as we all saw, on the golf cart and crutches.
Right.
Roamed around the sideline, had a little push scooter. Remember that?
Right.
As he healed, his toes began to darken under the bandages.
Mm-hmm.
Greg, you can step out.
Okay. Wasn't healing properly.
Right, and
basically dying on the vine.
He said they were talking about amputation of toes. Then they were talking about amputation of my leg from the knee down.
Come on now.
They were trying to be sure that I had life. He said he underwent several surgeries. He developed a blood clot.
Where was the blood clot?
I can't say all that. I know where that is in the body. I just can't pronounce all that. It's not good, I'll tell you that.
Good. Any blood clot's not good.
You don't want that.
No.
And I don't know what the syndrome is. Compartment syndrome, I don't know what that is, which means the leg swelled. And doctors had to flay it open.
Golly, I don't use that word.
And drain fluid.
That's not good.
And then his left foot, big toe, and second toe had to be amputated.
So they're basically trying to save his life. It sounds.
So he went with a dislocated toe, just led to all kinds of stuff. Is that real?
That's a crooked little toe.
Is that that's not the? That's not it. Is. Mm-hmm. That's not his foot. Please don't tell me that.
That's not.
That's not.
That's not all of that. That's just a.
Adler, is that
what do you call the toe? What do you call the toe when it's pulled up? Hammer toe.
Hammer toe.
Hammer toe.
Hammer toe.
Yeah.
So they're.
Hammer toe.
Yeah, a lot of us.
That's not his toes, by the way.
It is too.
I think it is.
His would be worse.
I love how Adler's just screaming it is.
He went, that's not his toe.
He said, like I got a hammer toe.
So but I mean, I know they did this to try to be sure that his whole leg didn't have to be amputated or lose his life. But is this over? I mean,
I know.
Are we sure
is this something he's going to deal with?
Just have to see how it goes.
I know it was terribly uncomfortable, but when you go back to the dislocated toe, this is one of those situations where the surgery to repair the injury turned out to be the worse thing than the actual injury itself.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's incredible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You got to be careful. Like surgeries, like we've always said, the only people having minor surgery are the people not having it.
I missed the fact that he was in the hospital for about a month during the season. Yeah, I missed all that.
I didn't know he was. Yeah, I remember the cart thing, but
and they finished 11-2.
Maybe they were better without him.
Do you think he'll be a better coach without his toes?
I think so. It makes him more focused.
I tell you what, he's got a story. I'm standing here with I ain't got two toes.
No,
don't y'all complain
when coaches get that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
you know it.
I remember Dad would always show us that messed up finger.
I got two toes. I'll still outrun you. I don't have two toes.
Will he be able to walk around? I mean, he's going to be.
If you had two toes, picture that.
If you only had two, I bet you. I'd like
now that's a story.
I'd like to see you outrun me.
Yeah, I think I got you.
I have a feeling he could still outrun me.
I was always, it may be wrong, but I was always told as long as you had your big toe, you were good on balance. But if his big toe's gone, he's going to be.
Are you a podiatrist?
I don't know. I just was told that. That don't mean it was correct.
When did you become a podiatrist?
Just because somebody told me that don't mean they told me the truth.
Hey, that pinky toe, that doesn't.
Don't do anything. Mine don't even work.
You can do away with the. You don't even need. You really don't even need the other four.
By the way, neither one of my pinky toes work. They just lay there like a dead.
No, I think all of them are pretty important, especially with the foot.
A very bad analogy.
It's like somebody.
The pinky does nothing. Yeah, does nothing.
I wonder what he's doing.
Greg, my little toes lay down like a doe during doe season.
All right.
I wonder what he does with all his flip flops.
Oh,
yeah, you're right. They don't need them anymore.
Sliders only.
I've been looking up, unfortunately, for pictures of athletes' toes because that's what we're doing right now.
Sure.
Do y'all know how bad LeBron James's feet are?
No,
y'all
never seen them.
I know he invested.
What the?
Wow.
Why would he show that?
Look, it's a photo of him on the beach. That is his foot right there.
One little piggy's hanging over.
What in the world?
He needs to go up a size in his game shoes.
Is that really it?
I mean, that piggy can't even go tomorrow.
No, that little piggy's just.
Where do you find athletes' feet?
All that running and pounding, it'll mess them up.
Look, guys, that pinky toe, that shows you don't need your pinky toe there.
Well, I looked it up. The purpose of the pinky toe is to provide balance.
Nah.
Don't
even touch. It's your big toes where your balance is. I told y'all that.
You did, Greg.
Everybody knows that.
Right.
I think
in all
they
fairness,
all are
you're the only one who went to school to be a photographer.
That's right. That's true.
Greg,
I wasn't there long. But yeah.
Greg, you have webbed feet. What do you think?
Yeah,
I got some great balance. I'll tell you that.
Hey, take a seat, Donald Duck.
Don't try to outswim him. I know that.
All right, I can go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, it depends which office he's in, a Democrat or Republican.
That's true.
Oh, yeah. How tall is too tall for y'all? Like, in other words,
You talking about freaky tall?
Do you wish you were taller?
I wish I was 6'6".
When you get
It's
over
too tall.
6'6", you get freaky.
That's the 6'6" is the magic number to me.
I'd like
6'4" is a good number.
I'd like to be 6'4" and a half.
Yeah, that's the number I was thinking.
Bubba,
6'4" and a half.
Allie, you wish you were what, 5'8"?
It just flipped you off.
Adler! Eddie Van Adler!
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you and I are not really activists of I don't think, I mean, it's, we don't normally attach ourselves to a cause that much, but I'm thinking this may need our attention.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, and I hate to put this on our plate, no pun intended, but we have often said that we think eating contests are bad. We don't like them.
Oh, yes.
We believe that food is to be enjoyed. It is also a work of art. It is not a contest. And we do not like them. We don't want anything to do with them.
Wow.
We have been tied to them a couple times. We've been asked to be in them or judge them so many times that if I just, and we said no on principle. Well, I think more and more people are realizing Rick and Bubba were right, because today we now report a second death.
2 in a row, Rick. 2 in a row.
A second death this week tied to eating contest.
Yep.
Yesterday,
been a bad week for
yesterday
eating
was a 20-year-old, right, in a pancake eating contest.
Young lady.
It was the daughter of of an officer, a first responder that was killed at 9/11.
Oh my gosh.
She even spoke at the memorial.
So pancakes, the culprit today. The culprit, the great donut, and pastries. Another death of a man in Denver. And Bubba, there is a news story to go with it.
Yes.
All right, here's the sad story, courtesy of
this is Rick. This is News 9 out of Denver, Colorado, the NBC affiliate.
These must be stopped.
Yeah.
Thornton choked to death on food at the Voodoo Donut Shop off Colfax Sunday. Witnesses tell 9 News they watched Travis Malouf participate in the giant donut eating challenge. Here's 9 Wants to Know reporter Anastasia Bolton.
So this doesn't make any sense. It can't. Not to the people who witnessed Travis Malouf die at a donut shop. It could just happen to any one of us. We're just hanging out with friends. Not to his family, who lost a son to a donut eating competition on Sunday.
We saw him in line. He was, again, 2 people in front of us with his other friends, and he was dancing to the music.
That probably
That's where he messed up.
What happened?
Was the Travis thing to do. His dad told us.
Wait a minute, I got to go back. We missed that. What did it say?
That's where he messed up. You got to focus.
Man.
If you're going to do it, you got to focus.
I'm locking up here. Hold on,
No
everybody.
dancing.
Everybody,
You've
hang
never
on.
seen Joey
Rick.
Chestnut dance during a.
No, I haven't.
That's all I'm
Everybody
saying.
hang. Oh boy,
Kobayashi
we
a
really
little
messed
bit.
up.
I got bad
Some
news
of
for you.
these.
Hang on.
Think
hang
about
on.
this. Some of these
Goodness
foods are just not the kind of food you'd want to do that with. Anything that could, soak up a bunch of.
And I like to enjoy a donut.
Hey, guys,
Well,
let's
that's
not
what I
miss the
said.
fact.
Michelangelo
Look at
didn't-
what the place was called.
I know voodoo.
Yeah,
that
we ain't
bothers
doing
me
that.
more than
He's
anything.
dancing.
That
like
thing's
he's-
got ain't nothing. How about Haints and donuts don't mix?
Oh, I know. Golly.
Don't have an eating contest.
You
at
talking about a
places.
Haintfield donut?
Oh
Is that
my
what you're talking
god!
about?
Oh my god!
I'm back. It's starting over. Dadgummit.
I'm going to be in a contest at Voodoo Donut.
Yeah.
The Voodoo Donut Shop off Colfax Sunday. Witnesses tell 9 News they watched Travis Malouf participate in the giant donut eating challenge.
Is his last
Here's 9
name
Wants to Know
Mouth?
reporter
Ralph
Anastasia
Mouth's
Bolton.
brother.
So this doesn't make any sense. It can't. Not to the people who witnessed Travis Malouf die at a
Malouf.
donut shop. It could just happen to
Bangs.
any one of us. We're just hanging out with friends. Not to his family, who lost a son to a donut eating competition on Sunday.
We saw him in line. He was, again,
See the logo?
2 people in front of us with his other friends, and he was dancing to the music.
That probably was the Travis thing to do. His dad told us people will remember his smile and his energy. The 42-year-old also liked to challenge. Voodoo Donuts has one. People proudly display their achievement in online videos. Eat a giant pastry the size of 6 donuts in 80 seconds or less, and your money back. So like when they brought over this huge donut, they're like, guys, give him a round of applause. He's gonna eat this thing. So we're all kind of like, okay. Julie Edelstein and Corey Palencia can't shake what they saw soon after that. He was choking on the food that he was trying to eat. Everyone called 911 really quickly and tried to help as best they could.
It was clear that nobody was like trained, and they were just reacting.
They need you.
Well, how about a Hamlet?
Try a
Hamlet.
Hamlet.
You got to do something, I think.
Finger
But it
sweet for
wasn't
Pete's
enough.
sake.
Travis died at the donut shop.
Yeah.
Unbelievable then and now to the people who saw it happen.
All right, it's 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, 866 We Be Big. Here we are. So let's show you a great idea. Have any of you done the Box of Awesome thing yet? It's a great idea. Great idea. So it can be a little gift for yourself if you'd like. Or maybe you and your family want to enjoy it. A Box of Awesome will come to your house every month, or you can stop it, start it, customize it how you want. And what they're going to do is ask you some questions about yourself. But if you're going to give it as a gift, then they would ask questions about that person, and you give them an idea of the things that to whoever's going to receive the Box of Awesome, the things that they like. And they've got camping stuff in there. If you got people that are kind of outdoorsy, they've got all kinds of different collectibles. They got gadgets. Grooming goods, and about $70 worth of stuff comes every month, but you'll pay far less than that for the actual box. You get 20% off the first box, too, by going to boxofawesome.com and entering the promo code Bubba right there at checkout. It's fun. And take that online quiz so they can know what to put in the box, and then look forward to these arriving at your house or a gift to someone else or both. And these must-have awesome collectibles will be in there, and it's a lot of fun to anticipate what's going to be in the box every month. So go right now to boxofawesome.com, enter the promo code Bubba. We'll get you 20% off the first box. We also have a link for you there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we got some Joe Biden stuff today. Always fun when he goes off the teleprompter, and none of these are very long. We'll see, him getting lost. Of course, we're only on, like I said, the cusp of World War III. Nothing to be concerned about here about who's leading the United States of America. Hey, good news in case you didn't hear us talk about it earlier. You're about to see who your president is, and also Poland, is trying to give Ukraine, an air force of some kind, and Kamala Harris is going there to kind of oversee that. So just wanted all of
the U.S. is saying they're not going to do it.
Yeah, but she's going over to kind of work it out.
They're not going to be the mediator.
Yeah, see if she can work it out.
Again, why do we even announce
World War III?
Why don't you gas them up, get them over there, and get them in the battle before you announce it?
Well, I'm sure it'll be handled just fine. All right, so talking about there's all kinds of things going on with the price of gasoline, and how we've decided instead of dealing with Texas, Pennsylvania, and Canada, we want to deal with Venezuela and Iran. Don't understand that move, but anyway, so Biden, as all the Democrats do, if things are going bad, you try to evoke Trump somehow, but he goes off the teleprompter and seems to get a little confused here. So here he goes. He's trying to make a point, but it didn't go well.
The three congressmen you have here, two of them look like they really could and did play ball, and the other one looks like he could bomb you.
What? It looks like he'd what?
Bomb you.
Bomb you.
What do you say?
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, two looks like they could play ball, and one looks like he could bomb you.
What's that mean?
What does that even mean?
I'll guarantee you, if somebody else was to say that, good.
Who are these guys? Are they congressmen?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. The three congressmen you have here, two of them look like they really could and did play ball, and the other one looks like he could bomb you.
I got to tell you, that first comment. I mean, if we're going to call everything racist, my gracious.
Mm-hmm. Imagine if Donald Trump had said these things.
I know.
Okay, go ahead. All right, here's the next one.
He'll bomb you.
He looks like he's a little lost here and doesn't know where to go after the speech.
Not again.
Watch this. Sorry, Speedy. Look, it's happening again. He's not quite sure where to go.
Oh my goodness!
Looking around. Where's my help?
Somebody help Paw off the stage.
Oh my goodness gracious!
He's absolutely lost.
Somebody help Granddaddy.
Just keep walking.
He's lost. Rick.
Oh,
He's asking him where do I go?
This is sad. This is embarrassing.
Do I go with you? You that way?
Where am I going?
What about back that way?
Where?
What about over here? What about there?
Where's Jeff Dunham? I need to get back in the case.
Who's behind the curtain really running this country? Because I can't see them. Where are they? I think we know who they are, but who are they?
So this is the part 2 where Biden incorrectly, Bubba, tells the reporters there's just nothing he can really do about the price of gas.
No, not at all.
Okay,
well, you knew he was going to hang it up on
sure,
Putin somehow.
Sure. So there's nothing he can do about it, Bob. Of course, must not know what we can.
Yeah, it was awful high. It was historically high before the Putin thing ever started.
Mm-hmm. So here we go.
It's going to go up. Can't do much right now. Russia's responsible.
Well, at least it's replaced Trump as responsible.
Right,
We've kind of wore that one.
Yeah.
That rug's a little threadbare. You know what I mean?
Can I tell you why that's not good on this one? And somebody said, hey, you don't say anything about Trump because actually when he was president, the price of gas at one time got below $2. So
it was. Several people have sent me pictures.
Right, yeah. So don't evoke Trump when we're talking about gas prices. Say something about Russia. But he's wrong. There actually is something he can do about it, or the president can do about it, that the executive branch can do it. But there actually is something. But he is choosing the wrong path.
Supply and demand.
Right.
It's not that complicated.
I got to give Steve Colbert props here. And of course now
they're getting on him, buddy.
Boy,
but
let me tell you.
Hey, he was making a joke.
I know. Now, but you know why, Bubba? He's made an upper joke here. He's been an upper.
Who are the people in the middle, by the way? Are they any of those?
I don't know. It seems like they're
the middies. Can we call them middies?
Yeah, they may be a little in the middle, but they got much back. So anyway, here's Stephen Colbert saying he's not concerned about how much we're paying for gasoline. Here he goes.
Okay.
Russia has been hit with a series of crippling sanctions, and it looks like there's more to come because the U.S. and its European allies are now discussing banning imports of Russian oil. Take that, Putin. We're not going to buy our gas from a war criminal. We're going to buy it from the good guys, Saudi Arabia. But it's going to cost. Since the invasion, oil prices have skyrocketed. Today, the average gas price in America hit an all-time record high of over $4 per gallon. Okay, that stings, but a clean conscience is worth $1 or $2. I'm willing to pay.
This is such a good setup.
I'm willing to pay $4 a gallon. Hell, I'll pay $15 a gallon because I drive a Tesla.
Okay, see, the stories that are coming out are getting on him for saying that when it's obviously a joke.
It's
Look,
comedy.
I don't defend him a lot.
No,
okay, because
you're
we're on
right.
there. He's making a joke, folks, just like how Trump made a joke about, hey, Putin, you're a genius for doing it this way.
Right.
It's all a joke. It's tongue in cheek. I think we got a whole generation that don't get that.
Yeah.
Do
It's
they not
comedy.
understand that?
Yeah, when you read it in print, but if you watch him,
it's comedy.
It's obviously
Somebody wrote that joke and he set it up beautifully.
Yeah.
I mean, he's acting like he's being all big-hearted about having a clean conscience.
It doesn't mind paying the cost of freedom.
And he does self-deprecating back on himself. And he said, I'll tell you what, I'll sacrifice the price of gas because I drive Tesla.
Yeah.
It's like, what he means is it's not going to affect me anyway, so I can really be bold.
15, what's it matter?
He's really making a joke about how we can be bold with other people's money that don't affect us.
Yeah, that's the way we're usually the most bold is with other people's money.
I thought it was funny.
I did too.
Yeah.
Y'all get off him. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, come on.
I will say that
Grow a sense of humor.
What Stephen Colbert has been doing, he stopped being funny a while ago as far as like a real big time comedian just going for laughs. He started going for and Jimmy Kimmel is the king of this. Instead of laughter, they call it clapter, meaning you're a comedian, you're supposed to be making jokes, but instead you're just going for like, oh yeah, way to go, claps.
Yeah.
And a lot of comedians that aren't funny made this transition during the Trump era, the transition to being kings of clapter. And you see Stephen Colbert doing that, you see Jimmy Kimmel doing it, and it's not comedy anymore. It's virtue signaling is what it is. And you see that as Colbert was setting up that joke, people thought he was just going for another clapter moment, and they started clapping.
And why he gets in trouble is because he's trying to dabble in both. And then when he does a straight up joke, everybody goes, wait a minute, I thought we were going for Clampton.
Yeah.
Well, look,
and
again, I don't agree with a lot of his politics. I think a lot of their accusations toward Trump was unfair, but I'm going to tell you, that was a funny joke, and it's worth laughing at.
I thought so, too.
Period.
We had this yesterday, 2D. We had this yesterday, and we didn't get to it.
Oh, wow.
Did you see where Whoopi Goldberg talking about this is...
Rick, I wasn't even going to address it. It was so dumb. I couldn't even look at it.
Yeah, and this is on The View, which I know some people who cannot get to a place where somebody can take fingernails and go down the chalkboard will watch that.
Right.
And because they need some pain somehow. But Whoopi, it makes this accusation that if Trump was in power, he would have handed Ukraine to Russia.
On the UN, I guess, she said, this would not be happening if, Bonehead had been president. And I say what I said last time. No, there wouldn't have been any issue because that guy would have handed Ukraine over to the Russians.
Now, where do you think she gets that concept?
and
I would say right opposite, that he would have not given an inch on it.
Yeah, no, that's
what's her name?
Nikki Haley.
Nikki Haley said.
Well, I just don't
agree with her.
I don't. What Whoopi Goldberg just said. If you look at the way the two administrations operated on this topic, that just isn't true. She's not willing to admit that Putin sees Biden as weak, and that's why he moved on Ukraine.
And look, I can say this, and this is a fact, Whoopi. How much land did the Russians take from the Ukrainians while Trump was president? How much have they taken since Biden's president?
They took land
How
two
much
times.
did they take when Obama was president?
They've taken land twice. When was that?
That would be Obama and our current president.
Yep, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Can't leave without seeing him stand up, like it's just food. He's going to stand back up and we'll say, oh, that was really scary and go on with our day. But yeah, once they got the tape out, then it was like, and after 20 minutes of them doing chest compressions, we just knew, like, you can't not have oxygen for that long. That was really horrible.
Wow, guys.
That could be
taken out by a donut.
See,
gracious, dancing.
I think I could do that challenge, by the way.
Oh, I thought the exact same thing.
Don't do it.
I thought the exact same thing.
I wouldn't do it from
He
that
thought
place.
that too.
I'll be with you.
He got.
I think I
got
can.
it. He
That's
got
one
to
I could
swallow,
do.
and you need to chew it up.
Yeah, you got to chew.
Guys,
he was dancing.
Guys,
That's where he messed up.
Guys,
Goes back to the zany.
I never thought I'd be this guy. I think that we need to ban these things.
I don't know, Rick.
I'm not a banner, but I think
I don't. Guys,
Rick, I've been against him forever.
I have
never.
I
have never been. And we were in some earlier on, even pre Rick and Bubba show, and they just always were a disaster.
I do
or
not
a near
like,
disaster.
Well, here's the thing: even if someone's not killed by them, they're so gross, and people get sick, and people start,
Rick,
and I don't.
At what point? Let's just be honest. Let's say one of us died trying to eat a donut in 80 seconds. At what point, it's tragic, we all panic, but probably right after the service, do we look at the other and go, so he died eating a donut and getting kind of tickled?
Well, I'm going to say if it was one of us, I have to say the obvious lines would be made. And it would be.
We would start game. So you.
I know you're.
Hey, then we start replaying something. I was dancing, thought it was sharp.
Yeah. We'd go through
Tried
that.
to dance and eat a donut.
Why do you keep looking at me when you say that?
But you do know it would come to that.
Well,
point.
you know what?
Once everybody was settled down.
Here's what would be said about us. I did think it was possible that they would die due to donuts, but not so directly.
Not so quickly and abruptly.
Right.
How about the prize? You just get what you were eating free. You don't have to pay for it.
Well, see,
that was the prize.
Well, look back at what Bubba and I've been trying to say.
Stomach ache.
If it was a contest, you got something free that you didn't even enjoy.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
I'd like to see somebody attempt to Heimlich.
You're trying to breathe and you can't breathe. You go from eating to, can't breathe. And you can't get it in.
It's terrible. That's the reason why eating contests. I think when are we gonna stop them?
That's awful, y'all.
When are we?
I'm begging you to stop it.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
I don't win today, then tomorrow. Will our meat's got me yearning. Whoa, come on, give it a try.
1-800-Flowers.com, Starkyards.com. bringing you that wonderful, wonderful wheel of meat. On that wheel, there's meat, obviously. From stockyards.com, Dreamland BBQs dropping some pork there on the wheel. That is there as well. 1-800-Flowers.com has beautiful bouquets of flowers, not flour. You don't need that. Also, we have Dan Moultrie, and Moultrie has a Moultrie package there on the wheel. There's Rick and Bubba stuff on the wheel, but there's also potential pitfalls, meaning it's possible that you don't win jack. Now, today, I do want you to know that if you land on stay in it, you will get a Rick and Bubba spatula.
There you go.
That's
awesome.
That's to cook the meat with.
Where's mine at?
Well, I'm telling you, did you see the shot of me cooking with that spatula?
Yes.
Man, Bubba, let me tell you, it works fantastic. It is a heavy-duty spatula, and it is fantastic. So, anyway, that's available on the wheel today as well. Looks like Helmsy in a Dr. Seuss hat spinning today.
Got it.
Helmsy, and by the way, because he has that red thing on, you look like Cat in the Hat a little bit. You do. You really do. You look. You could be Cat in the Hat, by the way. You do. All right. So let's go to the phones, and we'll see who'll get their first spin. Now, in order to get it to spin, you must say, "Wow, what a wheel!" And Speedy, what's the rule about prize hogs? Didn't we have a prize hogs?
Yeah, we had a prize hog.
Like 6 weeks. I mean, come on now.
You can only win every 6 weeks. Okay, prize hogs.
Sure of that.
Yeah. So if you look, be able to call yourself if you won within 6 weeks. Don't call. Other people need to get a shot to win stuff. Don't be a prize hog.
And then you're gonna make us have to keep up with it.
Yeah, and then we get in a hand on the sponsor. Say, this person's already won last week.
How much meat do they need?
How about this? Don't be a prize hog. Okay. All right.
Share.
All right. Let's. So here we go. To Meridian, Mississippi. Robert is listening to us on the buzz. Robert, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, fellas?
Buddy.
What do you say?
Val, what a wheel.
Come on with it. Oh, German version of Wow, what a wheel. Oh, what happened to our logo? Our logo's upside down.
What are you talking about?
Who turned that upside down?
Bubba, we're upside down. Is this new marketing trick where if it's upside down, people
Yes,
look at
Rick, I see it.
All right, let's see where this baby lands. Looking. And there goes the phone troll music. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back 9 minutes to the top. And lines are available. So we've opened all 10 lines. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll make a comment. We'll ask a question. We'll bring information to the table. Try to stay away from meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. But it is your opportunity to speak to any topic that you have heard on the program today or you would like to bring up. This is your time to go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Don't forget, coming up this Friday, Birmingham, Alabama, see the real Greg Burgess at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall, and you can go by and say hello, 11 to 1 local time. Little grip and grin. And Helmsy, Mexi, Alabama, Mexi Baptist Church, Man Church, coming up this Friday night. All right, so we'll start with, and you can find all that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Chance is in Sylacauga. Chance is standing by. He'll get us rolling. If you want to get in, you can get in now. Here we go. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Chance, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds and go.
Yeah, I didn't know if I missed it or overheard, but I was wondering what happened to Adler's camera.
The one that got broken? The one that was that got knocked over? It has been replaced, right, Bubba? Is that right?
Well, we have a replace. Is it did y'all get it up yet?
No, we haven't. Okay. We haven't swapped them out yet. Yeah. But we did figure out what happened. It was the cleaning crew, and they did. We asked if anything happened, and they said yes, something happened,
and they agreed to replace it.
Yeah, and they replaced it. So that was.
I appreciate them doing that.
Yeah, it was resolved. We appreciate that.
Yeah, resolved quickly. They took responsibility for it, and we, like y'all said, we're thankful for that.
But it was a mystery that we came in, we're like, what in the world? But we figured it out.
Yeah, we got it all figured out. Let's go to Stephen in Talladega. Stephen, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, guys, I just want to let you know I just spent $5.27 a gallon for gas in Lincoln, Alabama.
How much was it? I'm sorry.
$5.27.
Oh.
Are you serious? Because I come through there.
$5.27. I'm serious.
Good night.
Yeah, well, there's nothing. There's nothing Biden do about it. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, I think they're hell-bent determined for gas to cost $8 a gallon.
Oh, I think you're going to see that easy.
So we continue.
Before it's all over.
866 We Be Big is the number. Brandon in California. What part of California, Brandon?
Oceanside. Sir.
Oceanside. Welcome to the program.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to shout out and say thank you to you and all the guys at the show. The Man Church has been outstanding. I'm loving the Bible study. Trying to reach out to guys out here. A couple of the churches we visited, one of them's already started. Trying to introduce it to my church. Just really thankful for the impact it's made and met a lot of great people out here. Actually got to see you, Rick, back in Alabama.
Yeah.
Church event there. Thank you so much for praying with me. Still working on my dad, but man, it's just been a great time.
Thank you, man. I remember when I saw that order come in, I was like, Oceanside, California. The Rick and Bubba footprint.
I know.
I mean, I'd love to have it there. But thank you.
I wonder what that's like in California.
I was excited to see that, and thank you for that update. That's fantastic news.
Do you feel like you're living in a foreign land in California?
Well, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Daryl in the great state of Alabama. Daryl, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I think I've got the answer to renaming daylight.
Okay.
I was listening to the podcast from yesterday. Bubba mentioned something about how we're using less electricity now because of the better light bulbs. So it makes sense to me that if more people are awake at sunset or at sunrise, then we're using more energy at the end of the day. So get the guys who are
wow.
Bad phone and stammering. Not
a
good combo.
That was tough. I think what he's trying to say, if we'll live more of our life during the natural daylight hours, we won't burn as much electricity at night.
Yeah, if we weren't obsessed
is that
with
close?
Yeah, I think if we're not obsessed with trying to name it what we want to name it, just say, all right, the days are longer in summer and spring than they are in fall and winter. And just kind of stay in the daylight as much as we can, you probably save something.
And look, I'm going to make your week because if I'm not mistaken, daylight savings time comes back this weekend.
Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm. Is that true?
Yeah,
that is a true story.
Rhonda in Tennessee. Rhonda, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hi.
Hey.
No, I was just stating thank you for bringing that up, that when Obama was also president, that Russia had also taken land of Ukraine, and I did not realize that. And that, thanks for bringing information to the radio station people I don't know. I appreciate it, and we really love listening to y'all.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Yeah, look up Crimea.
Yeah, say grab Crimea during the Obama years when we were going out apologizing all over the world. Trump comes in, no grabbing of any land. Then grabbed it as soon as Trump was gone, and Biden came in and looked weak.
And I know some people on the right, conservatives, like to point out that that's because they feared Trump, and I don't think that may be exactly fair. It could be. I think they didn't know what to expect out of Trump. He was a wild card in their mind, so that worried them more than knowing where he was. You know, they considered him to he could do anything.
Yeah. JT in Birmingham. JT, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, I just was hoping y'all could help me understand something. So if Biden is shutting down Russia's pipeline, to the world to hurt their economy, well, doesn't that same logic apply to America?
Yes.
Shutting down our pipeline? Well,
yes, it does.
I mean, he's contradicting himself without even realizing it.
Yeah, he's telling you that what he's done to our pipeline is destroying our economy because he said that's what it'll do to Russia.
This is the problem. Joe Biden relied on the environmental wackos, the extreme left, to get elected. That was part of his base. And he had to promise certain things, and that was anything that says pipeline on it, they won't shut down. Doesn't matter. Yeah. Don't matter about jobs.
Did it immediately.
It was more important to Joe Biden to make them happy than his union workers who were all being fired off the pipeline. So anything that said pipeline, didn't matter if it helped us, hurt us, if it was hurting Canada, what was flowing through it, didn't matter. If it had pipeline on it, we have to shut it down. And Trump was for it, so I was against it. That was the end of the logic. And that's a terrible two reasons to make a decision on.
And if you're one of these union people that line up and bow to the Democratic Party and they tell you what you can and can't do you feel like you kind of got You got taken on this one?
Well,
because the green.
Why do you keep supporting someone who is putting you out of a job?
It's okay to change. The Democratic Party has changed. I mean, our own parents said they didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left them. It's okay to say that. And if you think they're looking after you, the union workers now, come on. The Green Movement tells them what to do. You don't. You don't anymore.
Don't get in the way of AOC. You'll get run over.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For Robert and Meridian. And no flowers. Flowers. Smell it! Congratulations.
Hey, Doc, calm down.
Hey, I don't want to go cat in the hat. All right, Robert, congratulations. 24 assorted roses for you or someone you love from 1-800-Flowers.com. I'll put you on hold. We'll get all the information. We'll get these roses right to you.
I appreciate it.
All right, man. If you're going to 1-800-Flowers.com, don't forget to click on the radio icon, and you'll see some special offers by entering the promo code BUBBA for Rick and Bubba fans. All right, let's continue. Andrea is in Trussville, Alabama. Andrea, how are you?
Good. How are y'all?
Fantastic.
Good.
What do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Go ahead, cat in the hat. Hey. Really good spin.
Look at her lit up.
Really, really good spin. I mean, that thing is, I hope it doesn't spark a flame. All right, let's see.
Well,
where
we
she
hold
lands.
it on the week down. So.
See where she lands. Andrea in Trussville is hoping for a prize of some kind. Let's see.
Somewhat. Adler.
Meat. You did it, Andrea. You've got meat from stockyards.com. You did it. You're going to get a $50 gift card and go to stockyards.com, buy anything that you want, and hopefully you and your family will enjoy delicious stockyards.com.
Thank y'all so much.
No, thank you, Andrew. Thanks for listening to 104.7 WZZK. Let's go to Jim in Florida. Jim, how are you today, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. What do you say?
Wow, what are you?
Come on! There it goes. Boy, I tell you, it is spinning.
That son of a gun.
That thing is spinning like Susan Rice. Let's see how we go. All right.
Oh, boy.
Let's see where she lands.
Where's she going to land? And, boy, the anticipation.
Come on, me. Come on. Uh-oh. Yeah! Me! Boy, you were so close to Pippet. I mean, you were very close to me.
You hung on one peg.
I mean, one peg got you some meat from stockyards.com. Don't forget when you go to...
Thank you very much.
No, man, we'll put you on hold. When you go to stockyards.com, don't forget to go to that radio icon and enter that promo code BUBBA. Also looking for deals for Rick and Bubba listeners. I think we can get one more in.
Yeah, one more in.
One more in. One more. All right, let's go to Kentucky. Mike is standing by. Mike, welcome to the program. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. What part of Kentucky are you calling from?
Lawrenceburg.
Lawrenceburg, Kentucky.
Around the big lake, Taylorsville Lake. I don't know if you ever heard of Taylorsville
You know
Lake.
what? I haven't, but I'd like to do a little bass fishing there if you don't mind.
Yeah.
All right.
It's good too.
Oh, good. So what do you say? What do you say right now?
Wow, what a wheel!
Come on, Mike.
Wow,
Let's see what goes. Hey, bluegrass. Bluegrass. Hey, there it goes. All right, let's see. Where you want it to land today, Mike?
Oh, turkey.
Oh, turkey. Oh, you want that Moultrie package?
Yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we love hunting around here.
Let's see where it lands.
Show us something good.
Oh, my goodness. He just
Wait a minute. What?
We're on fire today. Meat it. We're on fire today. I mean, we are absolutely on fire. Every spin, it's meat or flowers.
Winners galore.
And lots of meat went out today off that wonderful wheel. A $50 gift card, Mike, from stockyards.com, buddy. Yeah, thank you, Mike. We'll put you on hold.
A little disappointed, but you're good.
Well, instead of having to go out and kill meat, he just gets meat.
That's good meat, too.
That is, too. Stockyards.com.
Stockyard.
Also, our thanks to 1-800-Flowers.com today as well. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com, enter the promo code Bubba where it says Radio Icon. See some offers there. So our thank you from them to you for being part of the wonderful Will of Me.
I'll tell you what,
Winners,
3 big winners.
Winners galore today, gentlemen. All right, Bubba, we're going to have to get a handle on this. Speedy just came in there and met me in the hall on a media request. Can you tell Bubba what you just told me?
Okay. I just need to know how I need to respond.
Okay. All right.
Now, this comes from our affiliate in Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Okay. They've been with us for a long time, and we love them.
Great affiliate.
Eric West is the senior VP of programming. Pretty big deal. Eric West, we've worked with him for a while. Right. We know him. He's hosted us there on events. Yeah. Love the guy. He says our talk station, has a show on it, and that would like to interview Rick about his governor bid. Is that possible? Obviously, we record it, but they are requesting a Rick Burgess interview on running for governor.
Oh, I'd absolutely do it.
And I just don't know how I need to respond.
Where does this keep coming from?
Well, you saw that going on Twitter yesterday.
Well, yeah, I've seen
Rick,
that.
when are you going to come on that?
But I mean, look, have people?
I need to know: are you running for governor? Of the state of Alabama. Let's put that to rest, because my wife would like to know. All right, because she wants to know if our job's affected.
Right.
And secondly, how would you like for me to respond? Because the media requests are now coming in for interviews.
Well, as my wife told someone. It is 6 minutes now past the hour from the No Name Studio. Let's go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for our brand new hour. We thank you for being here. And join me and welcome back for a brand new hour. There is Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
So, the big thing now is obviously the biggest story in the world is Russia and the invasion of Ukraine. We've talked about that. Now all this mounts of what can we do? What can we do? Boycott this, cut off that. Let's do this. Let's do that. Of course, as the caller last hour and many others are pointing out, if cutting off the pipeline from Russia will destroy their economy, cutting off our pipeline here probably is destroying as well. And the fact that we're not going to ourselves to solve this problem of energy dependence is bizarre, unless, of course, you realize that the green movement is running our country right now. So, Bubba, there's more pressure, and looks like pressure is mounting on one of our favorites.
Rick, if you think cutting Russian oil sales off to the U.S. was not a rough hit for the Russian economy, there's pressure mounting on KFC to close its 1,000 Russian restaurants. I had no idea. Sales of Coca-Cola and Pepsi have been halted in Russia. Starbucks and McDonald's said Tuesday they're closing all of their locations. Both companies say they will continue to pay their employees in the country for now. It leaves KFC parent company Yum Brands as the last major fast food chain in Russia.
Has there ever been a brand named more appropriately?
McDonald's has 850 locations in Russia with some 62,000 employees. Starbucks has 130 locations, and they operate that through a special licensing deal. KFC, Rick, has 1,000 restaurants in Russia. 1,000.
Of course, this does kind of go back to the Babylon Bee thing. I guess if Putin would just put on Xi's mask, we would all start doing business with him again.
Right. Yum also operates 50 Pizza Hut locations across Russia.
Well, Yum.
Well, I'm going to tell you, when this starts hitting the chicken world, look out.
Does it feel, though, because haven't the people of Russia been through enough? Does this feel almost like...
when will Putin scream uncle?
Right. This almost feels like a war crime on the people of Russia. Why would I understand it, but this is going to hurt the people who have nothing to do with it.
Well, they said they're going to keep paying the employees, but of course, if you've been heading down to KFC to eat, you're in trouble.
Right.
I think mighty generous they're going to pay the employees.
Yeah, but for how long?
Does it bother y'all that China has more KFC locations than the United States?
It does. It does bother me.
By like 3,000.
Mm-hmm. Well, they got a lot of folks, but it does bother me. It bothers me. Mm-hmm. I don't like. I don't.
Well, there it goes by a little different name. It's called the General's Fried Chicken.
That's true. That's true. And when you eat there, it's 30 minutes later you're hungry again. But the
well, I'm always hearing here in America that our demand for chicken is going up, up, up. I know the suppliers are having a hard time keeping up with it. I mean, everywhere, Rick, you see a chicken house, you see 2 or 3 more. I mean, they're growing like mushrooms.
Yeah, I hate to be cruel, but if we don't have to supply Russia anymore, maybe
that's what I'm thinking. Maybe that'll ease the chicken prices here. We might see a drop, and that'll help us compensate for the gas prices going to $8 a gallon.
I was about to say, are you saying? Are you saying if we'll just use our own chickens, we can become chicken independent?
That's right. Let's be chicken independent and have a chicken surplus.
Sounds a lot like oil, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Right.
It does.
So we want
nobody grows chickens like we do.
No, buddy, we got chickens everywhere you look.
I got chicken farmers in my family. They turn them babies out.
Oh, there's chickens everywhere.
They grow them in a hurry now.
I mean,
it's a great system too.
Greg, you love chicken?
I love it.
I do too.
You talking about some yard birds?
Hey, take calories and all that out of it. What is your favorite way to have it? Yeah, me too.
Fried.
On the bone.
I'll even eat it not on the bone.
I like it on the bone.
It's hard to beat just a good old, to me, a good old chicken leg, old drumstick. It's hard to beat. I know you don't like it, Rick, because it's dark meat, but you'd rather have a breast, don't you?
Yes.
Yep. Absolutely. It's got to be moist, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now, I will tell you this. If you've done the proper battering and your battering is like it ought to be, I'll eat any part of that chicken you throw at me.
Throw it in that iron skillet.
Because it tastes so good.
In that iron
Rick,
skillet.
I will tell you,
I don't like getting in those arteries and that muscle stuff.
I'll work right through it. I don't even check out it.
I don't like getting them ligaments.
And everybody all on fire about thighs. I don't know why I say it's the greatest thing ever.
I don't like any part of the chicken where I see the blood when I'm eating.
When I have to stop and get a bucket of chicken, Betty will say, do not eat it before you get here.
That's impossible.
And I'm not. I can't. I mean, by the first red light, I got the top of that bucket off. Huh?
It's not that hard to take it off.
Finding me
all
a
you do is
leg.
get your finger in one little hole.
Have you ever got drive through and not eat a fry before you get home? If there's fries in there,
Never.
No.
You got to.
Never.
Matter of fact, that's the only way I like waffle fries.
Yeah.
When it's all I got.
I'll be honest. Fried chicken while you're driving is more difficult.
It's not easy. But you need a napkin.
The good news is if you do it right, you don't even have to armor all your dash.
That's true.
You just have all that in there and you just rub it on.
That's so true.
Steering wheel shiny. When
can I give you a fried chicken pointer for driving and eating it?
Yes, please.
It's not easy.
All right, so
unless it's fingers,
right? And because safety first, and that's how I live my life. But most chicken places now have some form of chicken finger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what you do is you order the meal for the family and for whatever, and you leave it alone. And you throw in an extra order of about 4 to 6 fingers.
And you eat those on the way home, and nobody ever knows.
You eat them on the way home.
That's Rick.
There's no evidence.
See, that's an eater there. Somebody knows what that is.
Look, you're up for Lunch Eaters Man of the Year.
Thank you, Bubba. Coming from you, that means tremendous amount.
Yep.
But you'll do that now, won't you? Because it usually comes in one little bag or one little box. Nobody even knows about it.
It's possible that I have done something similar to that in the past.
Yeah, makes sense.
And nobody knows.
And that way you got a good finger food. You're still getting kind of a version of you're getting. It's delicious.
And when you get home, the missus checks the bucket and it's full, so she's happy. She thinks you haven't eaten.
They go, man, you didn't even open the top. No, sure didn't.
Did not. And you're not telling the story. You didn't.
Well, you didn't.
You didn't, Rick. So I can't say that I did because I didn't.
You didn't put your hand into our dinner. I sure did not.
I did not.
Yeah,
I did not.
Well, good for you. Now your beard looks a little greasy. What happened? Well, I don't know.
What?
Let's just
a lot of times
let's just come out through the drive-thru.
A lot of times too, I've discovered that if you'll go to get gas on your way home, so you can clean out your truck for any evidence that may be in there and throw it away.
100%.
Because you don't want an empty chicken box.
Well, let me tell you what I'll do.
And that be spotted.
Well,
You know what I mean?
I'll show you this. You talk about something that was like a gift from heaven. So where our trash cans are at home, because you don't
Out
always,
by the road.
Yeah, well, our trash can at home where it stays is right to the left of my side of the garage.
I got you.
So what I do is I park right by our trash cans, throw the evidence of the what I ate on the way home in there, and then walk in with the meal.
Well, I have to be careful that I'm not spotted out the glass window
Mm-hmm. Right. Watch
in the
that.
garage.
Yeah.
So, just to play it safe, depending on
get
how
you.
big the infraction is,
Right.
I can stop at the gas station on the way in. But if it's small and quick, I get the same setup.
Mm-hmm. Do you ever do a?
What are you doing out there? Just checking the trash can.
Hey, being sure the trash is some of the stuff in here.
No, what you can say is I'm putting the lid down on the trash
There
can
you go.
because I am.
I am.
Yeah, because you're putting something in it.
Yeah, it's true.
And I didn't say anything about who lifted it up, but I'm putting it down.
And and us being males, we were assigned trash duty at birth.
Oh,
so
Rick, what is up? With
So
that?
so nobody's going to look. We're the ones that knows what's going on in there.
Yeah,
You
nobody
know?
knows.
Right. They don't ever.
What are you doing? Putting the top down on the can?
Yeah. Does Betty do what Sherry does? Well, she'll literally take a bag out of the kitchen trash can or whichever one, wrap it up and everything, and sit it in between, like toward the door, but not go out there and put it in the trash can. It's that's always our job.
Yeah, well,
Not that much fun.
they're waiting on me to come through there to put it out there. But my biggest complaint is overfilling. We'll have a can with the lid standing straight up.
Yeah,
and I said I can't manage this because we
It
have a
pops back,
difficult.
hits you in the face.
Yeah, we have a difficult
when you kick
situation.
it,
I have a golf cart. I have to put the can on to carry it to the road because we live down a
Good.
steep hill.
Well,
and it's designed for that. I got a strap built on. It's fine. It's awesome.
hey, that's upper trouble.
Yeah, that's
first world.
That's first world issues right
right.
there.
That's
But it's still my burden to carry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Uppers deal with that, and lights that run up in the ceiling. Did you ever get that fixed, by the way?
No.
They still haven't got to the bottom of that?
Well, no.
You don't know what's wrong?
No.
You just never have gone back to it.
No, I just haven't had time to get there. I think I'm going to throw a quilt around it and let it go.
16 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We've had to talk about this now because it's everywhere, and I don't know. To me, I've always thought it was obvious that this is not real. Okay,
Gov.
All right, but anyway, so my wife said, and it really sums this up. This is all you need to know. In order for my husband to run for governor of the state of Alabama, he would have to then cease to be on the Rick and Bubba show and run Rick and Bubba Incorporated. Do you really think that he is going to just take Rick and Bubba at this point in his life, toss it in the trash, and go try to be governor of Alabama? That would be lunacy. So that it is lunacy. That's not going to happen. Now, if we like before, and of course it's just one state, so I don't know how much of it we can do here on the show. There'll be some. If there is a candidate for our home state, and there's some that are considering it, and one in particular that I think we would be very excited about, then we will point Alabamians toward that person and say, hey, we're all in with them. But Rick nor Bubba is really going to run for governor. These are things that are coming out in the press that people I thought were just having fun with, and then I don't know how this time it's been taken serious because it's been said how many times now.
Quite a few.
Well, there was an article that was so
you're saying there's a chance
on Twitter.
What a great
and some of them are just like funny, you know.
Oh yeah,
but there was one over the weekend that was like a little bit more straight up and actually had the bio of the top 10 possible candidates, and you were there.
Now this isn't the woman that had Dickie Nadmeyer on it.
No,
too,
that
right?
was yesterday. That was funny. That was funny. All right, so I'm gonna respond that. Yeah, Rick can't do the interview, but Dickie Nadmeyer can.
Yeah, right.
Because he is still running.
That would be perfect.
Right. Okay.
That would be perfect.
I just want to put that to bed, Rick.
Yeah.
I hope my wife was listening too.
Yeah, and I'm
good,
really
baby.
actually happy because I have actually been researching what cabinet position that I would like to have, and I'm not qualified for any of them.
I got news for you.
No, I've seen some of the people doing it. You'd qualify.
Yeah, you sure absolutely would. And look, if God ever says to Bubba or Rick or Speedy or Hams or Greg that Adler that hey, I want you to do something else, then of course we would do that. But what we're being called to do, in my opinion, we couldn't have a more effective position than we currently hold.
So what you're saying?
Now it can be dicey, and you can have to walk some lines sometimes, but you would have to walk even more weird lines in politics than we have to walk here.
You talking about murky water?
I think that agricultural position is good. What's it called? Is it a director? How do they? What's the actual title of that job? You know,
is that the one that put your name on the gas pump?
Exactly. I think that would be real cool. Have your name on all the gas pumps.
Yeah, it would be.
Because I'm pumping gas, I always read that little seal. Like, I wonder what that is.
I'm reading between something here. Right. What you're saying is you're bypassing the state of Alabama and you're going to run for president.
That's right. You got it.
Okay. Yeah. That's what it is.
I got to be honest with you. Don't neither one of them pay too good.
I would go. I'd go for UN General Secretary.
Oh, I like
President of the world.
Look, I will just tell you this, and I think it's a great blessing, and I don't know if it really does apply to everybody in this room. I can only speak to myself. I really can't imagine being more secure and more comfortable and more fulfilled in what I'm doing with my life right now. There's never been a time in my life that even compares to it.
Yeah.
I mean,
nothing
even close. And everything that I feel called to and really do care about, I'm involved in. And being a governor of a state is so far down the list for me. I'm flattered and honored that anybody think we'd even have a shot to win. But I have zero interest in that. I mean, none.
So when do you announce it?
As a matter of fact, I even think about it. It gives me kind of a dread feeling. Wouldn't want anything.
Like there's a test.
I wouldn't want anything to do with that.
All right, so this is a no on the interview.
Right.
Oh, I'd say do the interview.
I'll tell you this.
I'd do the interview.
Most of the time, with very few exceptions, and there are some exceptions, very few exceptions, and there are some, right? And I'm thankful for that. When I'm around politicians, I feel a very greasy, dark feeling.
Yeah.
I don't like being around them. I don't enjoy that. So, but
There's
I do.
Room full of them.
You're right.
Yeah.
But what I'm talking about is when we have to participate because it is an avenue to try to make a difference as far as people you want to try to support. But the people that I would just say I'm all in are so few.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. Here we go. So we will be doing the Wednesday Bible study again today. And remember, there won't be one next week. We'll also do Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, tomorrow. It'll be out this weekend. We will not have one of those next week. Bubba and I are on vacation next week. So a good time for you to go check archives of the show and of the podcast and of the Bible study next week as we take a week off. And then we'll be back on the 21st, Lord willing, all together, and we'll give you recaps from the week off. So Wednesday Bible study will be a new one today. As a matter of fact, today, Bubba, you know one thing that you'll take away today?
What?
Why is it a derogatory statement to call somebody a Nimrod?
Wow.
You'll know that after today.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll cover that did you go back and listen to the one about Noah getting drunk? That was wild.
I have not, but it is on my list to do.
Yeah,
I would love to hear that one. That's one of my favorites.
Let's walk through Genesis. Like we said, when Sherry said it too, when I was trying to figure out what to do, and she was so right. Rick, people cannot prepare themselves for the end or understand the end if they don't understand the beginning.
There you go.
So anyway, we're walking through Genesis. I think today we'll finish chapter 10 because it's mainly genealogy. And then we'll get about half of 11 today. So look for that live.
You know, the first time I heard that term used, Nimrod, Bugs Bunny.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's.
I know that's a strange tie-in, but I'm a big Bugs fan.
Right. You know, because people have gone back and forth on was Nimrod, is that positive or negative? It's negative. So if you don't understand the whole deal, you think, well, it sounded like he was kind of a hoss. Well, he was, but.
Bugs Bunny used it in a negative a lot, so that's why.
It is negative.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it ends up being really negative. So anyway, it's an old thing old problem human beings have had for a long time. We just can't quite say that he knows what he's doing when I speak of the one and only living God. Somehow, we always want to take his place. All right, so the biggest religion right now growing across the country, self-worship. It's been around a long time. Let's talk a little bit about this situation. I know, Speedy, you had a son had a parasailing incident. I remember that story.
Yeah, I know. Oh, that's right. You were up there with him, weren't you?
Oh, yeah, I got tangled up in it, too. And what was so sad is we were on a promotion for the show.
I remember this.
It was hard to promote.
Yeah, it's hard to promote something that nearly took your life. So this is in Mexico. Is that where this is? No, we don't have any audio, which is unfortunate because we can't really hear the reaction to this. We can only see it. But, buddy, it looks like in this parasail situation that, I mean, it doesn't even.
It was northwest Mexico.
Yeah, it doesn't.
He's on the beach there.
A parasailer takes off from the beach, and I can't pronounce that place in northwest Mexico, as you said. But his harness breaks mid-air and sends him plunging into the sea.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So let's watch it. We don't have any audio, so I apologize for that. But you can hear us talk about it. All right, already I sense there's too much wind. But anyway, so here he goes.
He's good right there.
Oh my goodness. That's shallow.
He's in like a foot of water.
That's really shallow. That's really shallow water. I'm watching the harness.
I'd like to be out a little further if I'm going to hit the water.
Oh, if I'm on my god.
That's 40 or 50
Y'all, that's
feet.
a bad fall.
Oh, my goodness.
Who's in charge of the harness?
He hits that beach like a big old fish.
When you're running on air, when your legs start to try to run, that's not.
Did he live? He's got to be okay.
He's okay. He's okay. He's hurt, but he lived. Yeah, he's fine.
Rick, how you know he's okay?
I don't think I would.
That's 50, 60 feet.
You don't think you would have?
He spread out his body, so I think that helped.
That was smart. He gets that arm under and snaps it.
The Sandman gave him.
Hey, that left shoulder's got to be broke.
Yeah.
Got to be.
Well, what about his ribs? What about ribs? Ribs!
Gosh almighty. Thank goodness he hit a little water.
How high you think?
40 or 60 feet.
That's 60 foot if it's a foot, and at least he's in wet sand and
two.
And about,
you think that water helped a little bit? What, about half a foot?
It couldn't be more than a foot.
All right, focus on the other people here. Let's see if they stay in the picture at all. No, they don't.
That could have been terrible.
Gosh. Here we go. Look, one guy's already turned around and walked off like, he's up.
Can you imagine what it sounded like?
Oh, no.
What about the two guys that hooked him up? One of them looked at the other and said, I thought you hooked that.
All right, watch this.
I mean,
I'm going to the board.
I've never seen it just drop somebody.
I'm going to the board, okay? And I'm gonna tell you who I hold responsible. All right, I'm going to the board. All right, I'm holding this guy responsible. If you look, he's got something to do with the harness, and he looks drunk.
Does he?
Watch the guy on the far side. Watch how he walks away. Watch this guy. So he doesn't like he's got his act together.
Yeah, he's not. He's either just not very qualified.
Right. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not sure that should have been your harness.
Right here, this guy's all giddy.
Yeah, right now, Greg. Look, he's got sunset.
Yeah.
He's got our sunrise. I think it looks more like sunset.
Guys, there are so many clips. It looks like that clip is half open. It doesn't look like the clip is locked.
They rushed him.
Look, right now he thinks this is the greatest. And for some reason, him falling in sunglasses.
That makes it better.
Hey, you talking about? Hey, Rick, good day right here. Good day. Oh, good day.
Boom. So it looks like the
really
clip,
bad day.
It looks like the clip from it right at his chest because the
came
two.
loose.
I don't like the way that guy's moving.
The two up by his arms are fine. What? See?
Wow.
Yeah, the whole thing. The whole thing. It clips and then you sit in it.
Well, you like a little further
like
out
a harness.
Yeah,
that's awful.
I mean, it's still gonna hurt.
Thing
it's still gonna hurt, but if you're out in 10 foot of water, that's a whole different story, you know.
We don't see the boat.
A little bit of water there helped, and maybe because you remember that time, Rick, I did the people's elbow on the beach, and that sand is not. It hurt me. I lay there a while.
Are we in a foot of water here at least? Maybe.
I don't remember why.
Maybe a foot.
Maybe that's when you really wish for a big wave right there. You know?
That's so bad. You really need the tide coming in, not going out.
I mean,
shit. What if it had been us? What if we'd have been there at the beach and it was?
That's awful.
What if it had been Bubba?
Boom. Hey, it wouldn't have been Bubba. Bubba wouldn't have been in there.
No.
I know
sure
what
he's okay.
We've been Speedy.
Rick, once we ran over and realized that everybody was not critically injured.
Picture me. My family was on the boat, and they saw me getting. So Tyler and I are sitting side by side. We got our own little seat and
you got a picture
on
of somebody
harness.
you know.
I know.
And they put us up, and the deal is they like to slow down and let your feet dip in the water and then shoot you right back up. Well, when we went down, we stayed in the water, and it started dragging us, and I got my leg. We were making noises.
You look like a ski rope when somebody lets you go.
Y'all, that's on up there.
Yes.
That is up there.
Wow, he's up there.
We got to go stories here. Is that how many stories?
Helms, please look. Helms,
three.
how you think that is?
60. It's got to be 60.
I might go 3 or 4 stories.
You could measure.
Right now-
Say he's 6 foot tall. You could just measure.
Gracious, y'all.
I gotta give him props though for getting his arms out wide and not letting one get snapped underneath him. Because
Oh my God. Hey, his landing was key.
Could we make sure
Kavita
he's
had one of
okay?
is he okay?
Are we
He's
laughing about a dead man? I need to
He's
know.
okay. I don't think he's dead.
You don't?
No, he's good.
He's just gimped up.
None of us know.
He's good. He may have to go on disability or something
He's
like that.
Greg, then he's not
That's
okay.
not good. That's not good.
He's not any worse off than Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
That's right.
right,
He's got his toe.
We'll take phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I've seen too many people in ministry get burned by politicians. And the ministry of what we're doing means so much more to me than any political move we could ever make. And do we need to have our faith affect government? Absolutely. And we have people that represent our faith and can find their way into those places of influence. I'm all about that. But boy, if you think you have a hard time trying to do celebrity news and not compromise your faith, trying to be governor, and even be indirectly tied to something, and somebody said, "Oh, that happened on your watch," and you're like, "Wait a minute, I didn't. I stood against it." Yeah, but it went through while you was governor.
The problem,
You know what I mean?
the problem to get anything done, you're going to have to compromise, and it's the things you're going to have to swallow, the bitter pills that you hate to have to live with.
Yeah.
I mean, you may get something done, but you're gonna have to pay a price for it, and it's it kind of works against principled people usually.
So anyway, there's no need to do that interview because I'm not running for governor.
Do the interview.
Yeah. Or I could do the interview of why I'm not going to run. I
Yeah,
could do
there you
that.
go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There they are, oh, driving and crying.
How about you?
I'm doing good. Looking forward to seeing where Dan takes us. Match Moultrie is coming up here in a few moments.
Yeah, it's not a trivia question.
No.
You just have to match Dan's answer.
So
that got us out of the problem of some of you disagreeing with this trivia question.
Well, if it's a trivia question, then there should be only one right answer. And
Most of the time,
and when
yeah.
a lot of the questions had multiple right answers, we realized really what we're playing is a match game.
Right.
Which
is back, by the way. Did you see Alec Baldwin is hosting that?
He is.
I haven't seen it. Have you?
Little snippets here and there, and scroll past it once or twice. But it looks like it's right back to its. Of course, now keep in mind, we think the '70s were dicey with the little questions and the answers.
Oh yeah. I bet now it's dandy. Isn't it?
Yeah, sure. And so what you have is all these people that are, their career, it's not completely gone, but it's starting to kind of roll a little bit. So
They got nothing to lose.
This is their moment to also show you that I still have some value, and and I want to be the funniest panelist.
Yeah.
So whatever joke I can come up with, regardless of how it may be, I'm going for it.
Here we go.
Yeah. So anyway, but the game shows. Every so often, game shows find their way back into primetime programming. You remember it did that with Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Yeah.
Then it kind of faded back. Now it's back again. There's multiple shows on in primetime now, multiple game shows.
Yeah, I remember when The Price is Right used to be on in some of that local access time in the afternoon late. That almost 5 to 6.
Yeah. Kind of where the wheel falls now.
Yeah.
Wheel of Fortune's there. Well, Wheel of Fortune has locked and loaded on local time that's available in syndication.
Family Feud's doing good.
Yeah, that's doing that. And then you have the game show channel, which I wondered if going prime time on the big four, if there's already a cable channel out there that just rolls it out all the time.
I don't know. We'll see.
So anyway, but those shows usually have a short life, but usually a pretty good one.
Just a note of warning this morning. My allergies kicked up. I have that anyway. It's such a wonderful thing. I've tried to trade it for a disease to be named later, but no takers.
Right.
I took some cough medicine last night, and Betty said, you need to go ahead and take it because it'll make you sleepy. And she was pretty much right on that. During the night, as I kept dreaming, I was on abandoned island by myself, and I kept covering myself with straw and waking up about every 15
Really?
minutes to make sure no animals were eating me.
Right, yeah. Wow, that'll...
And
yeah.
and then I follow that with I left my stuff at the house, my backpack, so I have no laptop, no medicine for today.
Wow.
And I have no belt on. So
really,
some lingering effects of the cough medicine, I think. I'm just glad I'm here. And is there anything else I'm missing that you can visibly identify?
You sure? Now, did you look at the name of that cough medicine? It wasn't Jim Beam, was it?
No, I don't think so.
I mean,
I'll be honest. She just brought it to me in a cup. So
Right,
I don't
yeah,
know.
I don't.
I want to know how you left all that, but you got your hair looking
Perfect.
fantastic.
Yeah, it's perfect.
I mean, it looks outstanding.
It's
but
one of the mysteries of cough medicine.
It is. Now, but cough medicine doesn't really help allergies. Was that just to help you sleep?
Well, I was coughing.
Oh, you were?
Yeah,
That was
allergies
part of
turns
it.
into cough,
Right.
and you can't sleep. And
Right.
I think Betty wanted me to be quiet, so she knocked me out, I think is what happened.
Oh, yeah, I'm in touch with that emotion just from the last week I had on the mission
But
trip.
it's,
I wish I'd had some.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour. We're taking phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Tell your children time to be gone. Lines are available. You can get in now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Houndsy's on the phones. He'll get you lined up and ready to go, and we'll chat with you if you want to make a move now. Carshield.com/Bubba gives you time to get in on the phones. Because they do want you to take a minute to think about, all right, you're in an automobile, it doesn't have warranty anymore. If something happens with that automobile, and all of us are trying to get our automobiles to last longer because the prices on used cars right now are outrageous. If you want a new car, you can get a good deal, but you got to order it most of the time because there's not much selection out there. So we are trying to make the automobile last, well, when it lasts, which is a good thing. But the bad thing is you usually run out of warranty, and so you need a protection plan from our friends at carshield.com/Bubba. Jillian in Georgia heard you guys talking about CarShield for years, and we have a 2014 BMW that we want to ride for many, many miles, but it has no more warranty, and we figured the car, was our best. It was in our best interest to get it protected because we don't have a warranty anymore, and expensive repairs on a BMW. Sure. Well, it worked out. Not long after we got our protection plan, we had trouble, and it was a claims process that was handled by the dealership without us having any problems. Talking directly to the folks at CarShield, and we are still driving our BMW with smiles. We're very satisfied, and it really saved us a lot of money. So there you go. Go to carshield.com/Bubba and you get a free quote right now. Tell them about your vehicle, and 3, choose the type of protection you need. That's it. It's that simple. And mention Rick and Bubba or when you call or type it in when you go to carshield.com/Bubba and save yourself 10% on whatever protection plan that you pick. And then drive with peace. You get 24/7 roadside assistance, too, and a rental car while yours is being repaired. Let's go to Eric. Eric's in Boaz, Alabama. Eric, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hey, Bubba, I'm doing really good. So when you guys were talking about the Truth Social app, I decided to download it, and I woke up this morning to a notification that it's active and it's live. So I went and signed on, and a while ago, I had been listening to some of your podcasts, and one of them that really stuck out to me was from September 14th, 2018. And so I decided to post it and share your views, where you said that at the time no standing president could ever affect our country as much by himself without the help of Congress. And then I thought that was kind of ironic until we heard about what Biden did.
Well, but you do realize that Biden does have the majority in Congress. And what point are you trying to make? I mean, Congress has they're with Biden on the majority.
Well, he came in and he signed in all these executive orders that just really changed everything that Trump had been trying to put together.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the Keystone Pipeline, that was a contract that was let by Congress.
Yep.
And then he came in and canceled it with an executive order, and that has been challenged in court. And I think that the court initially ruled against Biden. I think it's still being litigated.
Yeah,
all those families' lives are going to be destroyed before it ever gets settled.
Yeah,
but
that's right. Well, like we said, the executive order thing, when we started allowing that, to your point, I guess, Eric, you can get all happy about it when your guy's using them, but when the next guy comes in, if you have created that that standard, then the other bunch can come in there and executive order right back the other way.
Yeah, and see, you're bypassing Congress. Congress is supposed to be making those laws, and it's a shortcut, and it turns into an abuse of power issue and a separation of power. There's, we all learned that in school.
Yep.
And if the president gets to making executive orders that are over in the congressional area, you have a problem. Then the courts have to come in and rule on it. So it takes so long to litigate these things, though. Sometimes it's a moot point by the time you get there.
Well, and also the other thing, the legislative branch, and we've heard some representatives and senators be critical of this. The legislative branch also has become gutless, and they won't do their job, which has allowed these executive orders to kind of, the people to start rah-rahing them, because the Congress is like, well, we don't really want to make law anymore because then we have to be accountable for the laws that we've made or we didn't do or whatever. We'd like to sit over here and not be held accountable, and then we can cry about the judicial branch and the executive branch overreaching power, but yet we're not doing our job, which is the reason why they're overreaching.
I really think that there were conservatives in Congress who did not want to be called mean and didn't want to be targeted on issues fundamental issues they really believed in. And they thought if we just let it slide to the Supreme Court, they'll have to deal with it. They'll clean it up.
Right.
Like Obamacare was one of them.
Right.
And then when it gets over there, those people are appointed for life. They're not going to get the blowback on it. That's a better way to handle it. And that's not. You're advocating your job as the legislative branch, or the Congress in this case, to be the body that makes laws.
Right. Exactly right. Let's go to Chuck in Birmingham. And if you want to get in, you can too. There are lines available. Chuck, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Look, first of all, I just want to tell you thank you for your Christian show, man, for you guys being honest and being upright men and taking care of your family. I'm a Marine that's now a truck driver. My nephew's a Marine recon. They have sent him boots on the ground in Poland for humanitarian relief, as I'm told. But my thing is, when I went to Kuwait, they didn't want us there. I don't care what the media said. The people didn't want us there. The people in the Ukraine want us and need us there. And, I'm just fed up with the rhetoric, and I think it's time we need to do something. Us saying we're not going to give them the planes that they need to swap out for the MiG-29s, I just think that's wrong.
Well, and what's bizarre about it all is with this oil thing and being dependent on Russia and now having to make a stand against Russia because we're saying bad, you're not behaving well. And then the people who are allowing this dependence to take place are the very people that used to get upset when we were dependent on other people. We become energy independent, then we give that dependence back and then complain about it being given back. I don't even understand that.
Well, the Defense Department and NATO are playing a very dangerous game. They don't want to push Putin to a point that he would use nuclear weapons, but at the same time, they're trying to stop their invasion in the Ukraine. So they're in a juggling act. And it's difficult to know where that line is.
Will the sanctions work?
There was talk about a no-fly zone. They said, well, we don't want to do that. That'll get us into directly shooting at Russians. We're trying to avoid that.
Right.
And then it was brought up that, well, why don't we have a humanitarian no-fly zone and give civilians fleeing the country a corridor to get out? And that's being kicked around. So, we're supplying them with missiles, Javelin missiles, Stinger missiles. But somehow an airplane, they feel like it's too much. So I don't know where you draw that line,
Don in Birmingham, listening to ZZK. Don, go ahead.
Good morning. How are y'all today?
We're great, sir. Don, I hope you're all right.
Doing great. Hey, I got a kind of an economics question for Bubba. It's not really economics. It's a numbers question. if you're putting out 10,000 parts per million out of exhaust in a vehicle, whatever vehicle you're driving, and you spend $5 a gallon versus $2 a gallon, does that number go down or up, or is it still the same?
The cost per gallon would have nothing to do with the pollutants coming out of a gallon.
I know, and that's my point. It's we're paying. I'm paying $5.50 a gallon for diesel fuel right now versus $2 a gallon or $2.50. 4 or 5 months ago. So
right.
They're not doing anything. They're not fixing anything by cutting off our pipelines to help the green. That's my point.
No, none of the things we're doing are really having any impact, but we pretend that they do, so it makes for a lot of good rhetoric.
Yeah, I think right now we're just trying to choke off the Russians' ability to finance the war.
Yeah, but he's saying there are people that love this though because they're hoping the price will go, that they're getting a twofer on it.
Right.
That people will be so upset about the price of gasoline that will finally come to our senses and save the world by going to electric cars that are not ready for us to take them now.
Well, they will probably be some cut back in use of gas at some point if it gets high enough.
Yeah,
because people go, I can't go out and joyride. My tank's empty.
That's part
out
of the strategy.
Money.
Yep. So, but his point is they think that the cut down of people driving these vehicles actually saves the world, but it really doesn't. I mean,
you're splitting hairs on this, right? I mean, come on.
It's so silly. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. So that's so you were on an island. You kept covering yourself in pine straw, and then waking up thinking animals were trying to get you. You were afraid to sleep.
Yeah, about every 15 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah. Just to check to be sure nothing was eating me.
Well,
yeah.
I bet that was somewhat of a restless night.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I bet it was.
It'll cause you to leave stuff all over the place.
Right. And
I remember even thinking, hey, I need a belt, and I didn't get it. There's no telling what else I did on the way here. Right. Just no telling.
Yeah, I mean, you're almost telling an Ambien story.
Yeah. Almost.
Yeah, I mean,
almost. It would be like Ambien light.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
but I mean, I didn't feel impaired like I couldn't drive.
Yeah.
Just like I feel like I can talk to you right now, but I don't have a belt and I don't have my laptop.
Right. Like you don't remember. I mean, you're not doing anything like our friend who got up at 4 a.m. and began to have business calls.
No.
And called various people.
Yeah. No.
Sadly, including one saying that he was marked to be assassinated, and he wanted him to come get him. Yeah, so. No, not quite that bad. Thank goodness.
Yeah,
so you could have, some people.
You know what? Really, I can pull my pants up. I don't have to have a laptop. So
right,
I'm all right.
Oh, yeah. Look,
on the big picture.
Look, I mean, as far as the show,
I keep talking.
As far as the show, I won't miss the laptop. The sad part is I finally have you no laptop and no voice. You know? Doggone it. All right,
can't have it all.
Yeah, you can't have nothing. What you can't have. Surely you don't think you can have something. We'll be back. 15 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
If you're just joining us, you missed Moultrie last hour, but we've already given that away, and we move forward on that. I was going to talk to you about Rick and Bubba TV. If you're already a Rick and Bubba Premium Extreme Club member, that does add the TV option. But on this one, it really you can either one that you have works whether you're a premium member or not. There's an area there in your Extreme Club membership where you can go there and click on videos, and you can click there now, and then it'll show you video clips and documentaries. A new documentary for all you there that Adler's been shooting. We're going to start doing more and more in that. We're trying to enhance the whole RB TV channel, and we have the Bible study on Wednesdays. We did that again yesterday. It's in the archives, and also we put that out on SoundCloud and try to make all this technology work together for you to kind of have access to things that are away from the norm of the everyday show. And the same thing is Adler's doing more and more of these showing you things behind the scenes and putting things out there, little clips and all that. And there's a new one that you can see that just kind of goes behind the scenes here at the studio and through a day of work. And so if you have an Extreme Club membership, click on your videos and then go to documentaries, and there's a new one there. So enjoy that today, too. And we'll keep trying to give you more and more things inside that membership. Bubba, you had mentioned that John Glenn is being buried at Arlington, but John Glenn's been dead since December.
Right.
Where has John Glenn's body been?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did we have it in a
same place that had Casey Kasem and James Brown? I guess
that's what I mean. What is this thing about we're not putting people to rest? Within a week of their passing.
Yeah, I don't know. It says on Thursday a private service will be held at the Old Post Chapel beginning at 9 a.m. The Marine Corps will begin a live stream at 9:40 that will include a procession, a flyover, graveside services, and taps. Now, they said April the 6th coincides with Glenn's 74th wedding anniversary to his wife, Annie Glenn.
But where's his body been?
I don't know. I guess
bothering us.
I thought, well, did I miss something on the break? But now I remember it was back.
Well,
in December,
us.
wasn't it?
I mean, we'll get a celebrity death wrong in a second.
Sure.
We'll either be too quick or we'll be years late. But I mean, when I saw this, I'm like you. I was like, John Glenn.
We may be the worst show on celebrity deaths.
Oh, absolutely.
Ever. I don't think we're even close.
And there's not really a scenario that we haven't done. You can't say, well, they're pretty bad about being late. No, we'll be early.
We'll declare you dead when you're not.
Yeah,
we're early.
We don't. I mean, we really have a real issue with that, a real problem, and this doesn't help. If people like us that are already struggling with it, you can't have a well-known person die in December and then throw us out a headline that his funeral's today.
I hate
that makes our situation worse.
Yeah,
I hate to be the guy that gets on all of us, myself included. We're just lazy. We're lazy about it.
Yeah.
You may be honest. You want me to sugarcoat it. We're lazy about it. We have it in front of us. We could read it.
Right.
I
I'm
could
gonna say
go in
something
there and
worse
look
than
at
that, though.
it.
It's not that important to us.
It's not important to me.
Right.
Either.
We don't.
But
care.
I'm saying if we want to talk about it, if it's truly bothering
we can take
us,
a minute and
you
look.
can take a second. Wouldn't take 30 seconds, maybe 35.
But maybe some of the headlines. Look at the date.
Yeah.
We've done that.
It's on us.
I don't think it.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We can get more of your phone calls in this hour. Some of the things that we have missed, and heard the guys talking about this morning early on the kickoff hour. And I know it has been brought up on the show before, but now I guess it just continues. Should we have Phil Collins on tour?
Rick, that is a troubling sight.
I mean, he's remaining seated. He's in Berlin now,
and he just looks feeble.
It says he can't play drums anymore. But should we? Is it wrong of us to let Phil Collins wheel him out and sit him in a chair and hand him a microphone and say, "We need in the air tonight, buddy. I'm sorry. I know you look tired. And you'd rather have a sweater on, sit in front of a fire, reading something, sing for us again." Are we being cruel here to Phil Collins? Should somebody just step in from a humanitarian standpoint and just say, this has to stop? I mean, we can't continue to do this. I mean, I
guess if they keep selling tickets.
Greg, I can sell a ticket to a sideshow where animals being mistreated. I don't know that this is the right thing to do.
It could end tragically.
Right. I mean, is this the right thing to do? I mean, I could go somewhere and you watch and I see a bunch of people out there doing little flips, but maybe I treat them poorly. Is this the wrong thing?
It looks wrong to us.
Is this elder abuse?
The two other guys in the band probably said, "Look, we got this."
Farewell so this tour. Is Genesis?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Rick, now the two guys were like, "If we got to roll Phil out there and get this thing done." He sang all the hits.
Right.
We always say don't mess with the memories, but
I just don't know if this should continue.
They say
this is an extreme case.
The people that were at the show says he seems to have his faculties. It's his spinal injury of why he's sitting.
Spinal injury? What happened?
He said he has
a car wreck or something.
Yeah,
nerve issues.
And I mean, I don't think he's confined to a wheelchair. He just can't stand long.
Right. Yeah.
He can't play the drums.
And really, it changed course here during our conversation. Is who would you go see that you like if all they did was sit down in a chair and sing like they're at a in a lobby?
Rick, and I told him I refused to see David Lee Roth in the later Van Halen just because he looked goofy and acted goofy.
Oh, I'm looking at this picture. Mm-hmm. He looks like something from Lord of the Rings.
You just didn't want to have to adopt a sheepdog, Greg. I know you.
It's like you walk. It's like you're on some you're on some quest. You walk into a cave and sitting in the back of the cave under some moonlight.
Mm-hmm. That's a bad picture there.
Is him, and you go in there and get wisdom from him on how you're supposed to go find the crown.
Yeah. Wow. Right.
I just.
So his son.
That's what it looks like to me. Well, I'm upset with the people of Genesis.
I
This
know
is
he
not
has
right.
he has that slight injury and all that, but he's 71. Mick Jagger's 78. And Mick,
Right.
Mick
But he
still
still-
works the stage.
he
like
still
he's-
prances around the stage like a baby
That's not.
hen,
That's
doesn't
not.
he?
You don't
He's
feel like
78.
you don't feel like anybody made Mick come to the show.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm going to ask you a question about this, and I'll ask you guys this. Okay, so I got an update. You know, the Eagles are doing this Hotel California thing, where they do the whole album and whatever, and then after it's over, they hit a few.
I hate when people do just albums.
I know you do. That's not where I'm going with this. But because that's another conversation. But I do agree with you.
Are they doing a medley of it?
Again, I agree.
It's second to that.
Again, I agree with you. I don't want to hear an album. You run through the cuts of the album. I don't want to hear that
in order.
No, I don't. But anyway, so because there's songs in there I didn't like.
That's right.
So I don't want to hear them. But anyway,
Still don't like 'em. Still don't like 'em.
Yeah, to this day I still don't like them. I don't like them recorded. I certainly don't want to hear them live.
No.
But anyway, so but that's so I asked, concert expert Mark Garnett, of course, who's gone to see it wherever he could find it, and I said, talk to me about the lineup, and he said, well, Deacon Fry is out.
Oh, he's out.
So Glenn Fry's son, because I was going to say, can we not get anybody sing like Phil?
Why?
They can play the drums
Wait
like
a
his
minute,
son.
why is his son out? I mean,
Son's
what
out.
other gigs he got?
Took a hiatus from the band. Don't know if he's got his own gig or whatever. So here's what he said. So now Vince Gill
Yeah, he was in it last time.
is now just he does all
He's
the
Glenn Fry.
He's Glenn Fry now. Are we okay with Glenn? Are we okay with it?
No,
do you want to go see the Eagles and in the Glenn Fry spot is not his son? It's Vince Gill.
His style doesn't
I know.
sound.
The quote from Garnett, he said Vince Gill sings a large number of the songs now.
So we're basically going to see Vince Gill and the Eagles.
Do they?
That's about there. Now you're going where I'm asking.
Do they do Amy too?
I have no idea. From the Pure Prairie League.
That's right.
By the way, it is weird that Vince Gill was in that band.
That was a big hit too.
Yeah, he's not the singer on it, but he sings the harmonies
Yeah,
on it.
yeah.
Isn't that interesting? But anyway, so I don't have a desire really to see that.
I don't know.
But I mean, does that bother you now? Did you like it better when they
Why?
go?
Why did they?
Yeah,
beat
for
his
some
son
reason
out?
his boy.
No, the
being-
son left on his own.
For some reason, the boy being there, I know it wasn't the same guy, but it's close.
Mm-hmm. So we took.
But my point is, Vince Gill's an established artist, so
Right.
him singing Glenn Fry songs is different.
Could we not do something like that for Phil Collins?
But
Could
why did
we
Glenn
have someone
Fry's-
else come in like it sounded like?
But he's
Why
just
did
such a
Glenn
driving
Fry's son
force.
leave though, Rick? What was the deal?
Look at Vince Gill in the Pure Prairie League, by the way. All I know, the quote was,
He's got tired touring with them old guys.
yeah, the quote that I have is that his son left. He took a hiatus from the band. That's all it says.
But what? I mean, why? Though?
I don't
He's
know.
a young
I
guy.
don't- I
Why
don't
do you,
know.
This is his time to shine. He could step right in.
Wow. So I'm going to go back. I checked. It says he has taken a sabbatical from the band. He's not there. Vince Gill now sings about half the songs.
Wow.
Greg, you okay?
Now, I'm sorry, it's no longer the Eagles.
And there it is.
Because
That's
it's
the
an
statement
established guy.
That's the statement I was after.
You know, Foreigner, there's not even an original member in the band, but at least the guy singing is not an established artist
Okay.
singing Foreigner songs.
All right. On
He's-
that note, now I'm asking a much harder question.
So you're
So Don Felder leaves, and they get that guy that is this outstanding guitar player that nobody knows who he is.
Yeah.
Okay, so but he's not an established artist, so you're okay.
Yeah.
Now, what if all of a sudden you look over on guitar and there was an established guitarist that had his own deal?
I don't like it.
See there, that's what I'm trying. But
So
that's
you're
kind of what
saying
they did
if-
with Joe
if-
Walsh.
if
I'm just
you're-
saying.
if
I
you're
wasn't
a-
big on
yeah.
Axl Rose singing with AC/DC.
Joe Walsh was the original. I'm an established artist. I'm in the Eagles.
It did happen. I've
Yeah,
been with
you
the
got to
gang.
admit that.
I've been
Yeah,
with
but
the
he,
gotta admit.
No, he brought his own stuff though.
Right.
He's not singing another Eagles person's song.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You're saying because he was at the very beginning.
Yeah, but
it
when he
doesn't
joined
count.
the band, he had his stuff, but he
James
also
Gang.
wrote stuff with the Eagles together.
Can I tell you the most surprising thing? The last time I went to see the Eagles is how much they did more James Gang
So
than I
now,
expected.
and that's not necessary. But, I mean, give me Walk Away and that's it. But the point, you see what
You
I'm
don't want
saying? He was an
49?
established artist when he joined the Eagles, but he
I
did
know
music
where
with
you're
the Eagles.
going.
Sammy Hagar, same way. He was established, but he wrote music with Van
I didn't
Halen.
mean for you to get on a monologue. I just
So wait a minute. Sammy Hagar would fall under the same thing as Vince Gill.
No. Because now he had to sing some of David Lee's songs. You're right, reluctantly. But I think later.
I mean, I'm just looking for the rules
but-
of this, and I can't find them. Rick.
But I haven't found a song that has Vince Gill written songs with the Eagles.
No. Not that I know of.
In a strange
As a matter of fact,
way-
when they let Vince Gill sing one of his own songs on the last tour, they picked a very bad song.
in a strange way, I actually understood Greg's logic on on letting Joe Walsh in.
Yeah, right.
That it didn't qualify because he was a founding member.
Right, yeah. Right. So it's a lot to take in.
Yeah.
That's why I checked with Greg. I wanted to get
The
your
Greg
feedback.
rules are confusing.
Well, look,
Yes,
you're
they are.
bothered.
And they're not gonna be consistent.
You're bothered that Deacon Fry left, and now they're just.
And I wasn't on fire about. Let's be honest.
At least
with
it's
you.
his son. That's
they
kinda
need
cool.
to just pull all Glenn Fry songs out, and not play them.
Greg.
Well, I know that's a lot.
It is. It's a tremendous amount.
But then it'll just be Don Henley in concert.
Would you feel better if
Well, I'm
Timothy
here
B.
Smuggler's
Smith?
Blues.
Would you feel better if Timothy B. Smith got up and sang the Glenn Fry stuff plus what he does? Since he didn't get very many
Greg,
songs.
wait a minute. Are you saying some of the Eagles songs are too poppy? Because I know how you feel about poppy songs.
Well, now see, that was Glenn Fry's solo stuff, which was too poppy.
Yeah. His
So
solo
he can't
stuff.
play that as an Eagle?
No.
He does. I'm sure he may have thrown a few in there.
They never
What
did.
about
They
Don
never did.
Henley?
Man.
Don Henley, he's sung some of his in.
Oh, yeah. When I saw him, I saw him twice.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know. Greg. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in. Sorry,
But
about
if I
that.
had to pick one, Bubba, it would be Smuggler's Blues.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Oh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and